In the last couple of seasons, both Southend and Morecambe were on the brink of extinction. Thankfully, these clubs were saved before that happened, and it turns out they're both currently playing in the same division in non-league football. And so we've decided that we are going to rebuild these two clubs who almost ceased to exist, and we're going to race each other to be the first to win the Premier League with them. Yes, Dad, we're taking over Southend and Morecambe today. Two clubs that were almost non-existent anymore.
Yeah, nearly gone.
Yeah, so great that they're still around. We do not want that to happen in football, so we thought these would be the two perfect teams to take over in the Vanarama National League, or the Enterprise National League now that it's been named. So there's a bit of a name change in there. You're taking over Southend.
Yes.
I'm taking over Morecambe. Reason for it? Of course, I'm the tag team champ of Morecambe. You can see that title up there. That's the wrestling tag team championship for Odyssey Pro Wrestling, which is Morecambe's wrestling promotion.
You're well liked up there, so I had to give you Morecambe, really, didn't I?
Oh, yeah. So I'm a bit of a hero in Morecambe as we keep doing videos with them as well. So love to see it. So start of the season in the Enterprise National League. You're actually top of the league with 6 wins from 6, as you can see
great
here.
Start for me. I'm really pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm actually quite pleased with my start as well. 4th. Only lost 1, drew 1 as well. So coming into the league, because they lost a lot of players. And if you remember rightly, Southend was exactly the same the season before. They got to a point last season where they couldn't even field a substitute bench. So these two clubs have really been around the ringer for the last couple of seasons. Morecambe were basically saved on the final day.
It was, yeah.
It's got to the point where they didn't know whether they were going to be playing this season. So it's great that we can shine a bit of a light on those two clubs. Resurrect, not necessarily resurrect them, but rebuild them into something even better than what they were in their heyday, for example. So if we can get past the championship, because that's where Southend was when I remember sort of growing up, they've been in the championship, and of course get them into the Premier League, then that is definitely our goal. Now, you've actually signed a player at the start of the season. I had no money, as expected, but you had a little bit, so you signed a free transfer.
Yeah.
Ajani Birchall has joined the club. Very good winger.
Oh, I mean, we all know the wingers work on this game, and that's the only weak position I had, really. So I just really needed an out-and-out winger. This guy can do that for me. He's good at crossing the ball, dribbling, and he's quite quick. So that's all I need.
Yeah.
Get that ball into the box.
20 years of age as well.
Yes.
So very young, good potential on the game. Definitely somebody to look out for. Now, I haven't got any signings, as I mentioned, but let's have a look at your starting 11, or how you're going to shape up at the start of the season. Sort of in a 4-2-2 situation, 4-2-2 situation. In possession, you're very much playing in that 4-2-2, but out of possession, dropping back into this 4-4-1-1 scenario.
There, I mean, my defence is they're not a bad defending side, actually. Yeah, so hopefully I can do a little bit of damage going forward. I mean, I got Dallas on loan, so I've only got him for the 1 season, so hopefully he can help my strike force. But I'm quite happy with that. Sort of Austin goes into the sort of second striker, as they call it now. What we used to call it the shadow striker. Yeah. So when we're on attacking, so yeah, hopefully he'll get the goals with Birchwell banging the crosses across for me. Yeah, absolutely. Kendo up front has got you 3 goals from 3. However, he is injured at the start of the season. You can see Kendo here. Does look a good player, Charlie Kendo. But you do have good options as well. You've got this guy here, Hopper, who looks like quite a good striker should you need it. Tom Hopper, a bit more of experience in there, because he's got 6 goals in 6 games in this Enterprise National League. So good start for him. Yeah. Now, looking at my lineup and how they've got some good players, Morecambe. I'll give them that, because there's already, just from knowing people from Morecambe, there's a couple of names that I recognise straight away. So I'm setting up in a 4-4-2, but the same out of possession as what you are. Now, my in possession, my main player is going to be this guy here, Miguel Aziz. He is fantastic. He's only 22 years of age. They managed to bring him in, obviously. You can see here, he didn't play for them last year. They got him on a free transfer, and he looks absolutely fantastic. He used to play in Arsenal's Youth Academy. If you do recognise the name, you're thinking, where do I know that from? That's where he came from. And there's a couple of also good players that I think up front as well. So Musquet looks quite good. I think he's quite a decent player. And we've got Aarons and Edwards from the wings, who I think are like 2 of my best creative players.
It's a bit of a weird one going from a lot of obviously Premier League saves that we've done down to basically the National League, but here we are. I do love doing sort of a race to the Prem style video because the objective of this is there's no point system. It's whoever wins the Premier League first. That's the job on our hands. So you're already starting at the top of the league looking rather powerful there, Dad. Whereas I'm, of course, dropping a couple of games. Scunthorpe I've lost there, and I've drew against Woking at the start of the season. But yeah, I'd be happy with a playoff position.
So would I.
Going into the next season.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's see how we do in season number 1. Form-wise, Dad Southend continued to be the best team in the league in the early stages of the season, with Tom Hopper being a standout as he scored 24 goals in 24 starts leading into January. And when we clashed in October in Morecambe, it only took 9 minutes before Dad, who was already top of the league, managed to score first. And in the second half, almost from kickoff, a defensive mistake led to that man Hopper bagging the second and last goal of the game. However, I wasn't doing too bad despite Dad's dominance. My Morecambe side found good rhythm, and Joe Nutter was a top performer for us, scoring 14 goals. And so at the turn of the year, that sat my Morecambe side in 3rd place, and although I was nearly 20 points behind Dad, I felt confident in being able to finish in the playoff spots, which is currently what the board are expecting of me anyway in season number 1. Dad continued his good form into the new year. However, Tom Hopper dropped out of the side somehow and only ended up scoring 3 more goals in the whole campaign. Instead, he was replaced with 25-year-old Charlie Kendall, who did just as good a job, scoring 23 himself. I had a similar scenario myself at Morecambe. The second half of the season, Nuttall dropped off, and instead, Admiral Musquet, who has the best name in non-league football, stepped up and scored 20 goals himself. He even scored the opening goal of the game against my dad in the very first minute of the match from kickoff, which put us in a great position. That was until Songo got a straight red card in the 10th minute. It stayed 1-0 though all the way through to the second half, when Dad's side basically replicated what we did and scored in the first minute of that half, and that's when we looked in trouble. Especially when we went down to 9 men in the 72nd minute when Edwards got a straight red card too. However, even with just 9 players, we held on away from home to a 1-1 draw against the league leaders. After that, Dad Southend continued to cruise on through to the rest of the season on their way to lifting the title, winning the Enterprise National League by 9 points to gain promotion, while I drop into 3rd on the final day of the season, which is just a playoff spot anyway. Either way, we got a bye through to the semi-finals. We eventually played Carlisle and took the lead through Musquet's banging header at the back post. However, this left a false sense of security, as with 66 minutes on the clock, an equaliser finally came. And in the very last minute, we paid the price as Carlisle scored the winner to head to the final. And they went on to beat York to join Dad in Sky Bet League 2 next season. Well, congratulations, Dad. You take the first step towards the Premier League with a promotion through automatic promotion, because, I mean, we know this is the hardest league to get out of. Yeah. Just the 2 promotion spots. One only going up as automatic, and then the other through the playoffs.
101 points, mate. I'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, I lost out in the semi-final to eventual promotion team Carlisle. So, yeah, 2-1 I lost in the playoff semi-final there. They went on to beat York, who's a very good team in this league. I think they're top of the National League right now, beating them in the final 1-0.
It's over them or Carlisle, I think. Carlisle could be there as well.
Yeah. So very good start to this challenge for you, Dad. 101 points, 9 points clear of York. And to be honest, you were cruising, because the last few games as well, you did drop some points. And it's kind of just because, well, they'd already won the league. Yeah, a few draws, a loss in there. You were all right.
If I'd won those games as well, I'd have been a lot of points, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but very comfortable.
Pleased with that.
We played each other twice, of course. You beat me once. We drew the other fixture. What was quite funny was the other fixture that we drew against. I had 2 players sent off. I don't know how I managed to survive, but there we go. So we've done quite well there. I need to look at what I did wrong, how I didn't win the playoff situation, and work out and obviously come back stronger. Now, the aim for what the board was asking me to do was reach the playoffs. I thought if I reached the playoffs, I stand a very good chance of going up. I'm very disappointed with how we actually performed in the playoffs, and I think that could be our problem now, because there's going to be a lot of players who are going to be leaving the club. Look how many players are out of contract, including the likes of Miguel Aziz, who I'm hoping I can keep around. He is going to be exploring his options. Jack Nolan is another one. He looks really good, and he's looking at leaving as well. There's so many players that could be leaving the club that I really could do without leaving the club, to be honest. I mean, wage-wise, got a little bit in there, but if I'm offering these guys contracts, that's going to just pump them up.
Yes.
Yeah. So I might not have anything next year, and I might have to really scrounge around and look at the tactic instead, because I know there's some stuff that when I was doing, I did a direct counter-attack on cautious mentality because I didn't really know how I was going to play this year. You can see I'm very direct, trying to use the flanks instead, and even out of possession. I'm not even doing a defensive transition counter press. I'm literally on standard with trigger press more often, using the mid block. So there is definitely some things that I can change and try and see if that works out next season. But Dad, you nailed it.
Yes.
For this year, and I think it obviously shows. I mean, you had two very good goal scorers. Tom Hopper got the first half of the goals with 27. I think he had 24 by December.
Yeah.
And then Charlie Kendall came back into the team and got 23 in the back half of the season. So
that's what you need.
Yeah, but are they good enough for next year, lads? You can see the ability, not a lot, compared to obviously your best players. Harry Boyes is your best player, and he didn't even play that much, to be honest. 22 starts, 25 off the bench. But they have been kind of generous, because 90k transfer budget, you can obviously switch around and put into the wage budget, and you've got 15 grand of wage budget to play around with as well, to bring in and recruit new players.
It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah,
always is when you go up into the football league properly. So I'm looking forward to it though. Yeah.
Now the league that you're going into, Sky Bet League 2, I genuinely think is the easiest league in there. Right. Because hear me out.
All right.
Only 2 clubs go down, and 4 go up.
Right.
So it's technically the easiest league to get out of, and to stay in.
Yeah. I'll settle for staying in there. When you look at some of the names that's in there, there's some good sides in there.
Yeah.
I mean, Salford just stands out like a sore thumb. Tranmere, Fleetwood, Shrewsbury,
Cambridge as well.
Yeah, Bristol Rovers, Swindon. I mean, Swindon just got promoted, so that was good.
Well, they're in the playoff final against Chesterfield.
Right.
They might not yet. Bristol Rovers, of course.
Yeah.
So there are
some
a lot
good teams
of
in that you think
teams
wouldn't be in that league. So,
and coming down into the division, it could be Argyle. We haven't actually seen it yet. It's not. It's Rotherham, Blackpool, Exeter, and Northampton. So 4 teams there. Argyle actually did quite well. They're in the playoffs, in the playoff final. So 4 other teams there that you got to contend with for next year. So interesting summer ahead. But well done. You've took the first step towards the Premier League.
Pleased with that. Great start.
My main priority was achieved this summer, locking down a lot of my first team players on longer contracts, including Aziz, which is of course great news. We did have slightly enough money in the wage budget to bring in 3 new free transfers, including a striker in Harry Cardwell. Dad's step up into League 2 meant improvements were needed, so a new goalkeeper joins the club. And after dipping into the loan market, he set up his Southend side to be hard to beat for League 2. With the first game of the season popping up on us before we knew it, Dad's side adapted into the league rather well, picking up a couple of draws in his first 2 games. However, things weren't going as well for me in the Enterprise National League, losing in just our second match and our first on home turf. So with a few tactical tweaks, we set up ready to try and gain promotion.
Now, I did say it might be quite tricky bringing in quite a lot of players, and that's why I've only got 3 that I have actually joined. A lot of my money was spent on keeping some of my players, and I did manage to do that at least. I mean, Miguel Aziz, I'm really glad we managed to keep hold of him. After 1 season, I didn't want to lose him. He was exploring his options. He decided to stay. So thank God
3-year
for that.
contract, good contract.
Yeah, so we managed to keep quite a few players, although their wages have gone up, but that is obviously the nature of the beast, I guess. The players that we have brought in, though, I'm hoping can give us a little bit of a boost and try and get us towards the top of the league. Elijah Dixon-Boner, great name. Good centre midfielder. You can also play defensive midfield, can go further forward. The reason why I got him, though, physical attributes are quite good for this league. You can see, I mean, 14 natural fitness, but 12 for both acceleration and pace. That's kind of high. So that's actually quite good. With a good determination and work rate as a midfielder. Really pleased with that. So Elijah joins the club. And then we've got two more. Harrison Holgate, who's a defender you can play left back or right back. Again, a better defender than what we already had. So pleased with that one coming in. And then finally we got Harry Cardwell, who I haven't started at the start of the season because I wanted to give the original striker a chance. But when we started seeing the results coming in, Harry Cardwell has come into the team and has scored a goal on the game that he started and got an assist. So he doesn't look special, but I really struggled to find a good striker this year.
I did as well, yeah.
Really did. So I have changed my system as well. So Harry Cardwell has come in, and I'm going to make sure he is our main striker. In possession, we're dropping back into a 4-4-1-1, and out of possession, the same as what I already had. But instructions now has slightly changed. We're still being a counter-attacking team, but with an attacking mentality. And you can see we're playing a lot more shorter, though, but with a higher tempo on the counter. I've got rid of a lot of the instructions which I thought possibly could just be making it too difficult in this sort of league. Going narrower as well, still encouraging the dribbling, and then out of possession, trying to be a bit more of a press inside, a higher press and a high defensive line with the trigger press, but the defensive transition when we lose the ball is to regroup and get in shape, which I don't ever use.
No, you don't. I've used it before.
Regroup, yeah.
I've used it before mainly because I just think sometimes I prefer to all get back into position and then start again, really. But
yeah. So I am normally a guy which uses a counter press. So as soon as you lose the ball, you hound everybody to get it back. But I'm on regroup, and I'm interested to see how it does this season with what I would probably say I've got one of the better teams in the league. But if we're looking at the results at the start of the season, I mean, I've lost to Weirdstone, lost to Chelsea in the 21s, that's fine, and lost to Woking. Beat Torquay, who are newly promoted, beat Altrincham and beat Halifax, and drew to Aldershot. I am 9th place right now. So I did expect to do a little bit better than this. But the season preview actually doesn't favour me at all. You can see the season preview. I'm down in 10th.
Well, they've made York the favourites, and look who's top of the league.
Yeah, I mean, York by far the favourites. 1-25. Yeah. If York do not win this league, that's saying something.
Definitely.
But I'm hoping I can sort of disrupt that a little bit and get up there. It's just not been a good start.
You work cut out already. 4 points behind them already.
4 points behind. I haven't played them yet, though, so there's 6 points there up for grabs straight away. Okay, let's have a look, Dad, to see what you've done. First season in league football again.
Yes.
For Southend. You brought in 4 players.
Yeah, I didn't spend no money, so
good goalkeeper coming in from York.
I needed a keeper. You knew that was going to happen anyway, didn't you? So, yeah, I got a new goalkeeper in, and he's 25, so he's a young keeper as well. So, hopefully he'll be with me for a few seasons.
Yeah, okay. We'll wait to see when he gets transferred out at the end of this season. Miles Fenton, midfielder, has joined the club.
I've sort of changed my sort of tactics, so I started tinkering already, so I needed a couple of good midfielders, and I feel that's what I've done with this transfer window. I've brought in a couple of good midfielders, really.
Yeah, because the other one is not Bakari. He's the striker you put in, Larkin.
Charlie Larkin. He does look like a good midfielder as well for this league, I feel. So hopefully he can do what I really need him to do.
And then using the loan market.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on it just now, how hard it was to get a striker. So I went for the loan market, and there wasn't a lot out there neither that would come down.
I couldn't find anybody.
Leagues. So I brought this young lad in really just to sort of just to help, just in case I get injuries as well. I don't expect him to be playing many games, but I've got him just in case. Yeah,
so if we're doing the best 11 pick on you, because you're not locking anyone in, he does actually start up front.
Yeah, he does start, which I was surprised with, yes.
And you've changed formation. So in possession, a standard 4-3-3, 2 advanced playmakers, and 2 wingers. God, this is proper old school with a poacher.
It is. It's one of those tactics. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, well, at least I'm going to start from a sort of like safeguard, and then we're all pushing forward when we got the ball, and then try and fill the gaps that's in front of the 2 midfielders. But then once I lose the ball, let's get us all back again. A bit like you sort of regrouped, I think.
Yeah.
So they go back into the defensive midfielder, 2 in there really. So I'm sort of like safeguard myself a little bit, but when I do get the ball, let's fill the gaps.
I love the symmetry of this.
Yes, it looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that's what sort of gives me this sort of idea. When you sort of see it happening, it sort of helps you then, doesn't it? I think, yeah, I'm filling the gaps where I need to be filling the gaps.
Yeah.
The wingers are getting in those positions, and I've got sort of people, the midfielders coming into the gaps then, really.
Do you know what I love about your tactic?
It should never work.
Yeah, in possession, you have two no-nonsense defenders with a ball-playing goalkeeper. So the goalkeeper gives them the ball. He goes, "What are you doing?" and just gets rid of it. So
panic.
In possession, you can see a standard higher. You can see the counter attack there, playing through the press, encouraging the dribbling, passing into space. Out of possession, you are using the counter press, but the trigger press is set to standard with a higher and a high press there. So, and of course, getting stuck in. Balanced mentality, and you've started the season quite well, considering you're newly promoted.
Not too bad. In the league, I haven't actually lost
Haven't lost a game,
so
yeah.
I'm pleased with that.
Drew 3, but against Bristol Rovers, Walsall, Grimsby, all clubs that were in the league or above before that. Luton beating them in a penalty shootout in the Carabao Cup, but then unfortunately coming up against Ipswich and only losing 3-2.
Oh, I'm pleased with that result, really.
Which isn't bad at all.
And the other thing is, it gets it out of the way as well. I'm not in it anymore, but you don't expect to go too far in it. So I've had a little bit of money coming in with Ipswich and that, really. So I'm more pleased with the Tranmere game.
Yeah.
Good home win against Tranmere. I think that's a good result, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cambridge as well, 3-1. Charlie Kendo getting another hat-trick. Because he was on fire at the end of last season. He looks like he's on fire again this season.
He was the one I expected to take that first, the only role that I'm playing up front.
Yeah.
But it looked like the young lad would be there as well. So, but good old Charlie, get in there, mate.
All right, then. Well, season number 2. Let's have a look at the League 2 season preview. You're starting off quite well in the playoff positions. Will you get there? Because the board right now, or the season preview, sorry, has you down in 22nd position.
Yes.
Even Carlisle are above you and have half the results that you do. So, interesting season. Let's see how it all plays out. Can I catch Dad and join him in League 2, or will we switch? That would be even more hilarious.
As the season progressed, I found myself in a title race with York, with 2 players who were really standing out. Miguel Aziz is no surprisingly one of them, with 6 goals and 13 assists by the end of December, stepping up as a real leader in midfield, while the other is new signing Harry Cardwell, who once he got going was just not stopping scoring, 21 goals in 27 starts going into January. The race was on for that holy grail top spot that York occupied at the minute, 4 points above us for now. Dad was doing well in League 2, certainly staying away from the danger and with no real standout players, but defensively the team were solid, just creeping into the top half of the table with an outside chance of the playoffs. Fortunately for Dad, although his form didn't exactly decline, it didn't improve either, and he stayed around mid-table, which I'm sure he'll be pleased with in his first season. My battle with York intensified, and they actually gave me a 3-2 loss at their place, which made me think we were out of the title race. However, the boys just kept going. Harry Cardwell kept scoring goals, and we found ourselves winning more and more games through March and into April, where the race took an interesting step right at the perfect moment for us. And with just 5 games remaining, we overtook York at the top in the one and only promotion spot on goal difference. Our form from then on was excellent, and York just couldn't keep up with us as we won 4 games and drew the remaining 0-0 against Boston in our last 5 fixtures, lifting the league title, but more importantly, we joined Dad in League 2 next season.
Oh, Dad, I will be joining you in Sky Bet League 2. Only just, because, you did quite well, to be fair. Only just missing out on the playoffs by a position, but ended up just cruising through the league. 9 points, finishing above Rochdale, finishing second, and then got themselves promoted. So another big club that was down there in the Enterprise National League.
York finished 4th, so they were really disappointed with that, weren't they?
They really dropped off. Yeah. Absolutely. So I'm really pleased with that. Back in the in league football, but it's gonna go down to the new signing Harry Cardwell, who got 39 goals down here. I mean, unbelievable. Yeah. Very pleased with how he's done this season. He does have another year in his contract. We'll keep him around, but maybe he'll feature next season. Maybe we'll find somebody who's a bit of a hidden gem. But we've got Miguel Aziz at least for another 2 seasons, and that to me might be a little bit more important. I think midfield is where we won the league, because Elijah Dixon Bonner was the other star player for us in that midfield, and you can see he's had a really good year as well. So Miguel Aziz, Elijah, both of these players, we've got them locked down for at least another 2 years, both of them. So I think we should, when we get up to the next division, we should be all right.
Yeah.
We should be okay. Now, I'm happy with that. Recruitment, they've given us 30k in wages.
That's good.
Which is all right. Now, roughly, the wages that players are looking for is around about £3,000 in Sky Bet League 2, from what I remember, because you can see, Harry Cardwell cost me £2,000 in this division. But if we're looking at Dad's players, the ones that he brought in, roughly a little bit more than that, as you'd kind of expect. So if I've got 28 or 30,000, that could be 10 players.
Yeah.
It could also be 5 very expensive players. We'll have to see who I manage to recruit. But let's have a look, Dad. I mean, very unlucky, I think. And you've done the side really proud, finishing where you did.
I mean, you look at it very unlucky, but 7 points, that's, up behind Carlisle even. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
I've stayed in the league, comfortably in the league. I'm really happy with that. That's a good sort of steady the ship type of thing. Let's build on next season, really. It
was really tight, actually, all the way down to 13th place. If you think you're in 8th with 70 points, 13th had only 4 points less than you. So it was really close. That sort of like gap outside of the playoffs was really close. Would have been a lot better, well, a lot different season if you looked at it and gone, oh, we were 13th. All right, we survived.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh, we actually did quite well, but there's only 4 points difference. So unlucky.
I mean, Bristol Rovers got promoted and they were 9 points ahead of me. So
yeah,
that's 3 wins really, isn't it? So I'm going to take that as a big positive. Looking forward to next season. They build on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So didn't have any like players in around here, which is kind of as you'd expect. But if we're looking at how your team actually performed throughout the season, there wasn't a lot of goals.
No, that's the word. But I was only playing one up front. So and the two strikers that I expected, Charlie and the young lad I brought in from on loan, 14 apiece. So they've done what I needed them to do.
Yeah,
happy with the finish in the league. I've just got to build on that and try and get someone to help Charlie, really, because I'll be losing the young lad now.
Yeah, or find somebody new, of course. But yeah, if we're looking again at the league, in the league table, and seeing like goals wise, I think because obviously you didn't score that many, you can look at how many you actually conceded. 56. There were still a lot of clubs who did concede less than you, but if you're going like the clubs around you, Grimsby conceded less, but they scored a lot less. But like Rotherham, 77 goals there, and they were only 3 points behind you.
Yeah.
It just goes to show you're maybe having a bit more of a lower scoring season than what a lot of other clubs were, but keeping the ball out of the net as well. You had bad patches, but sort of where you ended up in the table.
Yeah. I mean, I did set myself up like that, didn't I, to be a little bit difficult to beat, really.
Yeah.
So that sort of looks like it paid off. So I think it all depends on what sort of like. I've got the midfield. I think the 2 boys in midfield I've got are quite good. It all depends on the other striker I get. If I can find myself a little gem, I might just play a little bit more attacking again.
Yeah, you got a few players that are leaving. Well,
that's
might leave. Yeah. Contracts up 2027. You can see, but a lot of them haven't actually transferred yet. So there's an option for obviously trying to keep them. Charlie Kendall's actually one of them as well. But recruitment, you haven't got that much yet. So it could be a case of financially you might be struggling at the minute and you might have to work around this at the minute. Maybe let a couple of players go before you bring in somebody new.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It looks a bit dodgy, doesn't it?
Oh, so could I already have the advantage joining you?
£341, that's not a lot.
No, that ain't going to get you one player. We were talking about the players being roughly about 3,000. Whoa, 10% of that, no chance. Well, that's going to be an interesting one. Make sure you are subscribed, because if you want to check out what happens next in Season 3 and 4, you're going to have to turn that notification bell on so you do not miss the next episode.
And after the amazing start we've had, there are already clubs coming in for us to take over. As after Dad was approached by Birmingham, I had 2 clubs in myself, but we ain't here for the short term. While Dad was bringing in new players and looking at adjusting his budgets to bring in more, I had a huge problem back in Morecambe. Because apparently we failed financial fair play and had been put under a transfer embargo, so there'll be no more signings. Luckily, before that happened, I did manage to sneak in and sign Tommy McDermott, who is without a club before, to play in midfield. So for now, we gotta hope that the team that we were promoted with is good enough, as we've got Dad early on as well. And in a very cagey back and forth match at Roots Hall, the game stayed at a deadlock 0-0 draw, and not a lot of excitement. However, one of us has started the season in slightly better form than the other has, and that's prompted Dad to make some tactical tweaks.
Well, Dad, 3 transfers in for you. I had a quiet weekend transfer window because of the transfer embargo. Yeah. Failed FFP. Oops. So, yeah, we got to try and survive without signing any other players.
Gonna make it hard for you then, I'm really.
Yeah. You've only signed 1 though on a free transfer and 2 loans. Nashordo Gibbs was the player that you brought in on a free transfer. Not an amazing player.
No, not an amazing, but it's just to make the numbers up. Really, I lost quite a few players, I think, with the new contracts and all that. So I was a bit short in the squad wise. So yeah, I've got this guy in, only 21, so he'll help the squad out. He's got 1 game, 1 goal, so can't be bad.
Then 2 loan signings.
Yes.
These are good deals.
Yes,
these are a lot better deals from what we were trying to find beforehand. So we got Roman Egan-Riley coming in from Spurs on loan, centre back option there. Good, obviously potential, but he's only 20, so with the 1 year loan deal that you got,
yeah, I mean he can use both feet. He's more right-footed than anything, but he can use both feet. So ideal for that position, really.
Yeah, and then we finally got Alfie Hutchinson from
I've signed him on my
Newcastle.
birthday, the day of my birthday, so that was a good signing for me, really. Happy birthday, Ian. Good winger, I feel.
18 years old,
Yep.
looks a good talent.
Yeah,
Got 2 assists
should do
already
well,
with
yeah.
1 goal. Very pacey.
Yeah.
And can jump as well. So back post headers, here we go. I mean, he's good dribbling, first touch, finishing ability. Not a bad player for this
Just what
level.
I needed, I think.
Yeah, good aggression as well. So if we're looking at it, a few changes then to the tactic.
Yeah, I started the season off with more of an attacking tactic than I wasn't doing too well. So I dropped it back to the same tactics I had last season and just sort of got back to normal again, really.
Yeah.
I was hoping to sort of have a real go at it and see how I got on, but it wasn't working too well at the beginning of the season, as you'll see. And changed it back to this, and it started just leveling off again.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the fixtures do speak for themselves. We had a 0-0 draw.
Yeah.
So very entertaining game, as you can see, but not a single win yet.
No.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So I was in a bit of trouble there. So I had to change it quickly.
I mean, you have played some difficult games. Exeter just been relegated. Salford are one of the better teams in the league. Carlisle came up with us.
Yeah.
That one should be one that you've been trying to win. Northampton also just come down as well. So you are playing all the difficult games. But yeah, there we go. Let's have a look then. I have actually made a sign-in. I don't understand why it's not showing it. But if we go on to my recruitment and the transfer history, it doesn't show anybody that I've signed. But I know I have because he's in my squad and he wasn't there the season beforehand. So here he is, Tommy McDermott, as you can see. It says I signed him last season. I didn't, because I would have played him last season. He didn't have a club, so I brought him in at the end of last season, and it's not even coming up on last season's transfers either, so I don't know. But anyway, this season, Tommy McDermott has played 5 games for us. He's got an assist. He's a decent midfielder. He's the guy that I've brought in, the only player I managed to bring in before that the transfer embargo was brought onto the club, and I couldn't sign anybody, which is rather annoying because I had 16 grand in the wages to sign other players, and I ain't been allowed to do it at all. So yeah, very frustrating, but we're just going to have to work with what we already had. I did manage to lock down quite a lot of players for longer contracts, which is great. Cardwell sticking into the team again from obviously a good season last year with 34 goals. He's got 5 in 5. Step up? What step up?
Yeah.
He's loving it, Harry Cardwell. So keeping him around. He's playing up front. We've changed it ever so slightly, so we've got a bit more solidarity. That's the word I was looking for in my midfield. And yeah, we'll see how this one plays out because at the start of the season, I've had a bit of a better time than what Dad has.
100%. Yeah, you got a couple of wins in there, so
Yeah.
that's good, really.
I even did quite well in the cup until Stoke knocked me out on penalties, but we got wins against Chesterfield, we got wins against Mansfield, and in the Virtue Trophy against Oldham. But I've got another draw against against Carlisle, sorry. Lost to Gillingham, and obviously that draw with yourself. So I'm really happy with that start of the season, considering I haven't been able to buy anybody. Sat in 10th place. You're very precariously down the bottom at the minute, Dad.
Yeah, I didn't have a good start, so yeah.
So yeah, you got Barnet and Mansfield to hopefully be worse than what you are this year.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's have a look then. Season number 3. First season where we're both in league football. This is kind of where I remember these two teams being. So we need to push on from here. I don't really want to do back-to-back because that means I'll struggle even more the following season with my basically National League side because I've only added one player. So let's see what happens.
As soon as Dad played his first game in September, his Southend side was back in form. The tactical tweaks had worked, and if it wasn't for that bad start and a little rough patch in October, he could have been looking at an automatic promotion spot right now, as Charlie Kendall continued to score goals for Dad, leading the way with 11. The most shocking part of the season in the League 2 campaign was how well my Morecambe side was playing. We picked up a couple of losses here and there, but Cardwell and Aziz were doing exactly the same thing as what helped us get promotion from the National League, and the step up seemed to not affect them as much as I thought it would. And we were flying in second place and just a point behind Salford in first, not to mention 6 points above the playoff spots, which Dad was hoping to get himself into. The second match against each other didn't arrive until March, and at the very least it was a much more entertaining game than the 0-0 draw that we started off the season with. Morecambe took the lead and then doubled it with a fantastic work down the left hand side from Williams, but Dad did manage to pull one back for his Southend side from a deflected shot, but it ended 2-1. Despite that loss, Dad's Southend side were much better in the second half of the season and really pushed for promotion as well, just missing out on the automatics. And with a game to go, Dad secured his spot in the playoffs while I secured automatic promotion to Sky Bet League 1. The semi-final was against Rotherham, and in the first leg it was a back-and-forth match where Rotherham took the lead twice, only for Dad's Southend to pull back level each time. However, a big second leg 2-0 win at Roots Hall, and Dad's off to Wembley to play in the playoff final. Funny enough, it was Carlisle who Dad had to face, who of course were promoted with him in season number 1. A fitting clash that all things considered, but Dad didn't want to fall behind me after taking the first season lead. But with the scores tied at 1-1 after Carlisle's equaliser, that's when Southend stepped up late on, scoring in the 83rd minute of the match to regain the goal advantage, then secure the win with a third to join me in League 1 next season.
Well, it went down to the final day, but congratulations, Dad.
Oh,
You're joining me in Sky Bet League 1.
What a great season for both of us.
Not bad at all, is it?
I'll take that late go fest there, love.
Yeah, a couple of goals from Feeney and Fenton there to get you through to the playoff, well, through the playoff final and into Sky Bet League 1. Great season for
Carlisle
us.
as well, they come up with us, so I'll take that as a good win really for us.
Yeah.
Probably in the league. 90
points I finished on. You finished on 75. Carlisle were the team in between us. Salford went on and won it with 100 points. Warsaw with 96. I was nowhere near them. I was going to leave my own towards the end of the season there. Just 90 points, just chilling there. Automatic promotion. Happy days. We're all good. We both leave and Exeter stays. Unlucky, the scum. So yeah, we're going up. I can't believe it.
Oh, it was a big bonus, really, but it makes it a little bit harder for us, really, because I don't think we've got a good enough team to be in the League 1, really. So
no,
I'm going to take it.
You've had two seasons in League 2 and been able to make transfers. I've had one signing coming in, they don't even count it. So going into this
good
year,
season for you, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's giving you a big wage budget. You might be able to flick around with it and have some transfer budget as well, but it's kind of all the recruitment that you're doing in this level is very much free transfers as much as you can, because you don't really want to spend the money that they do give you.
No.
And I'm pretty much the same. If we're looking at mine, I mean, 28 grand. It might not, we don't even have our full budgets yet because it's right after the playoff final. But I'm exactly the same. Got 28 grand in the wage budget available. To give you an idea then, let's have a look. I can't even move it still. I can't even move it.
Yeah, it's probably too early, isn't it?
Yeah, oh no, it still says because of the financial fair play. So I might need to wait for this season to tick over before I can even do it.
Yeah.
I hope, because else I stand no chance.
No.
Next season, not being able to sign anybody. We'll go on to yours instead and see if we're able to maneuver your transfer. You've got quite a few. Yeah, you got. Oh, hello. You could have you could have about $1.5 million if you wanted to. But a lot of that, I would probably suggest you'd be better off using in the wage budget. But it's there.
It's there, yeah.
It's there if you need it. Good promotion. Let's look at the squads then and see how they perform throughout the season. Charlie Kendall was once again your best player.
Yeah, well done, Charlie.
30 goals from him. I did think Alfie Hutchinson would be a little bit higher than that in the goals, but he's had the best season in terms of rating for you on loan.
Yeah.
And the other signing that you brought in, Roman Egan Riley, a bit disappointing, I guess, possibly.
Yeah.
One assist, not.
But then he done a role for me, didn't he?
Back, yeah.
He's centre back, and I've got promoted, so I can't ask for no more than that, really.
Yeah, true. But yeah, Charlie Kendall, 30 goals. Is he good enough for the next standard, though? The next step up?
You look at that, you don't think he's a
Probably not.
30 goal player, do you? In League One. Or in
Sorry,
League Two,
Charlie.
I'm sorry, Charlie, but I'll bring you along for the ride.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not just going to dump you, Charlie, so don't go worrying about it.
Yeah, famous last words.
He's not 30, so you ain't going to worry about it, is
No,
he?
that's true. Let's see if my team is going to be any good for that following season. Harry Cardwell again, 29 goals. He was my top scorer for 2 years in a row. I don't think Harry's going to be good enough. But again, I don't want to get rid of him. I'll probably just look to bring in somebody to replace him as the first team, and we'll go from there. Miguel Aziz has had a good year again, but is he going to be good enough for that step up? He was definitely my best player this season, so I would like for him to stick around. And then, obviously, Elijah Dixon Bonnet was also really good for me. Again, this season, 17 assists.
Yeah.
He had the highest amount of assists from that centre midfield position. But again, we are looking at the same team almost from what I had in season number 1. I really need to do something in here. And hopefully they allow me to do that going into season number 4, because else I think I'll be in big trouble.
I was buzzing to be able to sign players again because my scouts found an amazing wonder kid Nugen in the Leyton Orient side with a very small release clause. My dad also struck gold too because a Nugen come through his youth academy and grown into a top player already that he could potentially use this season. But with more additions to the lineup, I made some tactical tweaks again that would get the best out of my new signings. One of them being a new striker in Oliver Boast, who is only 19 years of age and is a starting player for us, cracking pace with a good first touch and finish. And he certainly hit the ground running once the season got underway. What a run from the edge of his own box. Dad was also excited to see what Frankie Molyneux could do on his debut, and he scored a deflected long-range effort in a 4-1 win. And Dad's Southend was flying at the start of the season and currently sat top of the league as the transfer window closed.
It's been a great start for you, Dad. Sat pretty.
I'm not going to moan about that.
Top of the league.
Yeah. I'm really pleased with that. I didn't change the tactics, so because of the last season start, when I did change the tactics, I thought, no, I'm not going to change it. Stay as it is. Just try and improve the squad. That's what I've done. Hey, it's worked. Top of the league. I'm going to take that.
Yeah, so good start to the season now after 5 games. I'm happy with mine as well, because if we're not down the bottom, then we're all happy days. But we had like a weird thing in our well, I was eventually been able to make transfers. I found an absolute gem of a Nugen for quite cheap as well, which we'll have a look again in a second. But I mean, the guy in your youth academy, and there was another goalkeeper that you sent out on loan.
I've got
That's
a goalkeeper coming free. He's only 17.
Yeah.
So I sent him out on loan, but this guy, 18.
Frankie Molyneux.
He looks really good, doesn't he?
He looks brilliant.
Yeah.
Now, I've done the New Gen Face Pack. Have a look at FM Trek's YouTube channel for the New Gen Face Pack.
Looks good.
It does look really good. 18 years of age, he is already valued up to nearly £4 million. Natural fitness of 15. Already, that's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic technique. What a player.
I mean, he's playing in the role in midfield as well as one of the hardest positions for a youngster to be coming into a team, I feel.
Yeah.
But he's going to be locked into my team. I'm going to put him straight in. I'm not messing around with this guy. If he can do it, he's going to play. So I'm putting him in.
He's got good player traits as well. Plays 1-2s, comes deep to get ball. They're not showing the other one, which is frustrating. What is the other one? Tries long range passes. I mean, as player traits go for a centre mid, kind of spot on. He has a fairly professional personality.
Yeah.
5-star potential compared to your squad. If you can keep hold of him for a couple of years,
he's going to be with me for a few years now.
He could make you a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
They're probably not... I mean, it would be amazing. Lovely fairy tale story to be able to take him all the way to the Premier League with you.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's probably something you're going to look at and go, that's someone that when we get to the Championship, we cash in on.
Yeah.
And that brings in 3 other players.
I could be looking at someone like 30, 40 million, couldn't I?
I don't... Very optimistic to get 30 or 40 million pounds.
You've heard it first. You've heard it here first.
Very much doubt it. But let's have a look at the rest of the transfers that you brought in, as well as, of course, then we'll have a look at my my new gen, because you made quite a lot of signings. This season.
Didn't spend a lot of money on them, so just the wages. So yeah.
So some really good players that came in on free transfers. Pedro Milan's being one of them. A lot of them are just... I'll skim through them quite quickly because, I mean, this guy's good. Alfie Linsky, a good winger,
really
young
pleased
as
getting
well.
him in as well, yeah.
Couple of loans as well that we've picked up here from West Brom being one of them. Bristol City getting Luke Skinner, who's not a bad striker either.
Nope.
And the other loan signing there is Lecky Drake from Sunderland. Good centre-back down through the spine there, the centre-back and striker one.
Yeah.
But more free transfers. Max Merrick, another good goalkeeper.
I needed another goalkeeper. I think I lost a reserve keeper. So this guy's going to fit into that role quite well and push the first team goalkeeper all the way.
Yeah, so he's decent. A couple of other free transfers that ended the transfer window because you were constantly just like able to put more money into wages.
Yeah.
Charlie Penman, because obviously we've seen how much you could have gone up to, like 1.5 million. Instead, I think you were quite smart just bringing in bodies. Charlie Penman, 22 years of age, good potential.
Yes.
Should be a quite good player. I mean, starting off attributes, unbelievable. If you worked on his physicals, he could be a class player.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So he looks really good.
Left-footed as well, so that's the hardest position to get them as well.
Yeah. Then we got Jamal Mohammed, who's another good centre-back. 6'6" with 16 jump and reach down this level. Lovely stuff. Can't beat that. He looks really good. Miles Pert Harris. Great sort of attacking midfielder.
Yeah.
Option, not on a free transfer
He's
again.
White-footed, so he's going to be the opposite side to the youngster that I had into the team. So
Yeah.
ideal for that position as well.
Yeah, and then the final one, the most expensive in terms of wages, because you had quite a lot of wages left, and then this guy became available, and then he all disappeared. Because Fabio Tavares, you might recognise, used to be a bit of a wonder kid. He's on $7.5 grand, which is a lot compared to what we were paying just 2 seasons ago. But of course, he come through, I think it was when I recognised him, when he was at Coventry and he was playing quite a lot in the Championship. And then he's had a bit of a downward turn since then, found himself at Gillingham last year and had a good season for them. Now finds himself at Southend on a free transfer.
Yeah.
Very fast, good off the ball, good dribbling, good finishing. Not bad for a winger
Life
or
can
a
only
striker.
get better from coming to Southend, I feel.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, looking for a good season with him out in the wing.
As you said, you haven't changed the tactic.
No.
But you lock it in, Molyneux into that left side of centre mid. I think that's a wise choice.
Yep.
Because a lot of times you've been one to spoil youngsters' careers by just never giving them the game time. Just
It's
simply
worth the
by
gamble.
forgetting them.
I think it's worth the gamble, really, to stick him in, really. Yeah, like you do say, I did now and again. I do forget when I do get a youngster that's worth a gamble. So I'm going to take my chances, Tom.
Yeah. So is
Hope it
this
plays
the goal? There it is. Neil Jones
Yeah,
is the
doesn't he look good?
goalkeeper. So 15 reflexes. Not bad to kick things off. He did have a 5-star potential ability as well. There it is. 5-star potential ability in this team. So right now he doesn't look amazing, but if you're looking at just goalkeeping attributes, agility 12, positioning 12, reflexes 15. All right, these could be higher,
Yeah.
but for a 17-year-old
I
goalkeeper,
mean, one-on-one's
not bad.
11's not bad for seeing he's only 17.
Yeah,
I'll take that as well.
and he's out on loan, getting first-team football at Farnborough.
Yeah.
So he's played 5 games and he's got a clean sheet already. So good for him going out there very early on in his career. Now, we've seen obviously the results that you've had at the start of the season. Some really good ones as well. Bristol
Yes,
Rovers
definitely,
4-2. Walsall 3-2. Only a couple of games lost, which were in the Cups, which is absolutely fine. Drew to Colchester, which was the only points that you have dropped. So a very good start to the season. Hazard, I was able to make some signings and I was buzzing about it. So I made the most out of it. And as you can see, then I had 300 grand left in the transfer budget and I was unable to move it because of the financial fair play thing. Again, very frustrating because I could have signed a lot more players. But there we go. We'll have to wait for now. Anyway, we signed quite a few players. Now, compared to obviously the no signings that we made the season before, very happy to be able to do so. We've got a striker coming in here in Kelvin. Definitely not going to pronounce that last name, but he is a very good target forward. 6'3", good jump and reach. Not bad in the air, but he's better at, obviously when the ball gets up to him. I think he's going to be a bit more of a provider. However, he has scored 5 and got 2 assists in 5 games. So it's a cracking start for him because he's also quite quick and strong.
Hitting the ground running.
He has indeed. So then we've got Tyreek Bakinson from Leyton Orient. That's not the wonder kid, but I did buy him from Leyton Orient. So Tyreek Bakinson has come in. I bought him because he's got really good physicals. In midfield, good physicals, good stamina. Technicals are a little bit lapsed. Not bad mentals, just a very good squad player to bring in, I think. Sam Long from Bromley, really happy with this. New goalkeeper. come out of nowhere, to be
Yeah.
honest. Bromley were letting him go on a free transfer, or he didn't want to stay, and I think he's fantastic. Star player, only 25 years of age as well. Oliver Boast, here's my new striker. Whoa.
He wouldn't come to me.
No.
I tried to get him in and it come up just totally not interested. So, Morecambe, you got something more than I got.
He knew where
He obviously didn't want to
go.
come down to Essex, did he?
Yeah, so he must be a northerner. Where did he come through in his career? Spurs. Ha! Hilarious. No, he was originally at Leeds.
Yeah.
So as we can see there, he was originally at Leeds. But yeah, I've signed him. Free transfer. Not bad at all. Oliver Boast. Great physical attributes. Great determination. Scored 3 already. So both my strikers have hit the ground running there. Then we got... Who's this? Oh, he was on loan at you last season.
Yeah.
Roman Egan Riley. Seeing that he was going on a free transfer and seeing that you weren't doing anything about it, so I brought him in myself, and he goes straight into my starting 11. 2 more before we look at the Wonder Kid. We got Nathan Smith, another centre-back coming in. Bit more experienced centre-back, 32 years of age. And remember, I haven't been able to sign any players for so long that all of my players have either left the club or they were National League standard. So I needed to even bring in substitutes just to fill my bench up. And this is a very good player to bring in, I think. The mental attributes and the physical attributes alone are worth bringing him in for his experience. And then the other side was Ed Francis, a good centre midfielder who can also play defensive midfield. Again, very experienced, 28 years of age, kind of an all-rounder. Exactly what I wanted. But the main man is Alistair McIntosh. 70k I paid for. 70k. When I seen that he was 70k release clause, I was like, talk about spending money. 70 grand for Alistair McIntosh.
Yeah.
18 years of
18
age.
years of age. He looks good, doesn't he?
God, he does, doesn't he? Natural fitness and stamina. His only real weakness is his physical attributes at the minute, but that's something obviously we can work on. And with game time, he's got great potential, very good technique, fantastic mental attributes for his age, to be fair. Unambitious personality.
That's the only. That's
So-
the only. That's it, really.
You say that the good thing about unambitious personality is if he's got high professionalism but he's unambitious, he'll want to stay.
Yeah.
I don't really care about the Premier League. I'll stay here. I like it at Morecambe.
Well, there you go. You might do.
Yeah, I get to watch the VC every now and then
Oh,
when they
hey.
wrestle for Odyssey Pro
That's got to
Wrestling.
be worth it, then, isn't it?
As tag
It's gotta
team
be worth
champs.
it.
Well, you know. So there we go. Alistair McIntosh, who is English. I imagine he's got some kind of Scottish heritage as well. Has joined from Leyton Orient for 70k. Now, match squad, if we're looking at it, looks a bit like this. Now, I haven't locked him in, which might be a bit of a mistake, but he was playing games anyway in rotation, so I'm kind of happy just to let things play out. But as you can see, I have gone for a target forward as well. And I think this season, I just want to survive. So I don't want to risk anything, you know, locking in a youngster and then ever progressing. We've got him locked down for a few seasons, three-year contract. If we survive this season, then if he didn't play enough games, I can lock him in and keep him, and then we've already built around him then. We know we can survive. I just don't want to waste the opportunity of going, oh, let's lock him in now, and then, oh, we're relegated and sacked. And it costs us the job. So let's stick with the experienced heads, give him game time when we can, then work on his development after.
I'm a bit nervous now that I've locked my player in.
He was good, though.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
He was very good. And he come through your youth academy, it's kind of like you owe him it.
Yeah, I do, yeah, really.
I'll
yeah.
pay 70 grand for it. You probably have a nice sign-on fee.
I think playing in the midfield position, there's 2 other players around him that can help him as well. So.
Yeah, you got 3 in midfield. I'm only playing 2. So,
Yeah.
okay, so I've had a good start to the season as well, as you mentioned. I have dropped a couple of points. I lost 4-1 to Huddersfield. Big club in this league.
Yes.
Very big club. Also drew to Wigan, which isn't a bad result, really, or Portsmouth. Three of the biggest clubs in this division, I'd say. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about it at all. Defeated Walsall 4-1. Defeated Wimbledon 3-0. So, Carlisle 4-2.
The last cup result was really good, I feel.
Yeah, through on the cups.
Yes.
On penalties as well.
Against West Brom, they're a big side.
Yeah, Miguel Aziz is still featuring every now and then too, which I'm pleased with. He's got two starts, 3 off the bench, so I don't want to again lock him in, but he's still knocking around, so that's 2 divisions up. Still keeping with some of the core players there. This is an exciting season.
Yes.
Season number 4. Let's see if we can survive in Sky Bet League 1. But let's see first. Let's go back to that, sorry. Let's see first where they put us, because although you are top of the league, the season preview puts us 22nd and 23rd.
Looking at that, you got no chance.
Yeah, 300 to 1. Only Stevenage is lower than me. Portsmouth are odds-on favourites. The 3 relegated sides of Watford and Reading, 2 of them are in there. Bolton is the other one. And Argyle, who reached the playoffs last year, is in there at 5 to 1 too. So, yeah, some big clubs, but they do not rate us at all.
Nope. Which
is kind of funny. Is that... Argyle signed Karabashvili, which is the wonder kid. That's crazy. That's so mental that they've got Karabashvili. Fair play, Plymouth Argyle. Free transfer as well.
Transfer as well.
He is like the wonder kid that everybody's going on about, and Plymouth Argyle signed him.
We wish.
It's almost like we were the managers of it, because that's something that I would try and do. Because he's unbelievable. He is.
Yeah, 19. He's that good already.
I mean, he's a left back. The Dream 11 have got him playing centre midfield. That's how good he is.
There you go.
Oh no, he's centre back. Sorry.
Centre back, yeah.
That's crazy. I cannot believe that they got him. Unbelievable. They should be going up. That's mental. But see if we can join them or just survive. All I want to do is survive.
Yeah, definitely.
There's no point going to the championship just yet. We'll be absolutely terrible in it.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
No idea what changed, but Dad's form dropped and he didn't win a single game then until the 21st of October in the league against Stevenage. I actually had the opposite, where my Morecambe side started a real strong run and then went into a rough patch going into December, which was about the same time as when we then had to face Dad in the home fixture. And annoyingly, he had just started a good run of form and he took the lead, but we came firing back from kickoff to equalise just a minute later, only for Dad to make it 2-1 a minute after that, and only 10 minutes was even on the clock. And a fourth and final goal went in 5 minutes before half-time as Tavares sealed the win for Southend, which goes completely against where we both sit in the league table as well, as it drops me out of the playoff spots in 8th place while Dad is down in 16th. Oliver Boast and Kelvin up front for me at Morecambe tried their best, but a lot of the team around them simply weren't good enough, and as much as I hoped we would stay around those playoff spots, it was always unlikely. Dad's run of form didn't last long, and although he never got sucked into the relegation scrap, he never really climbed back into the top half of the league table either. But at the end of the season, he still gets to bragging rights till next year as he wins 3-2 on the final day of the season against me.
Well, he beat me on the final day of the season, but it was all good. We were safe anyway. You were fair. Well, look at that. Loads away. 12 points away from the bottom anyway. So, although you were down in 16th, nowhere near the
I'm
drop.
not worried with it. I'm just pleased that I've survived, really. I think that's a good season for both of us, really.
Yeah. I'm actually managed to finish in the top half.
Yeah, it's good.
66 points. So I'm really pleased with that. I can only have finished 11th as the highest if I did beat Dad, so that's absolutely fine. Somehow Plymouth Argyle, with the best wonder kid on the game, did not go up. Missed out by a point. And then couldn't go through the playoffs, which is, that's rough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unlucky for them. Now, if we're looking at the across the whole season, the most goals was from Sam Fountain, who is at Blackpool. I wonder if any of our players were there, because we put in some good players recently. Is any of our players up there? Doesn't look... Oh, they've got Oliver Boast.
Yeah.
Oliver Boast with 18 goals in 36 appearances. Again, we don't know why the age is there. It makes no bloody sense.
Down as well, that one with the... really hard name to pronounce.
Kelvin. Yeah, Kelvin, he's up there too. Yeah. So both of them with 18 goals. I'm really happy with that. That's not too bad. Southend player there, Luke Skinner.
Yeah, I got him in 13 goals. I'm happy with that.
13 goals, but yeah, not bad at all. Very good indeed. So I mean, in the end, the Carabao Cup, I got to the 4th round before Sunderland knocked me out. Is what it is, isn't it? The Virtue Trophy, Salford managed to win that. We didn't get anywhere closer than that, and Portsmouth knocked me out of the FA Cup. So we're not really looking at cups at this point. No. You were in the first round by Wigan, second round by Watford in that one. So it's all about just surviving the leagues, because again, this is the race to the Prem at the end of the day. Those cup competitions are just an afterthought until we get into the Premier League. Let's see then. Squads. So how are we chilling with the team? So we got 16 goals here from striker who was on loan.
Yes, that's the only thing I'm disappointed about. That I'm going to have to get myself another striker.
Yeah,
that's the only thing with loan signings, isn't it? Really, if they're really good, you think, oh no, I'll lose him.
Never fall in love with a loan.
No, that's a problem, isn't it? So
yeah,
but he done a job for me, so
he did.
I'm pleased with that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Fabio Tavares had a terrible time, look.
Yeah.
Had a terrible time. Dropped off in terms of ability. Was it... so injury-wise, he's been out for 4 weeks there, a couple of 2 weeks, which was last season. So he hasn't really been injured. He's just not really done that well.
No. That's a bit
which is
disappointing,
weird.
really,
He looked like he was going to be one of your best players.
Yeah.
The two best players, I think, is obviously your two centre mids that you brought in, Miles Peart-Harris and Frankie Molineux. He's developed.
He has, yes.
Oh, I'm excited to see his valuation, Dad. 8.4 to 11 million.
Well,
Oh, you're almost touching that 30 million mark you mentioned.
It's on its way up, isn't it?
He's unhappy.
Oh, come on.
Wants to move to a stronger
No,
squad.
not already. Frankie, come on, boy. Stay with me. I'll take you all the way, Frankie.
You've got him on a 2-year deal for now. Oh my God, he looks so good.
I'm going to have to just keep offering him a new contract and try and make him happy again.
I don't think you'll want to.
No, I don't think you will.
You might have to cash in earlier than what we
Yeah.
thought, and then we just follow his career.
I
Maybe.
mean, I definitely won't get rid of him this season, so it could be looking at 20 million next season then if I
Yeah.
have to get rid of him too.
He might be a player that you have to get rid of now and then eventually, like, rejuvenate with later.
Yeah.
Reunite later on when you take Southend up a little bit more.
Well,
Bring Frankie back.
When he comes begging to me, then, can
Yeah,
I
it's
come
got,
back?
I can't get into the Newcastle team.
Yeah.
Frankie Molineux. I'm
Come on,
very
Frankie.
interested to see how his career plays out.
Stay with me, lad. I'm going to take you all the way.
That's going to be quite a funny one to see. But some good players. I mean, overall, you're looking at the ability of your players. You've got some decent players in there. But you will be having to replace Drake and Skinner, who, of course, play quite a lot for you this year. You haven't got a lot to play around with right now.
Is it too early, though? We're not into June
Might
yet,
be.
so hopefully it's because
Might
we're not
be.
into June.
Could
Fingers
be.
crossed that it's that, really.
But we're in the lower leagues. They tend to give it to you earlier.
Yeah.
Which is why we come back earlier. But we'll have to see. Now, my Morecambe side, who somehow struggled with loads of money and then gave me loads last season. So I don't know where this is coming from. But financial fair play is kicking my ass at the minute. Now, goals-wise, Oliver Boast, great signing coming in. He's only 20 years of age as well. Good potential. And I've got him locked for another 2 seasons too. So, yeah, 22 goals. Really happy with that. He looks like he's getting quicker too. So, happy to keep him until hopefully we can get ourselves promoted as well and see where we go from that. Now, my youngster, where is he? So, Miguel Aziz still playing games. That's fantastic. Did he play any? I really hope he did play because I'll feel bad if he didn't play at all. Alistair McIntosh, there he is. He didn't. He didn't play a lot. I think it's worth locking him in next season because he'll probably do what your player did and jump up. Now that I know our team's really good enough to survive, and I don't think I'm losing that many players from my first team out of contract. I think I went through and made sure my contracts for the team that I was playing most of the time was kind of secure. Yeah, so you can see I've only got like Ben Williams, who's a left back who played quite a lot, Lewis Payne, who played quite a lot off the bench, and Jordan Gabriel, my right back, who I remembered would only sign a 1-year deal, is going out of contract. But that's not the end of the world, to be honest. We still got a good side here and could field a good team for another year. So I think it might be worth the risk putting him into the team and just playing him. I should have made him available for the youth team, really. That was a mistake on my part. Recruitment. We've been given 300 grand in the budget, but it's whether they're going to allow us to move it across. Because last time, we weren't allowed to do that. Adjust the transfer budget, and again, cannot be adjusted because of financial fair play regulations. So that's 2 seasons in a row at this point. I have been unable to move that, and I really hope that changes soon. Because that's going to bother me if we can't do anything.
It's like trying to play with one arm tied behind your back, isn't it? You got this money, but you can't use it properly.
You can't have it. It's 300 grand if you want to spend it. Brilliant. You can't though. Oh, all right, fair enough. Well, just don't have it there then. That's really frustrating. But there we go. We're going into season number 5. You do not want to miss what happens because we've got some extra interest with a couple of young players that we've managed to pick up, 2 centre midfielders. So make sure you are subscribed and you do not miss the next episode when we come back for season number 5. And of course, we also have a wonder kid midfielder each that we are hoping to be a star player or someone we can cash in on soon. But this summer, Dad went for a different approach in terms of transfers and attempted to utilise the loan market and bringing in players to Southend. Well, I'm looking at bringing in the best free transfers that my budget would allow me to, with some tactical tweaks for this season where McIntosh will play a much more prominent role in the team as that defensive midfielder.
While Dad is sticking by his 4-3-3 into a 4-2-3-1 out of possession for his Southend team going into Season 5. And striker Fabio Tavares has started the season in white-hot form, scoring 3 goals in the first 2 fixtures for Dad, which in the league equated to 6 points. It didn't stay that good for long, but it was still a decent start for Dad with 3 league wins from 5. Whereas things for us in Morecambe have started terribly, with just 1 point from 5 games, leaving us currently at the bottom of the league.
Right, Dad, I don't start the season very well, but I have gone for a lot of free transfers. You've gone into the loan market, I've gone free transfers. Declan Firth was the first guy I brought in, needed a little bit of strength and depth on the wings. Ogbeta was another one, used to play for Argyle as a left back. He was one of the ones where it was like current ability, 3.5 star. I'll sign him, signs him, 2 star. Great. And obviously that's not what you want. But yeah, Dean Benamar might be a better option for me. He looks like a better left-back option and has good potential as well, only 21. So he might be my starting left-back this season, and we'll use Ogbeta as a backup. Mark McGuinness, starting centre-back option, 28 years of age from Ireland. He's even been capped as well, so he looks really good. 6'4", good jumping reach, decent for this League One level. And then we got the 2 best signings, I think, that I have made. Starting off with Owen Asamoah, who looks like a really good goalkeeper for the future. 21 years of age, 5-star potential in my team. Quite low wages too. Happy to be a backup right now.
It's good, isn't it?
So yeah, I'm happy with that. But the best one that we are using and has scored 5 goals and 3 assists despite us still being bottom of the league is Toby Adeyemo. Good free transfer option, 24 years of age, Nigerian, has good valuation already. Not amazing pace, but he has good acceleration. Not amazing finishing either, but good flair and good off the ball for this level.
There's nothing about it you sort of think, yeah, I'm definitely going to sign him and he'll score 5 goals.
Well, 13 heading, 15 jumping reach and 6'2". He can head the ball. He's just not very brave when he does it. He's only got 6 for bravery, but he scored a lot at the minute. Yeah, does like to beat the offside trap. So yeah, I think he's already proven his worth bringing him in just as a free transfer. And looking at the side, I mean, I'm locking in McIntosh, of course, because I want him to play as many games as possible, get a little bit of growth there. He was wanted. There was a lot of clubs around. Fishing around him, but they were all for loans. Now, I ain't going to loan him out. I want to use him. I want him to be my best player. So, best pick, looking at this, he does naturally go in, but around him, there are a lot of players who can't naturally play in the positions I'm asking them to play, but we drop him back into this 4-2-3-1 from that 4-2-2-2. Hasn't started well, as we've mentioned. I've had a bad start to the season. I've won against Mansfield and Wrexham in the Cup, which is amazing. Oliver Boast with 4 there. Cool. So he's had a great start. But in the league, it's not been fantastic. Where you've just dropped out of the playoff spot after only 5 games, I need to start doing something or else I'm going to be in the danger zone for a long time. But as we said, you looked at the loan market this season. A couple of free transfers, including one from Wrexham there.
Yeah, this guy can be like a winger or a left back for me, so I do 2 positions really. So
yeah, he's got 2 assists as well already. But the main crux of your signings came from the loan market. So Alfie Hutchinson from Newcastle, in on loan, a good winger, only 20 years of age, but it's one of those lots of pace and good jumping reach. Determined player as well.
He's a good dribbler as well, so yeah, he can get down the wingers, whether he'll get it across good enough for me, really.
Leo Pakova from Bristol City. So Bristol City's using their youngsters there, so he looks like an alright striker as well. Good natural fitness. This is really annoying, isn't it? Every time you have to go back and click again. One from Manchester United and another one from Norwich. So a centre attacking midfielder from Manchester United. This might be your best one, I think.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I don't know how your scouts only rate, or your club only rate him 2.5 star in terms of the rest of the team.
I mean, you're looking at that, great. Yeah, he looks really good, doesn't he? So yeah, it's a good signing.
Yeah, so he looks really good. I mean, he's Serbian with the last name of Fletcher. Did Darren have a little bit to do with this? Darren, you've already got 2 sons, Jack and I can't remember the other one. But yeah, is he another one? Then we've got Teo Julian from Norwich, also in on loan. Can play naturally at right back or centre defensive midfield.
Yeah, I do have in the team really in it, so I don't usually like doing the loan signings neither, because you can get a really good one in, can you? And it'd be really good for you.
Never fall in love with a loan signing.
Yeah, and then you just lose them really. I do like going down the road where you get your free signings and get them in really, because you should keep them for a couple of years then.
All right, to be ultra critical as I like to be with you. Loan signings are great when you make them the best players in your team. 2.5 stars.
I had to fill out the squad. That was my problem. I was struggling to get players in.
Stars.
So I had to make sure I had squad players more than anything as well. Just fill it. I didn't have very many players because I'm losing players left, right, and centre and not signing contracts and things like that. So
As we both are.
yeah, no, yeah, definitely, yeah. This is what makes it so hard in this when you go to the lower leagues and things like that.
Yeah, don't forget, we had like 2 quite early promotions as well. So our club financially can't get themselves stable before we're already pushing them up again.
Yeah.
But Frankie Molyneux is still at the club at the time being. He is unhappy though.
Oh no, yeah,
He wants to move to a bigger club.
Struggling to keep him. That's the problem, innit? You've got to get promoted to keep him happy, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking really good now, isn't he? So
He is looking absolutely fantastic. Obviously, come through that youth academy side. Fairly professional personality
he knows where he wants to go, doesn't he?
So, yeah, you can imagine he is destined for bigger things, and it would be nice to sort of follow his career as well. But yeah, you started a little bit better at the start of the season. Got a couple of losses in there to Grimsby and Watford recently.
Yeah.
But you started well. You had 2 wins against Bolton and Wickham, then lost to Wickham 2-0. Both home games as well, which was kind of funny. 3 days. Do you reckon Wickham stayed down?
You would think professionally they would, wouldn't you? But financially, they probably didn't. They probably up and back on the same day, in it really.
Yeah, and
no
then they have to come back down again 2 days later.
Yeah, that's right.
That'd have been silly.
Yeah.
But then a nice little win against Bristol Rovers, give you a little bit of hope. But the Watford game, that we knew that they were really good. Of course, they've been.
Watford are really good in our league. So
yeah,
I think the Bolton result was probably a really good away from home as well. So
yeah, season preview. Let's have a quick look at it because it's got me rock bottom. So that's a great sign. Really happy with that. But it's got you down in 20th, Dad.
Yes.
So a little bit
Not good,
above a couple of the promoted sides, but lower than Chesterfield in comparison. So MK Dons, they really rate them considering they've only just come up 9th.
Yeah.
They must have a little bit of money. All right, well, let's see. Season number 5 then. Chido Obi Martin is in the league, which is kind of hilarious. At Birmingham on loan from Manchester United. So that's the type of calibre of player we've got to contend with this year in this league, in League One. We are racing to the Prem, though. One of us needs to take that step up into the Championship. Is it this year?
The Morecambe versus Southend match came around in late October, and I thought we were going to cause an upset after taking the lead. However, in the second half, Dad's Southend side picked things up and Linsky scored an equaliser, which was then doubled down when Fabio Tavares scored the winner to make it 2-1. It did take a while, but eventually our form got much better, and we even strung a few wins together with McDermott shining during this period. Dad, though, seems to continue his great start and be in good form in season number 5 of our journey. And out of the 2 of us, he is the one knocking on the door right now in terms of promotion, as he's currently sat in the playoff positions, while I'm sat just a point outside of relegation. The second time we clashed, however, I held Dad to a 0-0 draw at Roots Hall. Even with this, my Morecambe side were struggling and hanging on precariously above the danger zone, with Adeyomo and Oliver Bose scoring very important goals. Dad was still in the playoff area and looking to try and stay there, with Fabio Tavares on form to score some really important goals for him. With just 5 games remaining, Dad was still in 5th place and 4 points away from 7th, while I'm down here scrapping and just 3 points above the relegation zone. Luckily for me, the lads on my side still had some fight in them and managed to pull off some big results at the end of the season just to survive. Dad, on the other hand, with Southend, has had a bit of a ropey end of the season. And on the final day, Dad needs to better Salford's result to stay in the playoffs. Dad even had the trickier match against 10th place Huddersfield while Salford played Reading, but on the day when it mattered, Southend got the job done with a comfortable 4-1 win, cementing their position in the playoffs. Dad was then drawn against Watford in the semi-finals, and in the first leg it was a tight 2-2 draw at home. So Dad's Southend side had a job on their hands to cause an upset against the 3rd best team in the league in an away win, which is exactly what they did. 2-0 on the night and 4-2 on aggregate, where they would now go on to play AFC Wimbledon in the final at Wembley. So a massive day in the history of Southend. Could Dad take a step ahead once again in the race to the Prem and gain promotion to the Championship? Well, unfortunately, after falling behind in the first half, Southend failed to pull a goal back and AFC Wimbledon's lead was doubled and they went on to gain promotion.
Good fight, but very, very unlucky, Dad.
Yeah, I thought I'd done the best job beating Wimbledon in the semi-final. Watford, sorry, yeah. And I thought that was the hard, especially beating them away from home as well to get to the final. Wimbledon too good for me on the day.
Yeah,
Such
AFC Wimbledon going up. But across the season, I mean, you were obviously quite a good side in comparison to where I was. all the way down the bottom in 19th. I mean, I did manage to survive and quite, safely in the end, 5 points, 4 clubs going down. I did forget about that halfway through the season, that those 4 clubs going down, because I was in 21st. I was like, oh, good. I'm out of relegation. Looked, I'm like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Keep forgetting that it's the easiest one to get out of in terms of the League Two. But yeah, so survived. We did all right. We got there in the end. But yeah, well done, Dad. 6th place, creeping into that last playoff spot. And then maybe is it a good sign of things to come next season, or is it?
Sometimes you got to take your chances when you get them, ain't you? I mean, like I said earlier, the lone players will go in now. That's them finished. And you got to start all over again, isn't it? So, it's
no surprise. Birmingham finished top of the league after getting Chido Obi Martin.
Yeah, Argo followed behind him, right?
Yeah,
pleased with that.
So he had the highest average rating, which is no surprise. Will Main was the top scorer, though, of Salford, but he's on loan from Derby. That might be one that maybe we could try and bring in next year. Very good pace. Looks like a quality. They'll probably use him. Yeah. That's how good he looks. He looks like a player that Derby, unless they've gone up to the Premier League, would probably use him. But yeah, okay. So recruitment for me, I haven't got hardly anything at the minute. 52k is nothing when I'm 15 grand over on my wage budget. So yeah, this looks like it could be a tricky one for me. But in going out of contract, if we're looking at that, I do have about 10 players, including about 3 or 4 first team players as well. Miguel Aziz, I think it might be time Miguel Aziz is leaving. Obviously, he's been here since day one. The player that I highlighted on day one at Morecambe, he was really good. We're a little bit out of his depth now. Yeah. He didn't want to sign another contract after not really being used. He is on 5 grand a week as well, so might be time for him to go, as well as like the likes of Jack Kane, who's on like 1.9. All of this coming back into the team is going to be better for me to be able to spend elsewhere, because we still got the likes of Oliver Boast. He's got another year on his contract. I need to make the most out of that because he was top scorer. 19 for Adeyemo, but 23 for Oliver Boast.
Yeah, that's good.
Considering he is still my player and only 21.
Yeah.
Really solid. I'm glad that we still got him around for just one more season. Alistair McIntosh, though, the centre midfielder, the wonder kid that I picked up, after giving him a full season in the team, does look a little bit better. 70k does look like it was worth it in the end. 46 games, only got a goal and an assist. We are more looking at the attributes rather than his statistics at this point. Yeah. I think the trouble that he might have is physical attributes. Yeah. Physical attributes are very really low. Yeah. But it could be good for me because I could just sell him because his current ability is high. Yeah. And make the most out of it, knowing that he might not ever be as good as what we'd hoped because of those physical attributes, because mentally and even technically he does look good for 20 years of age with good potential. Over to you, Dad. We're looking, of course, at a lot of these players. Now, you've got 0 at the minute. I mean, we are at the end of May. We might not have been given the budgets just yet. You are over by 21,000, so you're over more than what I am. And if we're looking at the players who are leaving, again, you've got even more. Yeah. And a lot of them as well are first team players. Yeah. So that's 14 players in total. A lot of them, of course, are loans. 4 of them are loans. So 10 players going out. Fabio Tavares is one of them. 25 goals this season. Don't really want to be losing him after how good of a year he's had for you. But even players, I mean, like Miles Putt Harris is a really good player for you. First teamer too. Yeah. And he's wanted. And he's going out of contract. So definitely something for you to be keeping occupied with. It's hard. Summer.
It's hard. You know, if they don't want to stay, they don't want to stay, do they? When they come to the end of the contract and you just nothing you can do about it. You can't offer them extra money. No. You go to offer them extra money and the club just stop it. Yeah. So I don't know, struggling.
You've got 4 years though on Frankie Molyneux, who signed a new deal, but he is wanted.
I was lucky there when I saw. Yeah. It's. I mean, as much as I don't want to say this, it's setting it up for it to be sold to save the club. Yeah. And occupy 5-6 players with the money I get from him.
Yeah, I mean, even if you got, I know he's worth like 10 million, but even if you got 3 million for him, that just leaves you so many options to bring in free transfers.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
With all that cash, so might be an option. But Charlie Penman as well, you've got him locked down for another 3 years. He's a very good centre back. Yeah. Again, struggles with physical attributes, but the rest of him looks solid. Look, if he had good physical attributes, he's a Premier League centre back.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
That's how good he is. But yeah, Interesting summer that we've got ahead then, as Dad just narrowly misses out on going to the championship.
Needed that one.
This summer I had a problem as my goalkeeper San Long wanted to leave and there was already bids lined up for him. So I decided to accept and let him leave. £210,000 would be useful as we currently have nothing and I could find a new goalkeeper for free to bring in. However, the biggest transfer shock came in Southend as Dad was forced to sell Frankie Molyneux to Ipswich for £5 million, which allowed him to spend himself, as he brought in £2.8 million worth of new talent to Southend off the back of Molyneux's money, with a couple of midfielders and other positions that he felt like he needed to gain promotion this season. Dad kept the same system, whereas I went for a 4-2-2 combination instead. And although we drew the first couple of games, it was certainly better than the last season's opening fixtures. Southend were already showcasing how they were unlucky not to gain promotion last year, with an even better start than before. Sitting in third place with 12 points, joint top, while I was down in 15th.
Well, we did mention it. He is gone.
Yes.
Frankie Molyneux's left the club.
I was getting silly offers as well for like £2 million and things like that, so I had to keep turning them down. But eventually, someone come in with an offer of £5 million. I just couldn't turn that down.
Yeah,
really. I know his value's up there, is that big, and you think, oh yeah, I'll get that. You never do. The best offer I could get was $5 million. I had to take it. It helps the club out. I thank them very much, and hopefully I might see him again.
Yeah, I tried to get him on loan. He rejected me. I thought that would have been hilarious. You imagine that, you sold him, I loan and get promoted because of it.
That would have been funny, yeah.
Yeah,
I should have tried to loan him back.
Yeah, you should have. 3.5k he's only on wage-wise, which is peanuts, really, in comparison to some of the players, what some of the players are asking for. But he did good for you for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's always make sure we follow what he does in this race of the Prem. It'll be quite interesting. Hopefully he has a good career. But you spent the money, £2.8 million pounds worth, and brought in quite a lot of players, including 3 loan signings as well. Let's start with them. You got Scott Cole from Manchester United, very pacey and agility-wise, left back with good crossing.
My thought beyond this was the other left back that I got, who was also a winger. I could push him forward into that winger position because he's a better winger.
Yeah.
So this guy will go right into the left back position. So that was my thinking beyond that one, really.
Sarr from Watford, right back. Funny that you're loaning players from Watford, even though you beat them in the playoffs last year. Freddie Farrell, again, another loan signing, winger.
Yeah.
Derek on a free transfer. So these are now permanent deals that you've got. Jake Richards. And again, like we mentioned, filling the squad out.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Because that was a really good one.
Yeah.
Very good from Bolton.
Yeah. That was a good sign.
Who stuffed you 4-0 at the start of the season.
I beat him last season, but they got their own back on me this season. So, yeah, so he's a good striker, really.
But he's got 5 in 5 already.
Yeah.
Ewan Morgan, so that's really good. Owen Toll from Northern Ireland, good centre-back option there.
Yeah,
This is where you're spending money, though. 35k is peanuts.
Yeah, it is really. I mean, and he's 31 as well. I was a bit weary about signing that, but old Ed, that's what I needed, really. A bit of experience in there, really.
I like this one.
Yes.
Tanzania player, 21 years of age, striker, maybe not great yet. He's got 3 goals to Tanzania as well.
Could well be, yeah. He's got the pace, he's got the composure, and he knows where the back of the net is. So everything else, I'm just hoping that sort of comes along as you're playing him, really. So, yeah.
If he gets into the team, that'll be interesting to see. Abbas Badji, 300k. So this is where we're talking money now. Now, that is easily a Frankie Molyneux replacement.
Yeah, oh, definitely. That's what I thought when I seen this guy for 300k. What a replacement for $5 million. So, yeah, definitely.
So that's good. The only difference I'd say between them is the age.
Yeah.
Frankie was a lot younger.
Yeah, he was.
Nathan Baxter, again from Wigan. Good goalkeeper option.
Yeah, I mean, I just needed a better keeper, and this guy done that for me as well, really. So there's a couple of other keepers I could have gone for, but he was the most experienced one I could have gone for, really.
Yeah, now we're going up in value. So we've got 500k from Jensen Metcalfe. So Metcalfe, 25-year-old midfielder, English. Again, another option that you could use instead of Frankie Molyneux.
Yeah, he plays the 2 positions as well, yeah.
Yeah, then we got George Broadbent from Swindon, 700k now. A lot of midfields, that's a waste in my opinion.
Right.
Your other option was better.
Yeah.
The one that you brought in for a lot less. He is nowhere near as good.
It's not, but it's one of those, if I get injuries, I've just got another person there I can use, really.
Well, how many injuries are you expecting to get? Because there's another centre midfielder here for 750k, and again, that's a terrible signing. So I'll give you your praise when you deserve it. This one here, very good. And the Badgie sign in there, very good. Those top 2, which you spent double the amount, nearly £1.5 million.
It's not easy getting players to come to you, isn't it, Everett? So, I struggle to fill the squad out. But, sending that one player, I've filled the squad out now. I've got what I would class as a good little squad, really, now.
Yeah. So, let's have a look at it. Still going with a 4-3-3, dropping into that 4-2-3-1. Got you to the player final at the end of the day. But if we're looking at the quick pick best 11, puts Badgie in there, which is great. That's kind of what we expected.
Yeah.
Richards goes in there, which is the free transfer. Don't see any of the ones that you spent loads of money on.
No.
They're not in there. Some of them aren't even on the bench, look. Crowther, who you spent 775k on, not even making the bench. Ooh, I think sometimes your inexperience of lower league
100%.
shines in
I
these.
do struggle with the lower leagues.
But you still got a very good team that I think could get promoted this year, especially with this guy banging in goals up front, because he is an all-rounder. He is very good indeed. With Linsky, who's been class for you the last couple of seasons in terms of providing, and Tavares, who's been a really good goal scorer who can drop onto that right-hand side. And it shows because start of the season, you started really well.
Yeah.
Outside
Pleased
of the
with
2 4-0 losses, one in the league, one in the Carabao Cup to Aston Villa.
I think that's 2 seasons in a row. Villa's knocked me out of the cup, but disappointed with the bottom one, considering I beat them last season away from home. So that's a good start. I'm still happy with that.
Yeah, second or third in the league, but joint points on Watford and Portsmouth. Whereas I'm nowhere near. I'm down in 15th. I'm struggling a little bit again. Maybe not struggling as much as what I was last season, but I still am struggling slightly. I had to sell my goalkeeper last season. I did bring in a free agent goalkeeper that I personally think is of the same level. Alex Bassey maybe is just a little bit older. He's 32, whereas Sam Long was only 27. But I'd say they're roughly about the same caliber of goalkeeper. So it wasn't too bad. And I just utilised the money really just to bring in free transfers. Lost a lot of players, but the players that I did manage to keep hold of, they're asking for silly wages. It's a bug that hopefully is getting fixed where they're asking for really high wages. But Baba Adika was one of the players that I did bring in as defensive midfielder. I think he's quality, really good mentals and natural fitness for this league. Then we've got Bradley Burrows as another free transfer. You can play from the right or up front. Again, good pace, acceleration. Can't finish, but quite a good provider in terms of passing and technique. Not bad. And he's only 22, so a free transfer. Not bad at all. Derek Wheeler on loan from Crystal Palace. I needed better defenders. He might not be the product just yet, but I think with game time, he might just be one of the better players in my team because the physical attributes are there already.
Yeah.
And we know the physical attributes can carry a player even if they're worse on the pitch elsewhere. And then we finally got Dante Waite from Hull. Again, another loanee signing, 21 years of age, another centre-back signing with good pace and good leadership as well for a 21-year-old. So, switching things around, I've gone for 4-2-2, a little bit advanced midfielders into a deeper midfield, and I'm not having to lock in anybody but the goalkeeper. McIntosh goes directly straight in there this time round, which I'm kind of happy with. But the goalkeeper, Bass, is not the goalkeeper who I'm going to lock in. I'm going to lock in this man here, Asamoah. Owen Asamoah, who I signed last year. 3-star with a 4-star potential. Does look really good as a goalkeeper. That a reflex of the 15, handling the 14, that's the reason why I want to lock him in. He has just picked up an injury, though, for the next 6 weeks. Typical. Of course he has. My start of the season was just a lot of draws. I haven't really got off the ground running yet because I've just hit a lot of draws. And it's typical that I win the first game of the season is in the Cup against Burton after only being down to 10 men. And it's like, show that fight in the 2-2 draw of Huddersfield, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
But there we go. Never mind. Couple of draws. Got a win against Warsaw, 2-0. We're off to the races there. But yeah, we'll see how this one goes. So, if we are looking at League One, the predictions this year after it was dire last year, looking at it this time round, you're down in 19th, Dad. I'm down in 21st, but we're both at 50-1.
Yeah, they don't like us at all, do they?
Considering you got to the playoff final, that is kind of hilarious. And considering your start as well. So yeah, interesting start to the season. Let's see how this one plays out.
These matches with Dad have become rather good for the neutral lately, as this one was no different, and the away team Southend took the lead on 2 different occasions, only for my plucky Morecambe side to keep fighting back and bring the scores level both times, with the points being shared once again, finishing 2-2. Dad Southend were on a good run until October, where his form then crashed, picking up just 2 points from the available 21 in the league. That has led to Dad dropping out of the playoff positions by New Year while I'm still sat in the bottom half of the table. My Morecambe side ended up going on a Virtue Cup run, defeating Barnsley 4-0 in the semi-final, with Watford to play in the final of the competition. The league game against Dad in March, however, beforehand was another cracker, and this time Southend got the 3 points with a 5-goal thriller, which puts Dad back in the playoff contention, while it also kind of drops me out of the race down into 11th place and 9 points behind. It's Virtue Cup final time though, and we held Watford, a team who are favourites for promotion, to a 0-0 draw in 90 minutes, and that's unfortunately for us where it all went wrong, as in extra time they were able to not only score but make it look a lot more one-sided than it really was, defeating us 3-0. It did mean we could just focus on the league fixtures, and that's where something rather unbelievable happened, as we actually went on a bit of a crazy good run. And when this occurred, Dad began to lose games, including 2 at home that he really shouldn't have. With 1 game to go, I actually overtook Dad's Southend side, and both of us looked to the final game of the season as a chance to sneak into the playoffs in that 6th spot. And with a home fixture against Tranmere, Oliver Bose banged in a beauty to put us in front, with a second goal coming in the very last minute of the 96th to give us a glimmer of hope. Dad unfortunately had to travel to Lincoln away, where his Southend side lost on the same scoreline. However, Millwall and Stockport also won, meaning I didn't quite reach the playoffs this time round.
Well, it was in your hands, Dad. You kind of threw it away towards the end of the season.
Yeah, end of form let me down again. My end of form just sort of really dropped in it for some reason.
Well, you beat me and put yourself in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And now looking at that with 5 games to go where you were in the playoffs, how it ended up like this, where I only just missed out by a point, is kind of weird, really. But a disappointing season for me because I was the nearly men. Missed out by the playoffs by a point, but also got to the final of the Virtue Cup, or the Virtue Trophy, and lost just an extra time at bloody Watford again.
Yeah, we know they're good side anyway, so yeah.
So disappointing, but we were close this year. Well, we were close this episode of just getting promoted. Watford ended up finishing 3rd and they are still going to be around.
Yeah.
Bloody Watford. So yeah, 7th place for me, just missing out by a point. Down there in 9th place there,
4 points,
just 3 points away from me.
this season.
Yeah, you had more wins.
Chucked it away again.
Just lost a lot more. Never mind. We go again next year. At least we are nowhere near the bottom of the league.
No, that's right. Yeah, we're not struggling.
That's the main thing. Yeah. Squad-wise, then, if we're looking at it, I mean, players that we're going to be losing, Oliver Boast right now, and Kelvin, who I was told, by the way, that the club that he is at right now, which I believe is Reading, they call him Kelvin Wi-Fi because his last name's too hard to pronounce. Which I thought was a beautiful thing that I'd love to share. So that's fantastic. So Kelvin Wi-Fi, he is also going out of contract. There's a lot of players going out of contract again in my first team. But I think the position, and Adeyemo, I could lose all 3 of my strikers who all got over 20 goals.
Yeah.
But I think my finish of the season might allow me to be able to keep at least a couple of them. We'll see about that. Now, recruitment, I haven't got anything. Nothing. And I'm over the wages. So it could be time that I look to try and sell a big player as well, because obviously the players that I have got in the team, there is some value in there. Not as much as what maybe Dad had last year, but Alistair McIntosh, is probably the most expensive, and he is there with 11 goals and 15 assists this season. That's much better.
Yeah.
That is really good. So I'm
starting
happy
to go
with
the right way now.
Absolutely. 21 years of age. He's got a year left on his deal, though. So that could be the only problem with me. Maybe I didn't lock him down early enough. Stephen Sefton's one that I'm actually quite pleased with, because he come through my youth academy, whereas you had, of course, Frankie Molyneux come through yours. The last 2 seasons, Steve Sefton has jumped in from my youth academy up there and been my starting left centre-back. So he's been all right.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his physicals, is exactly where you wanted the other player to be in the physicals, really.
That's it, yeah. He just lacks elsewhere.
Yeah.
So absolutely terrible mental attributes, but there we go. He hasn't been too bad. So yeah, I might need to reevaluate this summer and see who is vital to keep and who I can potentially cash in on and bring other players in. And if we're looking at your side of things, Dad, I mean, the recruitment money that you've got 25k in the wages, but you big spend last year.
Yeah.
So it's what you can do.
It nearly worked for me, just died at the end again.
In terms of players leaving, though, you haven't got anybody in your first team who's actually leaving outside of the loanees that you've got.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, you only got a player there, 16 starts that he's had there, and the goalkeeper is a backup goalkeeper. So everybody that you've got in your team, you could just build upon, which is a great thing for you, because recruitment-wise, it's going to be quite easy for you. You either sell a player and you get all of it, or it's just a case of stick with what we got and just find a system that works. But make sure you are subscribed so you do not miss the next episode of the Race to the Prem as we resurrect these two teams that were almost extinct and rebuild them into Premier League giants, hopefully. But who's going to be the first to get into the Championship on our Race to the Prem? Stick around, find out.
And with us being 6 seasons in now, things are getting interesting as Dad's been flirting with the playoffs in League One for a while. However, recently I have also put my name in contention for those spots too at Morecambe. After having to sell his youth academy prospect for £5 million though, Dad should have a big advantage. But that money was kind of wasted on players who didn't really improve his first team. And I have plans of a new system that I want to utilise for season number 7 that I have high hopes for. That was until the league season began and we started getting absolutely smashed in the league fixtures.
Dad, it's been a great start for you. An awful one for me.
Yes.
Dear oh dear. 1 win, 1 draw. Means I'm not sat at the bottom of the league, I guess, but you are currently sat at the top and flying.
5 out of 5. I'm really pleased with this. This could be the season for me.
Yeah, it could be.
I've just got to keep it going.
Yeah, that's been your downside, because the last couple of seasons you've been up there.
Yeah.
And I've been down there. We sort of just do this and come close again.
Just hope I have a good finish to the season and keep it going then.
Yeah, so transfers this season was a weird one because I think both of us had quite quiet windows.
Yeah.
In terms of players being released, I only had a few that were actually released in my first team. Better left, Declan Firth, but then Toby Adeyemo was my only striker that left. He's gone to Notts County, unfortunately, but I mean, he is one that I had to replace. He got a good amount of goals, 13 and 14 last season, but he wasn't my main striker, so it wasn't too bad. I managed to keep hold of Kelvin Wi-Fi and Oliver Boast.
2 good signings there, really.
Yeah, so I brought in 2 free transfers. This one here, Umar Abba. What a goalkeeper this is. Could be really good. Could be absolutely solid next year. And I already had 2 or 3 good goalkeepers anyway. So I think now I've got like 3 good goalkeepers, and this one is easily my best. So low wages. And that's the thing when you get a player, because I think he come from the Nigerian league, and I've got him on one of those like assisted work permits that you can see there. Bringing him into England, where his wages were so low already, he's only asking for 1.7k. In comparison to the rest of my squad, that is so cheap. Yeah. Because Oliver Boast is on 500 bit grand, so's Adeyeko. You're looking at him, he's down here, and he's probably my best player in terms of star rating, which is funny because the other goalkeepers right underneath him also on roughly about 1.5k, and he ain't getting game time now, I'm telling you that, and he's nowhere near as good. So yeah, it's one of those signs where it's just like, I didn't have to sign him because I already had a good goalkeeper, but it just made sense to. I am my father's son. I will sign goalkeepers every now and then too when it's unnecessary. But the other player that I did sign was Calvin Mvogo. Good free transfer. He's got 5 goals already. Another African player that I will utilising here. He's come from Cameroon. Was he playing? He was playing. So that's 2 free transfers that I've actually got from Africa.
Yeah.
Bringing them across to the UK. And yeah, he started really well. He is a solid player. Really good. If you're looking at physical attributes.
Really good.
Woo! Very fast. Perfectionist personality too. So that 4.5 star potential. I'm excited to see that grow. Potentially cash in on him. Who knows? Not bad technicals. And he's got a finishing ability of 14 with 13 for passing. And it's kind of give me the idea that he needs to play that secondary striker role. But we've got way too many good strikers. So I'm going balls out this year. And you can see we've got 2 strikers here, 3 in behind, 1 centre midfield. We've got an inverted wing back who will drop in here. We got an inside full back which will make a back 3 alongside the 2 centre backs. But out of possession, we're dragging everybody back, even the strikers, into attacking midfielders. Because there's one thing about this game. The out of possession makes no difference in terms of where they play naturally. It's all about the in possession in terms of where your assistant manager will pick them. So Mvogo, I'm locking into that shadow striker role. It does actually put him in there, but when at the start of the season, it didn't. So McIntosh will go in behind him, which is great. That's perfect. That's exactly who I wanted to go in behind him. Darian Burrows either side. Boast and Kelvin Wi-Fi up front.
Yeah, I think my only weakness now is my my back four, really. But I like that Southend goes out into that inside fullback role, because the reason why he's on an inside fullback role is, yes, he is one of my best left backs. He can't cross. He can't run with the ball or finish. He can't have a long shot. All he can do is defend. So the best thing to keep him to do is just defend. He'll drop in here, which, as we can highlight, if we're going up the pitch, he drops in here. Like, we are very solid in that midfield area now if the ball gets dropped out. And that's kind of where we need it to be. Out of possession, we look absolutely solid and really hard to break down. That's my hope. Anyway, it hasn't started well. I did tweak it ever so slightly, I think, after the Wimbledon game. But then we had a tough fixture against Huddersfield, which I was like, well, I can't really judge it on that, especially when Sefton got himself sent off, and then we conceded 2 goals afterwards. Yeah. And then Forest. It's Forest.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
They've got a great team. But then the draw against Bristol City at home, who I think might have just come down, was one of the ones I was like, all right, maybe we can trust this. So that's kind of where we're looking at right now, because, yeah, Bristol City, did they just come down? Relegation? There we go, relegation. Watford are actually evens to do this. I'm still 22nd. You're in 17th. Let's look at your side, though, Dad, because, yes, you have started really well. In terms of the players that you did bring in, we've got a couple of returning faces.
Yes.
One returning face, I should say.
Yeah.
Alfie Hutchinson.
Yeah, he done well for me, so I wanted to try and keep him, and lucky enough, I did. I kept him, so yeah.
Well, you didn't keep him. He went on loan last season. You've actually had him back 3 times.
Well, when you know he's good, isn't he? So yeah. And he finally decided to come to me then.
He must love it in Essex.
Yeah, of course he does.
So Alfie Hutchinson.
Yeah, it's a good winger, so probably good to get him in.
Probably out down the sugar hut in Essex, getting all the poon he can. Alfie Hutchinson, young lad, 22 years of age. I'm a footballer. Yeah, lads. Essex is probably perfect for him, so he's come down to there. Free transfer as well, very good one. He's got 5 goals in 7 games with 3 assists and 2 player of the matches. Yeah. He is balling in the sugar. He ain't paying a single drink. Miodrag Pivas from Blackpool. 2 players from Blackpool. 1 centre defensive midfielder that we got here. He looks great.
Yes.
Really good free transfer.
You look at his value already, the 10 million and for a free transfer. I didn't think I was going to get him.
Yeah.
But he agreed to come to me, so yeah, I'm quite happy with that.
Funny enough, like, his worst attributes are his passing and tackling.
Yeah. But then if he's a defensive midfielder, which is where I'm going to use him,
he can read the game very well.
Yeah, I don't need that, just as long as he wins the ball.
We've got Dale Taylor, also from Blackpool, on a free transfer. Looks like a decent striker, to be honest.
Yeah.
Won't go into the first team. He's on high wages.
Yes. Yeah.
Nearly $9,000 a week.
But that's the calibre of players I'm trying to get in now, though, and they're going to ask him type of wages.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's got 2 goals already. As you can see, the reason why he doesn't get in is because Morgan is still up front in this one striker formation, and deservedly so. I mean, he hasn't actually started a game this season. I think he was injured at the beginning.
Yeah, I think he was, yeah.
But the rest of the team does look rather strong still.
Yeah, just slightly tweeted it a little bit, and I've gone for more of attacking midfield, should I say.
Yeah.
So rather than have a defensive mid just sat there, I've just booked them all forward. Let's go for it. And like you say, the in possession is more important than the out possession. So that's what I've gone for as well, really.
And your eyes do not deceive you. Dad has decided to do 3 playmakers next to each other.
Yeah.
Don't ask why, because I don't know.
That's hopefully it works. They're just setting the other 2 up. Or Morgan up, should I say.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah. I mean, you can't deny it don't work.
That's right.
I'm not going to question it. Yeah. It's working somehow.
It's working so far, so I'm going to take that.
3 playmakers.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Football, eh? All right, what's this? Season number 7 then, an interesting one. Can one of us get into the championship this year?
Come on, I should.
At the minute, it looks like it's going to be Daz. With the start that I had, I really didn't expect things to turn around so quick. However, when we faced Dad in October, I was pleasantly surprised at not only where our team was sat, but also how they performed on the day against Dad's very good Southend team. It was unlike a lot of games that we have played against each other recently, and only 3 goals were scored, all coming off the boot of a Morecambe player. Dad was still flying in the league, which is what made this more surprising, and by New Year was actually sat comfortably in the playoffs while I was down in 11th place. We then clashed again in January, and it came back to regularly scheduled programming, a back and forth contest where Dad took an early lead after just 4 minutes, My Morecambe side equalised and then scored to take the lead 2-1 on the 25th minute. However, this was not my day and Dad's side pulled it back to 2-2 and eventually scored the winner in a banger of a match to win 3-2. And as the months went on, Dad clearly stepped into being one of the favourites for that second promotion spot as we head into April, while I was loitering near the playoffs. April was in fact a good month for my Morecambe side as we then closed the gap to just a point to the playoffs with some big wins. Dad's April consisted of just 2 games, one of which he drew, and that dropped him back down into 3rd place with a game to go. Which means on the final day of the season, he sat in 3rd place and a point behind Oxford, but guaranteed a playoff spot, while I'm sat in 8th place, but just a point behind the playoffs and need results to go my way. This made for a dramatic final day where Oxford drew 1-1, leaving the door wide open for Dad's Southend, who unfortunately blew it, losing to Wycombe 3-0 and staying in the playoffs. I was relying on games elsewhere to go my way, but we still needed to win ourselves, and going away to Peterborough, Mvogo, our top scorer, gave us a 4th minute lead. On the 7th minute, we then created another chance which we scored from through Derry, and as that was happening, elsewhere we had some good news as well, because results elsewhere went in our favour, and both Reading and Huddersfield were dropping points on the final day, and with Kelvin's injury time 3rd crowning our celebrations of making the playoffs. The final league table see me sneak into that all-important 6th spot with just 2 points behind Dad, who dropped down into 4th, meaning the playoffs lined us up with potentially being able to meet in the final. We had to keep our end of the deal up and defeat Watford, which didn't go as planned at home as we lost the first leg 1-0 to a 92nd minute winner on the counter-attack. Dad's Southend travelled away to AFC Wimbledon and took the lead twice, with the second being the winner and both goals coming from striker Taylor. Taylor then scored 2 more goals in the second leg at home to secure Dad's spot in the playoff final, which left it up to us to go to Watford and cause an upset, but we couldn't get anything going. That was until the 82nd minute when we finally broke the deadlock to equalise the tie. Needing another goal, both teams pushed, not wanting extra time, and finally in the 97th minute, Morecambe capitalised with the St Burrows to Parker combination, and it's really happening. To be promoted and take the next step towards the race to the Premier League, one of us would have to defeat each other at Wembley. With us getting one result against each other throughout the season and only being a point between us all year, it was a tough one to call as well. It was a really tight game up until the 27th minute where eventually Dad's Southend side released Dave Taylor, who beautifully chipped the goalkeeper to make it 1-0. But then disaster, as just 6 minutes later, an easy cross was then fumbled by Dad's keeper and my Morecambe side was level. Eventually, this was ending in penalties and my main guy Mvogo stepped up and missed the first one. Not a good start. This was then followed by goal after goal in the shootout, with us chasing the score, and at this point until Dad's sweet butt stepped up and his penalty was saved. Level again, we continued to smash in some fantastic penalties as the shootout then went into sudden death, where the next miss would be fatal. And as the long walk was made by Basinger, my goalkeeper Abba looked confident and made the crucial save to send Morecambe into the championship.
Penalties! I don't know how I've managed to pull this one off.
Nor do I.
Looking at how I did at the start of the season compared to the end, very different season.
I don't believe this.
That is crazy.
My end of season cost me again.
Yeah, that final game against Wycombe that you lost.
Yeah, and there's a couple of games before that where I drew as well. I shouldn't have drew those games. And I'm looking at 2 points from automatic promotion.
Yeah.
That's all I needed. One of those games to win it instead of letting draw or lose. And then I get you in the bloody playoff final.
81 points.
Of course I did.
79 that you had. A loss to Wycombe on the final day of the season, who are down in 14th.
They weren't playing for nothing.
No. Whereas I jumped into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Miraculously, with Huddersfield and Reading dropping off there, jumping into it. So a real, real bad result.
That's 2 seasons I've chucked it away.
Yeah.
Can't keep doing it.
No. I mean, I'm benefiting from it. But yeah, there's the 3-0 against Wycombe. Absolutely stuffed by them as well.
Yeah.
Considering you had all to play for and they had nothing. It's crazy.
So I'm looking at that those 2 games I drew there, the Bristol Rovers and Leyton Orient. You win those games, it's done. Job done.
Yeah.
You know, the Bristol Rovers there.
84th
minute. Look, come on. I was 2-1 up for a long time. That's the games. I mean, Wycombe, yeah, you think, oh, I've chucked it away there because I've lost. I only had to win it. But when those 2 games there as well, you should be winning them games.
Yeah.
I mean, Bristol Rovers are further down in the league as well, so...
The games we had against each other, you defeated me there 3-2 earlier on in the season as well. I beat you 3-0 in that one. So whoever had home advantage there was winning the games.
Yeah.
Yeah, managed to do it. But hey, I'm going up to the championship.
God. Such a
got
good
the early
start to the
advantage
season
there.
as well.
Don't know whether you've been giving your budgets yet, because that doesn't look like you have. But let's have a quick look at the squad for this season, Dad. Dale Taylor, who at the beginning of the season, remember, wasn't getting into the team.
No. I mean, I would say he probably played nearly every game, by the looks of it.
32 goals. Really good.
Yes.
Free transfer, remember. Dale Taylor. Great signing.
Yep, well done.
Peter Sweetbert didn't play as many games as what I thought. Youngster. Maybe I mean, he's got quite a lot of value in him as well. Fabio Tavares is still knocking around. I think there were a couple of signings you should breeze through next year. I mean, your players that you're losing doesn't really make that much of a difference. George Broadbent's one of them. You could go about George Broadbent easy.
Yeah. I've got quite a few players in that position as well, which is probably as good.
Those are the 2 that you signed on like for big money.
Yeah.
Where you wasted the Frank Molyneux money. Like, those can go easy, and you can just replace them with free transfers that are just far better. And I think you should be all right, to be honest, because they're on high wages too, like 3.5 each. Like, you'll get that back a couple of because you've got a big enough squad now, I think, to be able to do that. But yeah, what am I going to do? Because that's the question. Going up another division now, I've really got to rely on loans, I think. Unless they give me silly money, which I don't think they will. 28 goals from Invogo with 18 assists as my attacking midfielder. Brilliant. The shadow striker with 14 finishing. Really good signing that I managed to pick up there. Thankfully, it was on a free transfer as well. I didn't pay a penny. 20 league goals with 15 assists.
It's good.
Solid. Only worth 1.8. How are you getting really high valued players and I'm just getting nothing? It's mental, isn't it? But there we go. All right. Only 1.8 to 2.4. Probably won't sell him. I'll probably try and keep hold of him. In terms of players that I'm losing, it's a lot. It is a lot. I mean, if I can't keep any of these players, my squad is going to be 11 players.
Oh, you need a good budget then, really, don't you?
I need a full rebuild.
I mean,
my squad already small.
I wouldn't say you'd lose all of them, because you do manage to keep a couple, don't you? But then you look at the wages that sort of help you as well. So
There's only 6 players there, which means I've only got 17 players in my first team squad. Like, we are bare bones team here.
2 of them were keepers as well.
Yeah. 3.
No, that you was losing
right.
on the contracts.
Yeah, but 3 of my players out of the 17 were keepers.
Yeah.
Umar Abba looks really good. As long as we got Umar, we'll be happy. We've got him for another 2 years anyway. Kelvin Wi-Fi did manage to get 24 goals. We got Oliver Bose with 24 as well with 13 assists. But the wingers, Bradley Burrows got 25 assists. Solid signing. Might have gone under the radar a little bit because I didn't make too much of a big deal out of him at the time. But what a free transfer he has been. 17 assists last year, 16 this year. Solid campaigns for him. Done really well for me.
Yeah, definitely.
And Jesse Derry on the other side, who is one of the players that I am leaving. And probably, I don't think he might even sign Will he sign a new contract, please? No. He wants to leave, so that's one of my main transfers gone.
You just can't understand these players, but you get promoted to the championship and they want to leave you.
Yeah.
Hey?
Yeah. So that's one of them definitely gone. 2 million in the bank, which is good. Great money.
That's not bad, yeah.
Yeah, with 51 grand in wages. So at least they are not chucking me under the bus. I've had promotions before where it's you got nothing and you go, what do you want me to do?
And you lose 5 or 6 players as well.
Yeah, so at least, we can actually bring in players. I've just got to be really astute with my money going into season number 8 in the championship. I want to just check one thing then. The championship itself, what is it looking like? Because this is going to be an interesting for me to go into the type of players, the type of clubs that I'm going to have to face. So West Ham and Blackburn have just got promoted. Burnley and Leicester might get promoted. Yeah. Either one of those. Southampton's in there. Sunderland's in there. Argyle's done quite well. Yeah. And they've stayed in there.
Coventry, Preston,
West Brom, Middlesbrough, Sheffield United and Cardiff.
Oh, just carries on, doesn't it?
Yeah, going down is Millwall, Colchester and Sheffield Wednesday. What about the 3 clubs going down into it? Leeds, Palace, Wolves. tough games.
Really, I mean, 2 of those. No disrespect to Leeds because they are in the Premier League now, but they haven't been for a long time. But Crystal Palace and Wolves, you expect to see them in the Premier League. But
mainstays, yeah.
Leeds are going to be such an hard team in your league now.
Yeah. So that is going to be very interesting. Let's see what this summer brings.
My transfer window was very bittersweet. We welcomed in some fantastic players and spent just 625k on 11 new signings. But we lost a good amount of players to contracts ending and not renewing, including McDermott, Jesse Derry and Asamoah. That had a rather quiet window as well, with just one key player joining in striker Oden Yinka on a free transfer. His focus was mainly on getting his system optimised and replicating his season from last year, and hope that he had a little bit more luck. I was dealing with some problems in Morecambe though, as Burrows was adamant on leaving, but there was just no interest in him and he only had 1 year left on his deal. With my new players, I decided to adopt a slight change to my system, bringing in a second attacking midfielder from that striking role. And life in the Championship was actually starting rather well for me, as we win the opening game of the season against Burnley 2-0. Back in League One, and Dad has dropped some points already with 2 draws at the start of the season, but no losses yet. He's still happy with the start that his Southend side has made.
I had a good start to the season.
Yes.
Dropped a couple of points in the league, just 2 draws there. But if you're looking at it, I mean, nobody's really running away with it. Colchester are the only team that have got a little bit further points than what you have. They just drew 1 game instead of the 2. But you scored way more than them. They've just been better defensively. So you got the same goal difference at this point. And recruitment, it was really quiet for you this summer.
I didn't have a lot of money to play with.
You sold 1 player, Peter Sweetbert, for 500k.
That sort of just give me the money sort of enough to sort of buy the player that I've gone out and got, really, another striker. So swap the striker for a striker, really.
I think you had a lot of problems with I did, where it's like renewing contracts. They are asking for ridiculous
that's right,
contracts.
So there's not much I can change, really. So I just thought, well, I'm going to change my tactic and try and go a little bit more attacking.
Yeah.
That's what I've gone for, really.
Yeah, so in possession, you got a 4-2-2. Out of possession, going for a 4-2-3-1.
Yeah. And I've gone for a positive mentality as well, rather than the what was I on?
Balance.
The balance one, yeah. Because I feel that I've been thereabouts for 2 seasons now, so I know the squad are strong enough for this league to do it. So this is it. I'm going for it this time.
Yeah, Pivas, by the way, being locked in at centre back.
Yeah,
he's normally a defensive midfielder.
He was one of my best players, and it just felt sorry for him not to be in the team, and I'm not playing a defensive midfield position. So when I looked at it, I thought, well, he can play in that position. So I'm going to lock him in that position and just take a chance, really, to get him on the pitch, really. So hopefully it works for me.
Okay, well, you started off quite well. Let's have a look to see what I've been up to. Promotion to the Championship. And I have changed my tactic as well, ever so slightly. So looking at it, I didn't lose any players, but released players-wise. There was a couple, obviously, going out. You can see quite a lot did leave the club. And a few of them were first teamers. I mean, Asamoah was the goalkeeper that I was barking on about a few seasons ago. He's left the club because he wasn't getting any game time. Tommy McDermott and Alex Bass is another goalkeeper there. This was Tommy McDermott. And Jesse Derry was the winger who got loads of assists last season. So I did have quite a lot of places to replace. And at one point, I only had like 12 players, which we've seen. So I had to bring in a lot of players. Well, a fair amount. I've brought in 4, but I've got a lot that already came in. It's weird. Again, it's doing that thing where it doesn't show. Oh, hold on, we're on release players. Might be why. Nope, it literally just isn't showing anybody. 11. There we go. Right. 11 players have joined the club. A couple have gone out on loan. So if we're looking at it, I did go and buy quite a lot of players from the African League again. Now, we've managed to get work permits for some of them, like this man here, Cheikh Kanji, 21 years of age from Senegal, come from Generation Foot for 240k. He's now worth like £5 million. I think he looks excellent.
Yeah.
What a left back. Looks absolutely solid, so he's really good. Lamine Diouf, who I tried to sign a few seasons back at Oxford, finally got him on quite a cheap deal. He was transfer listed. Really good secondary striker. Obviously, I've got a good one in there already. Sonny Perkins, a bit of a callback to race to the Prem. You had Sonny Perkins.
He was one of my players that done really well for me for a few seasons. Yeah.
So I'd seen him on there. He was playing in Ireland. I signed him because I've opened up now on my recruitment. I've gone and opened it up to the UK and Ireland, the scouting range. So it was just on the Championship and below before that. So now I've opened it up, putting a little bit more money into my scouting to try and find these little gems that are much cheaper than buying them from the English League.
Yeah.
I think I've done quite well with that. So Sligo Rovers, 125k for Sonny Perkins. Then we got Semu Sane, 55k, just another good winger who can also play up front, very well rounded there. So happy with that one. From Cotton Sport, Jacques Dikwa, 18k. Now this one I literally found because I did the attribute thing where I just plugged in every attribute and then made it like at least 12, 16 and made him really young.
Yeah.
And I found Jacques Dikwa. He's not very good. He wasn't asking for much wages. I literally just got him in because it was like numbers. He also plays up front with 6 finishing, but 15 tackling, 18 aggression, and 20 bravery. Somebody don't know where he should be playing.
No, they don't know.
So he's playing non-competitive, and he's actually got 2 goals and an assist already in my under-18s team. I don't know whether we'll ever see him, but there we go. Otonga, who was a free agent. Not a bad little right back there from 20 years of age from Gabon. Doesn't look, the new gen face doesn't look like he's from Gabon, but there we go. Tommy Sinkin needed a goalkeeper after losing 2 of them. He comes in as a good replacement there. We've also got Ellis Gillihead, who I think I've loaned out to Stevenage. I have as a right back because we had 3 right backs that did come in, and he's not bad to be honest, and he deserved game time, so that's why he's gone out. Desi White Mulaney on loan. Good loanee transfer there on the right hand side, can also play up front. Very good physical attributes and determination and flair. But then we've also got Craig Ward, who can also go up front as well as that left hand side of midfield. So we've got lots of options to play up front now. But my best signing I possibly think came quite late on in the transfer window, the start of August there. Tyler Silsby on a free transfer. He is fantastic. Comes in potentially as my star player now, really.
Yeah.
So high wages, 10 grand. It took me a while to be able to afford him. He was playing in the Championship at Burnley. Never really got any game time. But last season, finally given first team football and did very well. An average rating of 7.29 in the Scottish Premiership. So I'm hoping he can come in and sort of be the catalyst of everything going forward, because that good dribbling, finishing, first touch, good composure and determination, natural fitness, pace, acceleration's all good. So I'm hoping he can help out with that. Now, we are playing ever so slightly different to what we was last season. Last season, of course, we went 2 up top with the 1 in behind. This season, I brought it back just a little bit because we found some really good attacking midfielders. So this is the best 11. It actually puts the guy that I loaned out in there because, of course, it does. But other than that, I didn't actually touch the back 3 of Sefton, McGuinness, and ABBA in the defensive line there, so hopefully they're good enough. But with McIntosh still holding fort down in centre mid, there's lots of options now. I do have a good amount of players in there. My squad is quite big now, thankfully, but there's lots of options, and I think Silsby, Perkins, and Duff are really going to help. Ward and White are the 2 players who seem to be playing up front. It does mean, of course, the likes of Burrows and the likes of Oliver Boast and Kelvin Wi-Fi have dropped out. Boast is actually injured. They are all running out of contract at the end of the season, and none of them want to actually renew. And Bradley Burrows, who was fantastic last year, actually put in transfer request. Nobody came in for him. So seems a little bit pointless right now. I would keep him, but he's only on 6 grand. I imagine if he does want to stay, that's going up.
Oh, he'll double that, won't he?
Exactly. So at the minute, we aren't going to be playing a lot of them, so I'm sort of preparing without them already, and they could just be bit part players. So be it. Now, start of the season has gone a lot better than what I thought. We began by beating Burnley 2-0, Notts County in the cup. Drawing to a little weird patch here, 2 draws and a loss, but some difficult fixtures, 2 Welsh games in there. Beating Shrewsbury and knocking out Arsenal in the Carabao Cup.
Oh, that's a good result, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a hell of a result. Get in.
On penalties as well, Gravenberch and William Saliba missing the penalties, but hey, we had to take them to a penalty shootout, and we actually took the lead.
Yeah.
After going 1-0 down. But a draw as well against Crystal Palace. So in the Championship, we are currently sort of just lower mid-table, which is absolutely fine. If that's where I finish, I would be buzzing at the start of this, at the end of the season there. So, but the season preview, I imagine,
put you right down the bottom. Probably.
Oh yeah, 450 to 1. We don't stand a chance according to this.
Not an open house chance.
So this is going to be a tricky season, but I got full faith in the players that I bought.
Who's the favourite to go up then?
QPR.
QPR.
Yeah, who weren't promoted or relegated. They were just in there already, as well as Sunderland and Luton, who only went up a couple of seasons ago, Luton, so they must have a little bit of money in there. But yeah, all right. I do fancy our chances to survive, but anything can happen across the season. Let's just hope it doesn't all go downhill from here for both of us, and maybe Dan can join us in the Championship next year.
The start for my Morecambe side in this first Championship season was maybe a little unexpected, as out stepped Tyler Silsby, who by Christmas has racked up the most goals with 11, but also the most assists with 12. And I could not be more pleased with how things are going in the Championship for our first year, as we currently sit in the top half going into the new year. For Dad at Southend, he had 2 guys banging in the goals, and neither was Dave Taylor. Instead, Morgan stepped up as the main goal scorer this season, and alongside him in terms of stats was the right winger Alfie Hutchinson, who had bagged in a solid amount of goals going into January. And just over halfway through the season, he was sat in 3rd place and chasing those automatic promotions. Things were on track to do that until a bad patch in late January, followed by another in March, dropping Dad back into the playoffs with Huddersfield having a game advantage and 3 points clear. Meanwhile, in the division above, I was staying out of all the drama and even crept into 9th place in the league. Over the next few weekends though, Dad's Southend side watched as Huddersfield continuously dropped points, winning just 1 league fixture in April, while Dad was winning 2 and drawing 2 at Southend, leaving the league table looking very tight going into the final fixture of the season and that automatic promotion spot in the balance for both sides. All Dad had to do was match or better Huddersfield's result against the current champion Sheffield Wednesday, and he will send Southend up into the Championship with me for next season. And remarkably, neither game had a single goal scored, and Dad Southend held on to his 2nd place automatic spot.
Dad, with your form, I mean, you were running the risk.
Oh, I nearly chucked it away again.
81 points.
I'm pleased with that.
Huddersfield and Watford still to play the playoff final, which means obviously Huddersfield might join you, but yeah, 81 points, and the form towards the end of the season, it's like nobody wanted to get promoted.
I would say Huddersfield done the same as me. Like they chucked it away.
Even Sheffield Wednesday lost 2.
They were trying to give it to me.
Drew 3 there that didn't win in their last 5. It's like nobody actually wanted to get promoted. Everybody was crapping themselves, but you've done it.
Yes,
you're up.
Thank God for that. Third time successful. Yes,
yeah, you scored
lucky.
the most goals with 99. So it was a good season all around in League One to finally get up there. Most goals scored, and you can see some of your players were dotted around. I think they were dotted around. No, maybe they're not actually. I thought your goalkeeper, the striker was, but it's the Sheffield Wednesday one that's on loan from Aston Villa. But either way, very good, because now you're joining me in the Championship because I did manage to survive.
Yeah, well done.
We've got to be happy with that. Back into the same division again against each other, and not only did I survive, I'm actually really pleased with how I did, finishing in 12th place, top half of the league.
Yes, I'll be happy with that next season.
Really good. So Hull and Sunderland have gone up into the Premier League. I'm sat there with even a positive goal difference, which I'm the lowest team to have a positive goal difference as well, which is great. So Luton were there as well, just above me. But I mean, Middlesbrough, Plymouth and Argyle going down.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't far, a couple of points away from a lot higher than what you were. 3 points. It took you all the way up to like 7th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So playoffs were only 72. Playoffs were only 6 points above me. So just an extra 2 wins.
Yeah.
I just did very well in not losing as many games. You can see even the clubs above me, Preston lost 9 more games than me. It's just like they won a few more.
Yeah.
And that's why they finished above.
They drew only 4.
Yeah.
Drew 18.
So I was just harder to beat, I think, and that's the main thing. So let's have a look at your squad then, going into the next season. Don't think you've been giving your budgets yet, so we won't have a look at that just yet, because there's 0 in there, so that'll be awkward. But goals-wise, Iwan Morgan, 24 with 9. He's been great since you've brought him in. Dale Taylor with 19. Alfie Hutchinson with 19 and 15. Some good goal tallies and good goal contributions in those 4 at the very least.
Yeah, I'd sort of evened it out with all the ones that were scoring the goals as well, which is what I like to see. I like to see more than one striker scoring the goals, really.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really pleased with that, really. Even
Malik Odeyika, who obviously you just signed, he didn't play that many games. He might have picked up a bad injury, but 20 games, 9 off the bench, and he got 12.
Yeah.
With a good average rating.
Good return from him, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully you've got a little bit of money.
How did they play? Get on with drop back into midfield?
He still isn't a natural in that position, but he might be too late to be that.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. But then he done the job for me. I needed
Yeah.
I needed a sort of that position to be filled a bit better. So
It's next season now, and you might have money to actually just bring in a legit centre back.
Yeah,
'Cause you
definitely,
didn't really have anything. You were
No.
kind of restricted at the end of last season. Let's have a look squad wise then at how this Morecambe side managed to survive in the Championship. I'm proud of the boys. Now they didn't score that many goals. Tyler Silsby was the best player, 15 and 15. Lamine Diouf with 13 and 11. So the two loan signings that I managed to bring in, Craig Ward being one of them, only got 9, and Desi White Mulaney, who do have the same face, by the way, which is the new gen face back, only got 7 and 11. So that kind of backfired.
Yeah.
Because I might have been able to keep the Oliver Boast, if he had played quite a lot of games, but now he is really unhappy and wants to leave almost immediately. So it's a shame because Oliver Boast has carried us for the last couple of seasons. And he is going to be gone, as is a couple of others. Kelvin Wi-Fi would also be leaving. He hasn't played a single start this season, which is a shame. Mark McGuinness, who played 41 games, he's going as well. Bradley Burrows, who was asking to move to a bigger club. I wonder whether he will enter contract negotiations. Nope. So, yeah, I'm losing Bradley Burrows as well. So there's a lot of players leaving the club. And I haven't been given any... Well, I've been given 675 grand, but I'm over the wage budget. I kind of need them to leave now.
Yeah.
And just be like, just go so I know how much and who I can bring in because... yeah, I'm happy with the team I got. I just need to replace these two with maybe one good striker, and that might be all I do next season. If I can keep hold of the rest of the lads who managed to keep us there, maybe a centre-back too. I think centre-back and striker are the two positions I really need to focus on next year.
Both chasing the centre-back in, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, make sure you do not miss what happens next in the race to the Prem as we rebuild two clubs that were almost extinct in Morecambe and Southend. Let's see what happens when we both enter the Championship. After 8 seasons, we have both made our way to the Championship as we race towards the Prem. And credit to Dad, because after that playoff final loss against me in Season 7, it would have been easy to crumble the following year. But his Southend side came back with automatic promotion to join me. So I attacked this transfer window in the summer with some amazing signings and utilising the cheap African players that my scouts had found, as well as a fantastic centre midfielder on a free transfer from Belgium that I'm going to push into an attacking role. Dad, on the other hand, could only afford to bring in 3 players despite having to sell a player for money, but either way, the season started rather well. As in a very back and forth match with Luton Town, Dad's Southend prevailed 4-3 on the opening night. I lost my first fixture and drew the second against Bristol City, but we eventually got our first win of the season in the third league game against Blackburn. This came after I eventually found a system that seemed to have worked well, and that included 3 attacking midfielders with a wide forward and McIntosh in that centre midfield spot. Dad, however, was using a 4-2-2 that dropped into a deep 4-2-3-1 formation. Unfortunately for him, the great start to the season didn't last too long, and he was given the good old welcome to the Championship. Alright, Dad, going into season number 9, the first where we're both in the Championship.
Yes.
You sold a player for 175k, goalkeeper. There's a few players who have also left the club as well, if we're looking at released players. There's a few names in there that may have played a few games before in the past. Pedro Milans, I think, being one of them. He was the right back from Uruguay you picked up. He was actually there for
I'm disappointed I lost him, to be honest,
seasons. Yeah, you had him for like 4 years. But players coming in. Now, it's doing that weird thing where it's not showing a couple of the players, so we know one of them definitely isn't shown. We'll have to go back and have a look at him. But in the players that it is showing, free transfers, Brady being the first. We've got a good striker who can also play from the left.
Yes. I'm just getting players into the boast the actual squad, and I was a bit short on strikers, so I thought I'd get this guy in. Hopefully he can do a job for me.
Yep. Then we've got Sammy Osborne coming in as well.
Well, as you can see, I'd lost one of my goalkeepers. Well, I sold one of my goalkeepers, but I also lost a goalkeeper as well. So I went from 3 keepers down to 1. So, and then at the beginning of the season, my main keeper was injured, so I desperately had to get a keeper in. So, lucky enough for me, there was a few keepers on the freebies, and I grabbed this guy.
Yeah, he looks quite good as well.
Yes.
And low wages.
Yes, that was the main thing as well. I was a bit sort of tight with my wages as well, so lucky enough he was happy with that.
Yeah, and then the final one that's on here is Mikel Amondorian.
Yeah, good midfield player. This is the last sign of the ones I've done, so I thought it would just be sort of make midfield a little bit stronger. He can drop into that defensive midfield. That's where his strong sort of position is if I need him there, but he can also play in a centre midfield as well.
Yeah, okay. Now, the one player which it isn't showing is actually a loan signing.
Yeah.
Nicholas Bork from Newcastle. Very strange attributes for a centre-back.
We know I needed a centre-back, so this is the guy who got in the right-footed side and yeah, like you say, he's good at scoring goals.
Yeah, 15 for finishing.
Yeah, get him up for the corners and things like that. Hopefully he can bag a couple for me, but yeah, I mean, positioning is not very good, and but on the ball, he's not that bad. So, yeah, I'm all right. I'm quite happy with that.
Okay, so he is classed as a centre-back. Only a centre-back, I suppose. It's not even like he can play up front.
It's weird, isn't it? Because he's quick as well.
Yeah.
And his composure is only 10, which is not too good for strikers, but his finishing's 15, and he's quick as well. So I feel like I could just stick him up front, and he would do a job for me if I had to.
Well, he has scored a goal for you already.
Yeah, there you go.
But let's have a look then. So tactically, switching things around ever so slightly by the looks of it, in possession, out of possession.
Well, I think I did it just to sort of the player roles. I think I've changed. I haven't changed the actual tactic itself.
The shape, yeah.
So yeah, I think I just changed a couple of the player roles because the centre back that I got in, I've changed him to a ball playing.
Yeah,
because he was better than the one I had there really. So yeah, so hopefully I'm taking a chance and not changing the tactic. To be honest with you, I'm staying more attacking than I did usually. So
yeah,
and see if it works in this league. That's what I'm going for, really.
Well, so far, you've had a bit of a mixed bag. A great start with a 4-3 win.
I mean, home to Luton, winning that game, I thought that was a good result because Luton are not a bad side in that then. All right, it was only Worthing, but it's still a win, isn't it? So 2 home wins, I'll take that. But then it just went backwards then. Started losing games left, right and centre then. I mean, the Leeds away, 5-4, you think, wow, that's not a bad game.
Yeah, scoring 4 goals away from home and still to lose in the 92nd minute.
So yeah, I mean, I'm sort of like that at the moment. Good draw away to Coventry, but I've got to be winning home games. Means I mean, it's only Charlton in the cup, so but losing the derby, that's the main one really for me.
All right, well, let's have a look to see what I've been up to so far this summer in my second season in the Championship. Spent a little bit of money, as you can see there, on a player. We'll have a look at him in a second. But a lot of players have joined the club. Now, 2023 is the ones we're looking for. So Jack Morehouse being one of them's gone straight out on loan to Tranmere. But Jordan Mace, what a free transfer this guy is. Now, 4 assists and 3 goals already. Can play centre mid, can also play up front. I'm going to try and lock him in here, so in the middle, just because he's world class playing compared to the rest of my players. As a free transfer, bringing him in, and he's not asking for too high of a wages, because I mean the winger that I was trying to sell last year and wouldn't leave was asking for 40 grand a week. Yeah. So I was not offering him that. No. But he's fantastic. Good finishing ability, the flair and leadership as well. So playing in that sort of attacking midfield position, I think will be great. Where is the released players? Can we see him? Is he on here? I don't think he is. Oliver Boast was one of them. I can't really see him. Kelvin's gone. Kelvin Wi-Fi's also gone. There he is. Bradley Burrows. He was right there the whole time. Still without a club. What a shock, Bradley Burrows, because you were asking for 40 grand a week, so I was happy to let him go. In compared to, obviously, the rest of our club, if I'm signing players of that calibre for a quarter of the wages, Oliver Bose hasn't got a club either. So, yeah, they're both missing out there because they could have just stayed with me if they weren't so greedy, and they'd have a weekly wage, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Right now, they don't, and that's a shame. Never mind. But I have moved on. I've moved on to greater pastures, I think. He's a better player than those two, as is these guys. Now, we've got Jamal Jimo Aloba from Shrewsbury. Free transfer. Again, another attacking midfielder, so that goes straight into that position there where Kelvin was last season. Value's very high too. Looks a quality player. Good natural fitness, good flair, good vision. Just what I like to see. Raul Torrent on a free transfer as well. I needed a centre-back. There's the centre-back I've gone for. He is slow. Acceleration is only 8. Agility of 6. He turns like a cruise ship, but he's good defensively. Good heading, good marking, good tackling, and decent mental attributes too. So a bit of a leader in there at age 31. Needed a bit of an older statesman at the back. But Ruffin Ntamon from Mimosas in the Ivory Coast. We have brought in a 19-year-old striker who's fast, good dribbling, cracking at finishing, good off the ball and technique. Now he's got 2 goals and an assist already and 1 in the Carabao Cup. So, yeah, I think he could be worth the money I've brought in. Yeah. Only 3-star potential, 3-star current ability, but 4.5-star potential. And I'm going to lock him in because he doesn't naturally go up there. I actually put Mace up front, and I'd rather switch those 2 around. I've changed things around as well. So again, 3 seasons in a row now. We went from this to now going to this, and that's because I've got more centre attacking midfielders than I have right wingers, so it's better off just doing that and asking this guy to mark the right back position or left back position, sorry. So he'll scoot along and go wide anyway. Just in the instructions, it's just the natural position will allow him to play here instead. So that's my sort of tactic going forward. But yeah, not a bad start. We've only lost to Liverpool, Palace, and the first game of the season to Preston. We've had some good wins in there as well. Oxford 3-0, 5-2 against Blackburn was a highlight as well. So good start to the season. Also beating Leicester in the Carabao Cup before obviously Liverpool did knock us out, but 2-1 isn't too bad of a result either. No. So yeah, I think this season in the Championship is going to be an interesting one because it's your first season in there, and it still puts me down there with you at 200 to 1. You're 300 to 1, I'm 200 to 1. But I don't think it's going to end that way. I'm currently 11th. Obviously, I finished 12th. You are currently sat in 22nd.
Yeah, I know. I'll settle for 17th.
Yeah.
I'll take that any day of the week. So, yep.
I mean, you should be taking 21, but...
yeah. You like to think you're not going to be that close.
Yeah.
I don't want to be panicking at the end of the season because we all know what the end of my seasons you're normally like. So
yeah, that's true. I'll take a first or a second. You know. All right, season number 9 then. First season, we're both in the Championship. Who can get to the Premier League first?
What I wasn't anticipating after seeing the start of the season was the result against each other in October, because Dad's Southend travelled to Morecambe and shocked us massively. They were fantastic, scoring 3 goals and defensively staying so strong that they didn't even allow us time to attack and create anything ourselves, winning the game 3-0 to take all 3 points. And the reason it was really surprising was because look at the league table. Going into January, I was sat in 4th place, while Dad was down in 19th. We played each other again right at the turn of the new year, and this time I was much more involved in the match, and again it was a back and forth contest like we always used to, with each of us taking the lead at some point. But Dad's secret weapon Morgan this season has scored yet again, and he's been on form, and the score finished at 3-3. Dad could never keep up his consistent form though, and went from pummeling Huddersfield 6-0 one week to then only winning 1 in his next 6. Our form was slightly better, however we did go through a bad patch, dropping out of the playoffs, and now we're on a mission to try and re-enter it towards the end of the season. Which would mean we would need to find 4 points more than what Sheffield Wednesday currently have within the next 6 games. That's going to be tricky, although we do play them very soon. Dad should be safe, but there's always a threat of being down there with teams around him playing less games. And it turns out, in our last 6 games, we did go on to defeat Sheffield Wednesday with a cracking 5-2 result. However, that was the only game we won, so we can kiss the playoffs goodbye. And let's just say that Dad wasn't having much of a better time either in his fixtures as he continues his terrible run, only picking up 2 points in his last 6 games. Thankfully for him, he survived, as I dropped down into 12th place.
Ooh, you did survive. 44 points. 40 was relegation.
I nearly done myself again. Look at the finish I had at the end of the season.
Very bad finish.
2 draws in the last 6 games I think I had.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear.
But you're still there next year?
Yes, thankfully. Well done. Got to build on that, so I can one way for me to go, and that's hopefully up.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I stayed exactly the same.
Yeah.
12th again. Actually dropped down into 12th on that final day because I also had a bad end of the season. Only 1 win in the last 5, but at that point I was never getting playoffs, so it was kind of expected, really, that I would just sort of like amble on into mid-table. But yeah, you survived, Dad. I mean, right now we're probably a little bit too early to see any budgets, or we might not get any again with the step up. But in terms of players who are going to be leaving you, you have got about 3 or 4 here first teamers who will be leaving: Seb Revan, Pivas and Dale Taylor, who are all running out of contract and might need looking at, especially Dale Taylor, who's got 14 goals this year.
14 goals, yeah.
Morgan was top scorer with 23. Alfie Hutchinson got 14 and 16, so he's had another good season. He's been very good signing for you, but he might be asking for more money as well. That's the trouble. They're all asking for more money, and we just don't have that money to give them right now. But yeah, we'll have to have a look at that next season. And myself, I mean, I think I know I've got a couple of contracts which will be going up, because I did notice it at the start of last season. But I'm not too worried about it. It's only Kane Kester-Hayden who played 10 games, and the other one's Mark Gray, who hasn't played at all. So I'm actually all right for another season in terms of players going out. It's just whether they ask for more money, and I might have to sort of, I mean, Tyler Silsby goes out of contract next year. I've only just got him. It would be such a shame to lose him already, but he's worth £4 million. If he's going to be asking for silly money because he's already on 10k, I might not be able to give it to him. I might have to cash in sort of early days already. Ruffin Ntamon got 19 goals this year. He was my best player. Nice bit of development there too.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Looks good. Looks very good. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see what he's like in a couple of seasons. Got him for another 4 years. Locked him down for a very long contract, so that was smart. Sonny Perkins is somebody I might look to cash in on. He got 17 goals, though, so he does score quite a lot. Jamal Gimo, who I got from Shrewsbury, did quite well too, with 15 assists and 12 goals, as did Tyler Silsby. And Jordan May, 17 assists with 10 goals, locked into that attacking midfield option as well. Only 24, so yeah, he looks fantastic. Very good player. If he was the type of player that if I went into the Premier League, I'd probably keep him around and use him quite a lot. I think he looks very good. So, I think the only thing I want to check now really is Alistair McIntosh. How good does he look? It's been a while since we've checked up on him.
Yeah,
the mental attributes have gone well. So, really good. He's 24 years of age now. He's wanted to. Portsmouth transfer. He's still not worth that much, which does surprise me. But the other, I want to check how good Frankie Molineux looks now. He's moved on by the looks of it. He's on loan from Ipswich at Dinamo Bucharest, and he does still look very good. So maybe it's an option for you next year, Dan. Maybe have a look to see if you can bring Frankie back to Southend.
I think if he's going to go anywhere, he'll come to me, I think.
Oh, it's bold. It is a bold statement. But there's lots of players that I think... and I've done quite well to. I mean, here another 4-year contract. The dip into the African leagues for me has been amazing, because you think he's worth loads, decent wages. I bought him for 240k, and he's got another 4-year deal. Love it, absolutely love it. So I might actually have to keep doing that, to be honest, because all the English players keep trying to mug me off. They're trying to get silly money, but we'll have a look anyway, because my recruitment. I'm over the wages as well. My transfer budget's not that high. I'm over the wages. I can't imagine it would change too much, because club-wise, if we're having a look at the finances, I'm minus 5 million, whereas yourself, Dad, minus 3.6 million pounds. So we are not doing well finances. It's always very tough when you're going through the leagues to be able to keep finances on top and still be good. Yeah, you kind of have to sell your best players and just keep replenishing them with younger, cheaper talent.
Yeah, and hopefully the value of them goes up quite quickly.
Yeah. If only it was easy to sell your players.
That's the worst thing about it.
It is.
It's an absolute nightmare, isn't it?
All right, well, let's have a look to see what we do in the summer of season number 10.
A big decision this summer came when Dad was offered £13 million with £10 million up front for Morgan, which would be a massive advantage for his transfer budget. And with that money, he did try and sign Frankie Molineux back to Southend, as he was transfer listed at Ipswich. However, he rejected the move. I also sold 2 players as well that I had brought in for free transfers, which meant 100% profit, but I couldn't afford Frankie myself this time round. Who I could find though was an Algerian striker that my scouts found for 300k, and I was excited to see what he could do. And so we are tweaking things yet again, trying to find a system that fits 2 strikers and 2 attacking midfielders as well as a left midfielder, while dropping McIntosh back into defensive midfield. Dan spent all of his money from Morgan's transfer on deals including free transfers, and whether or not they are good remains to be seen. He has started the season rather well though.
Dad, £10 million for Morgan.
I just didn't want to sell him, but
it's a lot of money for a championship club.
it is a lot of money,
Especially when we aren't getting anything.
No. And I was really struggling to get any players in. I was losing players left, right and centre. So I thought, well, thanks very much what you've done for me, mate. I've got to take the money and run.
Yeah. We both tried to bring in Frankie Molyneux off the back of that.
Yeah,
But he was interested in joining me, but I couldn't get the money. He was not interested in joining Dad, which we found hilarious. And Dad had the money.
Oh, I can't believe it. He was the first person I went to and tried to get him, and he wouldn't come to me.
So looking at him right now, he's still at Ipswich. He didn't actually leave the club after. They've also took him off the transfer list, but he's still got the asking price of £3.1 million. Still, it's really good.
I'd have took that.
Yeah.
He'd have sorted my midfield out for me.
Just didn't want to come to you. Found it hilarious, but there we go. 24
That's
years
it,
of
mate.
age.
When I'm in the Premier League, don't think I'm going to become looking for you, because I'm not.
I bet you will. Right, so outside of him going, you had quite a lot of players joining.
Yes.
The most expensive one was Wisdom Amy from Crystal Palace, £2.6 million.
He's a good centre back, isn't he? He play with both sides, left or right, and he can play on the flanks as well if I really need him. So I just thought, versatile player, get him in, good price.
Yeah. Good pace on him too.
Yeah.
Now we've got Octave from Norwich, 500k, so a little bit more expensive, 22 years of age.
This is the guy I'm hoping is going to replace the striker I've lost. So he's 6'1". He can be a good striker for me.
Okay, then we've got Frank Martin from Châteauroux, 250k for a left back.
Yes,
Frank Châteauroux. Couldn't sign the other Frank, so you have to sign this.
Yeah, that's
Frank.
right. Yeah, when I was looking at my team, really, I felt I was really, really poor in defence.
Yeah.
So hence why I'm going to sign quite a few defenders, I think, here. So this is my left back. I've got one centre back in.
Yeah. We got Stejko, who's the goalkeeper.
Yes.
Good goalkeeper there from the Czech Republic. Mass Williamson, free transfer, defence midfielder, can also play centre back.
Centre back, yeah. So that was a sort of Brucey bonus for the other. He can play in both positions, really.
Yeah, from the Netherlands. Then we've got Junior. I'm not going to try and pronounce the last name. Right back.
Yeah, it took me a while to get this guy. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to come, and in the end, I managed to persuade him to come because he was quite, good price and everything. So yeah.
And then finally, we got 2 more. We got Mkhitaryan Bondarenko. So Bondarenko has joined, 24 years of age, looks quite a good striker.
Yes. This could be the guy that replaces the striker that I've lost. So.
Lacks the mental attributes.
Yeah, that's the only problem. But he's quick.
Yeah.
He knows where the back of the net is.
He got a hat-trick in the Carabao Cup too, so far. And then there's the final player of Mark Hancock, who is from Northern Ireland, plays on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Again, good physical attributes, which is very good to get you out of this type of league, to be honest.
That's right, yeah. So I've strengthened my defence up really right across the back 4, and I've got a couple of strikers in, so hopefully it'll do it for me.
Yeah. Go on with your 4-3-3 into a 4-2-3-1 out of possession.
Yeah, I wasn't sure to play this sort of in the championship, so I'm sort of being a bit more sort of safe, really, I think, with this tactic. I think don't want to give too much away, but when I am going forward, I can bomb through with the players in midfield.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's have a look then at the fixtures at the start of the season, because you have started well.
Yes.
A couple of games in the championship that you've got some good points with, Leeds being one of them, 4-1 away from home.
Absolutely brilliant.
Coventry as well, to be honest. Yeah. Bondarenko getting a hat-trick.
Yeah. Away from home, you look at those results, I'm not doing too bad, am I, really?
Yeah. Only dropped points against Luton away from home again, 0-0. And out of the Carabao Cup just because of a penalty shootout.
Yeah, I'm disappointed with that.
So that ain't too bad, really. But how are things going on in Morecambe? Obviously, we had a better year last year, but I think you've had a really good transfer window there. And we've started off, obviously, a lot of players have been going in and out. We've lost quite a lot of players in terms of released players. We can see here a few of them have gone out. Not an amazing amount of players that were in the first team, but we are still losing players. So it's always something I'm cautious with, making sure our team is big enough. We did sell 2, though. Mvogo for 900k. I thought he had a good year, and then we didn't really use him last season to the extent as what we did when we first brought him in, and he had that 20 goals and 15 assists in that one amazing season in League One where we got promoted. Last year, he only actually started 2 games. So it's kind of like, if I can get anything for him, it's better than like just having him on the bench. Nearly £1 million for him. I was really happy with that. Roman Egan-Riley, of course, he played for both of us. He actually was on loan at you for one season. Then I got him on a free, and he's been here for the last sort of 6 years. Sold him for 725k. So brought in a little bit of money, which is great, because then I can spend a little bit of money, and I think I've spent it really well. Got a loan signing in Danny Barcia from Burnley, so he joins me in on goal because I think he's probably a better goalkeeper than what we've potentially got. And then we've got Kamara as a free agent, who is a good centre-back option, 4-star in terms of my team. Only 6 foot, but with good jumping reach, good position, good tackling, and good anticipation. For this league, I think he's quality. But the big signing for me is this man, 300k, and I was finding it really annoying because out of all the positions that I was looking for that I could get with the money I had, striker was probably the one I didn't need the most. He was a really good striker that I couldn't turn down. So 21 years of age, from Algeria, Hicham Boucheret Sabah. I don't know either. But he was playing in Algeria and got 21 goals one season, 17 the next. At such a young age as well. He's got a goal for me in 3 already. He does look really good.
Yeah, he does.
Driven personality, good flair, good off the ball, decent pace. Lacks kind of the strength and the jumping reach, but he's a good finisher of the ball. Hopefully he can develop and grow. He's got that potential to do so. And it meant that we had to change our tactic again. So he switched it up for the 4th time maybe in a row, because I mean we had a tactic that was different to this, then we've gone back to this, and we had this tactic. We went from having a narrow one to where it was like this. Now we've pushed another striker up, and I'm locking Jordan Mace into that shadow striker role because I think he's really good for it. And we've dropped the DLP back so that McIntosh can play in his more natural position as a playmaker back there and be the only player really considered to play there. That's the option that we've got. So it'll be an interesting one to see how it does this season, playing something different again. It started off quite poorly, but a lot of them were draws. I haven't actually lost a game in the league, just drew 3 of them. Yeah. Drew against Leeds, drew against Watford and Burnley, and won against Swansea, only 1-0, and knocked out the Carabao Cup by Sunderland, who Harvey Higgins has had a whale of a time against me there. He's had a great time, but he is very quick. So yeah, I'm still unsure about how this tactic will do in season number 10, but I'm willing to find out. So let's see what happens.
It took a while for my Morecambe side to find their stride this season, but once we did, we were starting to rack up a few wins on the bounce, especially going into November and December. Dad was also performing well, and although he hasn't won as many games as I had, he had only lost 3 by the new year. And just before our first game against each other in early January, the league was looking rather interesting. We were sat in 3rd and 4th place and just outside the automatic promotion spots. The first game between us was played at Roots Hall, and my Morecambe side was the first to strike and take the lead, and it stayed that way until the second half, when Dad's side then stepped up and came out from the half time looking like a completely different team, scoring multiple goals and taking back all the important 3 points to my grasp as they won 4-1. Which interestingly took Dad above me in the league table and only a point behind Sunderland in first place. Which meant the next game against each other was one of the most important ones yet, and it was another classic between 2 sides in Morecambe as Dad took the lead only for us to immediately equalise. A ball over the top was run on to perfectly and played across for a tap in to put Dad 2-1 up, and once again, just 2 minutes after Southend scored, Morecambe equalised, leaving the game at 2-2. And that hampered both of our automatic promotion hopes, and on the final day, only Dad was capable of doing the big jump. Dad did what he could on the final day, and he got a big 3-1 win at home to Burnley, which was crucial because of what happened elsewhere. As Portsmouth, who occupied second place, lost in the 93rd minute of the match against Sheffield Wednesday, meaning Dad is automatically promoted to the Premier League. The season wasn't quite over there though, because then I had to compete in the playoffs to try and join Dad, and we drew the first leg against Sunderland 2-2 in the semi-final. However, the second leg also finished 2-2 and went to a penalty shootout, and with the scores in the shootout at 8 each, Sonny Perkins missed his penalty, meaning if Sunderland's next penalty was scored, they would win the shootout, and Elias stepped up and sent Sunderland to Wembley.
Oh, congratulations, Dad.
Come on.
You've made it up there, and I couldn't join you. Lost in the playoffs.
I nearly won the league as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you're the first one to get to the Premier League.
Come on, Southend. Hey,
So the advantage is
I'm
there.
calling Southend out now. Where's my shirt? Where's my scarf? Cold part of this a year now. Come on, you got to send me something. I've got you in the Premier League.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. They're like, well, win the Premier League, baby. But at the minute,
Come on.
you've got there first.
Yes.
The race to
I'm
the
really
Prem,
pleased with that.
if it stopped at just getting to the Prem, you'd have won.
Do you
Now
know-
you got to win it.
Do you know, I was really worried at the start of this season when I sold that player for 10 million. I did honestly feel that.
Especially when you
I didn't really want to.
Let's not forget, you were 21st last season.
Yeah, but shit.
You just scraped relegation.
That was lucky, wasn't it? And selling my best player as well was a
Yeah.
bit dodgy, wasn't it? But come on, that's done it.
Very good.
I'm so happy now.
Very good. Either Portsmouth or Sunderland would join you. Both of them are dead to me, unfortunately, because I couldn't join you. But that's really frustrating. That's a task for me to do next season. Absolutely gutted. Your old player, Dale Taylor, was your current player, Dale Taylor, was an absolute beast.
Yes.
33 goals he got this season to win the Golden Boot in the Championship. Very good. Most key passes with Jordan Mace there, so at least I got something to pin my hat on. But yeah, well done. Can't believe it. Cannot believe it. But there we go. All right, well, let's see my squad and see how they performed and what the lay of the land's going to be. Now, striker-wise, a bit disappointed because my top scorer was my shadow striker.
Yeah.
19 goals, 13 assists, Jordan Mace, as we mentioned there. But the strikers that I've just brought in, I mean, Boucheret Sabah only got 16 with 6. And development-wise is a little bit there, but not massively. Ruffin and Tamon, 13 goals. What happened? What's going on? Come on, Ruffin. Not great at all. So we are struggling to score goals again. I might need to change the system for the 5th time in a row, maybe. But we got a lot of players who are either asking for more money, wants to leave, new contract, wants to leave, lost trust in manager, don't know what I've done. But Alistair McIntosh is also unhappy. He wants a new deal too. I need to get these guys into the Premier League at some point. Really, really do. And I've only got 108k, but I'm over the wages for this season, so I don't think I'll be able to splash much money. But Dad, going into the Premier League, you will be able to, you hope. Dale Taylor got 38. Is he Premier League worthy?
Don't look it,
I don't think so.
Don't
He's
look it, does he?
31 as well. You got quite a lot of players that you've had for a while as well. If you
Yeah.
look at those top 3, Dale Taylor, Linsky and Alfie Hutchinson, you've had for quite a few seasons.
Yeah.
Attacking wise, 13 and 15 for Hutchinson, 17 and 11 for Linsky. They've all done really well for you. It's just feeding players around them.
It's nice to see quite a few of the players' value has gone up as well for
Yeah.
me. So if I don't think they are good enough, Hutchinson, he's he could be one that I can just sort of like nearly 20 million.
Yeah,
Might get 15 for him.
who knows?
Yeah. So yeah.
Not bad at all.
No.
But what budget have they
What are they
given
gonna
you?
give me?
27 million with 250k in the wages.
Well, I've got to take my hat off to
So
them.
that's a lot.
They are supporting me, so thank
Yeah.
you very much. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. That sort of, I've just got to try and keep them in the Premier League this season.
Gotta survive.
If I can survive that, that'll grow. I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, well, what is going to happen in the race to the Prem next? Because Dad has now made it into the Premier League. He's got himself closer than what I have so far. Can I join him? How will Dad spend that £27 million? Make sure you subscribe so you do not miss the next episode of the Race to the Prem.
And after I've reached the Championship before Dad, it took him just 2 seasons in the league to overtake me and gain promotion to the Prem. Finishing in the top 2 automatic spots in Season 10, while I was missing out on the playoffs. So I need to make sure Dad's advantage doesn't last long. However, there is a big problem. I have 0 money, no budget in the transfer budget, even for wages, to bring in free transfers, meaning I'm going to have to rely on the players I already have at the club for the whole of next season. While Dad is being rather conservative with his cash for now, instead of splashing it out on players and having nothing left. And his approach for the new season was to go rather safe and not go crazy with his tactics. However, sometimes to survive, you do need a little bit of crazy, and unfortunately for Dad, his start to the Premier League was a tough one to watch. Meanwhile, for me, I wanted to go as attacking as I possibly could at this point to get myself in that Premier League as well. Because my best players are the ones further up the pitch, so I wasn't going to gain promotion through trying to be defensively solid. And to an extent, it was certainly turning out that way, as we were scoring silly amounts of goals at the start of the season.
Alright, Dad, elephant in the room. No transfers for me.
Nope.
Didn't have any money. Even despite losing a couple of players as well, still had no money. Couldn't sell anybody. Nobody wanted to buy any of my players. Even tried offering them out. Nothing. So we've got a very boring transfer window. Now, I have decided to go a little bit more attacking with this in terms of stability-wise, because, of course, last season we tried that with one left winger and two centre mids, and it got us to the playoffs. But I felt like every time we were against a team that is stronger than us, we failed.
Yeah.
So, this is what we're going to go for this season. We are 4-2-2. We're using advanced wingers. We're pushing players forward. But then out of possession, we're going back into a 4-2-3-1. That's how we're setting up going into this season. And in terms of how it's been doing in the Championship, we have started well. We defeated Coventry. We defeated Leeds. We drew with Wrexham. We beat West Brom in QPR. At that point, we were sat top of the league. Then we lose 5-4 to West Ham.
It's not a bad result, though, is it?
No, and they didn't score their last goal until the 70th minute, which was annoying. But by then, we were already down, so 5-3. So, yeah, I mean, not a bad result. West Ham are one of the favourites in this division. So if we're doing a little recap of the Championship, West Ham are currently top. You can see they're second favourites to go up. The relegated sides of Southampton, Bolton and Preston all the way down there. Preston's done very well. But, I mean, where's Morecambe? 23rd.
They don't back you at all, do they?
No.
Even though you made the playoffs, that's unbelievable.
Got to the playoffs, down there in 23rd. So, I don't know. Ingamoa's actually in the division as well, which is an interesting player to be in this low down at Nottingham Forest. So that's going to be... Whoa, he's so good on this. Even though his attributes don't look amazing, just the fact that he's got amazing agility and balance with good dribbling and scary flair, he is extraordinarily good. But yeah, I mean, we started well. It's us and West Ham at the top. We'll see how it plays out throughout the season. Dad, going into the Premier League, I expected you to do what you usually do and splurge all your money.
Yeah.
You didn't.
No, I didn't. No.
£2.5 million was the most that you spent on a player.
I was fortunate, really, when I looked into the free market. There was quite a few players that were, free of charge sort of thing. So I spent a lot of my wages on that, really. So when it came to sort of buying players, I didn't have a lot to sort of play with, as in amount to play with. So I had to be a little bit careful what players I did buy. But I was trying to fill the squad up as well with players that were sort of could do something in this league rather than players that were struggling in this league.
Yeah.
So that was the other thing I was looking at it.
Spent the money on, Alfie Callahan, he's in the under-18s. He's injured as well, to be fair, for the next 3 weeks. But he hasn't featured at all for you. He's not one of your better players. Jorgensen definitely is. He's played... Well, he hasn't played any Premier League games, though.
No.
Thomas Jorgensen. So the players that you actually spent money on, you're not even putting into the team yet.
I was in and out whether to lock him in in that position, and I just thought, is it too early to lock him in? I just thought, with him, having him in the squad sort of thing, his potential is quite good. So
well, this is a different player. This is Canova.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, he's very good.
Yeah, he's good as well. But so there's a couple of players I've sort of got in. I mean, he can play in the same position as well, like the left-sided centre-back as well. So it was a bit awkward sort of locking a young 21-year-old in that position straight away in the Premier League. So I didn't really want to take the chance of doing that, really. Yeah,
but a good bargain, that one. 800k from Cesar Vallejo. Then we've got... Do you want to pronounce this one? I'll let you have this one.
Aqualimba.
Yeah, what about his first name?
Oh, Yolkin
Agua Limpia. Colombian. Yeah. Good player, though. Another centre-back. That's 4 in a row.
Well, that's where I was very weak. my defence is very weak, so I needed to improve quite drastically my defence, I felt, to sort of even stand a chance in this league.
I mean, he is fantastic for the price that you got him for, which, reminder, just 700k. So where I've been going to Africa for these cheap players, you've gone to South America.
Yeah.
Interesting. There's a couple more players, though. 3 free transfers. Denilson Santos from Varzim. So
it's a good left back.
Yeah, Portuguese left back. Good player, 28 years of age in his prime. Probably looking for some Premier League football. And then we got Ibrahim Rabaj from Crystal Palace. Another winger.
Yes.
So star player from Morocco. Good dribbling, first touch, but he's also quite good at like the tackling side of the game defensively. Yeah. And with the out of possession, like if we're talking about like what we would do in FM24, I'd be looking at that and go, defensive winger.
Yeah.
Like it was my favourite role. I mean, he doesn't have the work rates maybe, but he's good at tackling.
Yeah.
So good pace, good ability. Yeah, not a bad player at all for a free transfer. And then we got Senad Kovacevic from Sunderland. The last free transfer that you got, a Bosnian and Herzegovina centre midfielder or defensive midfield. Good stamina, bravery, determination. Not a bad player either.
He's not bad and plays in the spine of the team as well. So, I'm sort of looking...
left-footed.
Yeah.
So he pops on the left-hand side.
Yeah. I mean, I feel I've had a sort of a quite a good transfer market sort of thing.
Yeah.
So, and it hasn't cost me a lot of money. It's more in wages than anything. So, yeah, a bit promising, I feel.
Well, one player I was quite shocked to see that you didn't sign. It's Frankie Molyneux.
I did look him up and I approached him and he just point blank said, no, I don't want to come to you.
I mean,
Yes.
he does look like a good player now. He's just been released from Ipswich.
Yeah, he didn't want to come to me.
That's crazy, isn't it? But yeah, good player. Frankie Molyneux.
I was disappointed.
Can't find a club at the minute.
That's it. You're done with me now. I'm not going to approach you again.
Harsh.
I'll just get Frank Kessie in.
Oh, yeah. Now, going for a 4-3-3 and in possession of 4-2-3-1, which is a lot deeper.
Yes. I'm sort of
Balanced mentality.
I'm being a bit weary, really. I didn't want to sort of go too far forward, push him, and open myself up. I'm just trying to... I'm aiming to be like mid-table team, really.
Yeah.
Sort of beat the teams around me, but obviously struggle against the teams who are going to be like top 5 type of thing. But I've got a defensive sort of setup that they're still going to be hard for them to beat me.
Okay.
That's what I'm hoping for, really.
Well, Chelsea didn't find it hard. They stuffed you 3-0.
Yeah.
As did Brighton 3-1, Man City 3-0, and Ipswich 1-1.
Yeah. I mean,
So right now, it ain't looking great.
it isn't looking good at the moment. No, it isn't. No. So I'm learning still from this league. It's going to be hard for the boys in this league, innit? So I'm just hoping that sort of like get sort of first 5 or 6 games out of the way that they're done. We've learnt from that, and then we've got a Carabao Cup against Blackburn. Hopefully we get them, and then we got Hull, Aston Villa. It's a couple of games where I might pull something from out of there. Really.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see. Can Dad survive in this season? Can I join him? Or by the previews of the Championship, can I survive in the Championship? Let's find out. After Dad's rough start, he didn't actually get his first Premier League win until the 28th of October against Fulham in a 2-1 win. However, this was the catalyst, as he then picked up 7 points from 4 games in November, including wins against Spurs and Wolves. But I don't think anybody expected him to then go unbeaten throughout December, with another 4 wins, all in the league. Meanwhile, in the Championship, I'll be the first one to admit there were also some rough patches in our form, but we were clinging on to the hope of promotion still in Season 11. And after dropping out of the playoffs, we are clawing our way back up the table and 5 points behind second. Dad is having the time of his life at Southend though, creeping into the top half on the halfway mark, sitting with 26 points. As the season went on though, my Morecambe side, which of course is now bare bones this season, carried on grinding results out. By the end of March, we were back within striking distance of the automatic promotion if we won our game in hand. Dad's form significantly dropped at the turn of the year, and those wins were turning into losses, as the struggle to survive in the Premier League crept back into Dad's mind. But surely after that run in December, they weren't anywhere near danger, you say? Well, a win against Leicester at the very end of March gave Dad 3 points that he needed to keep above the drop zone
by the 3 points he had just picked up. In April, it was my turn to have a stinker as we then lost 3 games and dropped off into the playoffs. With 1 game to go though, a miracle was still possible. We could still finish in second place if results went our way. In the Premier League, Dad Southend won 1 game out of 4 with 3 losses after finally picking up 3 points again against Birmingham. But with 3 games to go, he was only a point away from that relegation zone. On the final day of the Championship season, everything was going our way because Palace and Stoke had finished their games and both of them dropped points. But we were losing ourselves to Watford in the 95th minute until we eventually equalised. We needed all 3 points though to secure an automatic promotion, and that's when basically from kickoff, Boucheret Seba stepped up and banged in the rebound to score the most important goal of his career, giving us promotion in the most dramatic way possible. Dad was having a nervous time at Southend because 3 points against Fulham and a 2-0 win was followed by 2 losses in the final 2 games of the season. Thankfully for Dad, the only teams who could overtake him were Sunderland and Fulham, who also lost as well. And Dad survives another day in the Premier League.
Well, Dad, survival in the Premier League, and good news, I'll be joining you.
Yeah. I'm chuffed to bits of surviving, really. It looked like it was a real struggle for me. I think I beat Fulham 3 games from the end, and that just sort of kept me up, really, because I was on a bad run again. Look. So, yeah, I'm chuffed to bits. I've survived. Yeah, good luck. We've got you next season, so bring it on. Let's see
you
what
mentioned
happens.
just beating the teams around you. I looked to the last sort of fixtures there. That's exactly what you did, because there were terrible runs in here. But then every now and then you just pull a victory out.
Yeah.
Leicester, Birmingham, Fulham, 9 points there within the last sort of like 10 games, which probably have,
Save my skin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And my job.
That's another thing too, yes. But yeah, as we mentioned, on the final day, a win against Watford, 5-4 was the difference. And what a game that was. What, the 95th minute, I scored to equalise. And then the 96th, we scored again. And that, if you're looking where Watford is, dropped them into the playoffs too.
Did it?
So... or did it? No, sorry. They dropped out of any contention whatsoever. So they weren't in the playoffs. They were down in 11th place. But it did mean that we dropped we pulled above Stoke and Crystal Palace on that final day, which and
Stoke didn't go up. No.
The dramatic final of that. I mean, the final day drama that you get from the Championship there. So I'm absolutely buzzing. I'm joining you. I didn't think we'd stand much of a chance after seeing my transfer budget last season, but we trusted the boys that we had in there, and we've managed to do all right. I mean, the 2 strikers, Intamon and Boucheret Seba, 20 goals each, which isn't like amazing, but it's good enough when you got both of them doing it. And Tyler Silsby again with 16, who's done quite well. Kanji at left back, 8 goals and 17 assists. Bit of a unsung hero in this, with Ellis Gillerhead also getting 16 assists. So 2 fullbacks doing really well. But the transfer budget, they've given me £30 million with an okay wage.
Good, yeah.
So that's not too bad. But yeah, let's have a look at your squad and seeing how you did it, Dad, because 18 goals came from Dale Taylor.
Yes. He's done me well over the years, hasn't he, really?
Yeah.
So
he's there again.
Yeah, he's there again. At 32 now, it's getting to that time where it's 21 million he's worth. So, value, but you can see I'm sticking him up for sale. So anybody's out there wants him. Yeah, I try to get rid of him. I'm glad I didn't now. So he sort of kept me up, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's obviously the position I've got to be really looking at. I'm not scoring enough goals. You can see that straight away.
No.
One person in double figures and he still didn't get to 20.
No, absolutely.
So, I'm struggling there.
£40 million.
That's a good budget.
No wage budget, so I'd guess you'd probably be around the same as me. About 30 million with a good wage budget. So, yeah, busy summer. Or would it be like last year where we didn't have a busy summer at all? I think this summer will be a lot more busier because there's also a couple of players that I would be looking to try and sell. Just don't think that Football Manager 26 has got the capabilities of being able to sell a player when you want it to be like that.
That's the problem, isn't it?
We really do struggle. It seems to be I can still only sell players if they are wanted. But we'll see. Let's see what happens this summer.
The day was finally here though. It's been a journey, but £28 million was too good to turn down for Alistair McIntosh after 8 seasons since his 70k transfer from Leyton Orient. I wasn't messing around either, because another Saudi club also gave me £12 million profit for a right back. That was never going to be good enough for the Premier League. But this is potentially where I might regret this, as finding fullbacks has been a difficult task for both Dan and I've decided to go without this season. And I'm going to try and play this incredibly brave and possibly stupid system with 3 defenders and high wingers that drop back into wingbacks as the whole system becomes strikerless out of possession. Dan has decided to also make some tactical tweaks, and they definitely weren't going as well as he intended.
All right, Dan, a little bit more of an active window this summer.
Yeah.
We've got 3 players who came in before the turn of the year. Look, £3.2 million for Christopher Johnstad. Good right back.
He's a good right back. I needed to replace the right back that I had there. He was, I think it was 31, 32 now, and I felt like just a bit of fresh blood I needed in it, really. So he's a good one.
Yeah, he's only 20. Good potential too.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Quite cheap from Norway. Obviously, I do like going to those Nordic countries and trying to find some little gems, and especially when you go into new gen territory, there's loads of them. Vincenzo Prisco from Sassuolo, £6 million. Another really good pickup. Now, he's in the prime of his career, 28 years of age, so it's,
I've just felt I needed to strengthen up my defensive midfielding area, so this guy does it for me, and he can also push forward. I mean, his pass is really good, so his first touch is really good. So even if he pushes forward into that sort of like central midfield position, he can still be good for me there as well. Yeah,
he does look good. Yeah. And then the last one that you really spent money on was £16 million for a Bolton player, Pablo Riso, who's a good centre-back, left-footed centre-back too. Really good mental and physical attributes.
The 2 lads that I had already there, I just felt may not have been good enough, but this guy can play both centre-back and left-back, so it's a good price I felt for him, really. I just thought, right, I'm just going to just make it a little bit easier. He'll slot into that position. I'm going to send one of the other guys out on loan, just sort of because he's the 21-year-old, so he gets a bit of time play as well. So, but this guy will be into my first team.
I mean, his weakness is his height. He's only 5'11", which I'm 5'11", but and 3/4. But jumping reach of 12 doesn't necessarily help him if he's trying to win balls in the air. He is quite strong though, and he's good positioned.
Yeah.
So you never know. He could be a good defender.
His anticipation is 14 as well, so he could be there first.
Yeah. Then we've got a couple of players. I mean, this guy 120k, bit basically a free transfer, not a bad option either, just coming in just to bolster the squad. Bayiha, though, from Club Brugge, on a free transfer, decent striker.
Yeah, I mean, this is the guy I'm hoping is going to solve my problem with scoring goals, really.
Yeah.
So hopefully he does.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't scored yet.
No, that's what the worrying thing I've got at the moment.
Yeah, but Arthur de Kemp has also joined on a free transfer, another right back option.
Yeah, the other guy, like I said, he was 31, 32, so I've just brought another right back in, so I've got 2 really good right back there now, and the other guy I'm sort of trying to release, but like we said earlier, it's very hard to get rid of players at the moment.
Can't sell them.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look then. Tactically, you have switched things up ever so slightly. The team shape we're going on both. Look, we've got a 4-2-2 dropping into a 4-2-3-1.
Yeah.
Using the left winger in Kevin McKinnon as that sort of wide outlet there, as you can see when you're out of possession, but dropping back into quite a solid format anyway.
I didn't score enough goals last season, so I'm being a bit more ballsy, how can I say, and going 2 up front.
Yeah.
With 2, I feel these are 2 really good wingers as well that I've got playing for me at the moment, so hopefully they do the job for me, really, and I'm just playing sort of 2 defensive midfielders that are going forward. But like you say, when I'm defending, everybody back.
Yep, okay. Well, we haven't played each other, so let's have a look at the results at the start of the season. I mean, you survived last year with worse.
Oh, it's dire at the moment, though, isn't it? I mean, even
in 1 goal.
Even in the cup, I lost 5-0. So, yeah, I'm sort of not too happy at the moment, but just don't know what to do, really, whether change it or no.
I mean, we should say you just changed it after seeing those results.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't know how that tactic's going to do, because what you were playing beforehand, even I was looking at it going, what were you thinking?
I was in and around whether to go 1 up front and then pull it back to everybody sort of into the sort of midfield area and box the midfield up a bit more. But no, I'm sticking with the 2 up front. The tactic I had before was a little bit more attacking, should I say. I think I had more people in the midfield area rather than playing the two in defensive area.
Yeah, you had like an inverted wing back.
Yeah.
And it was just so narrow. It was no wonder why you weren't creating anything. When we were looking at this, like you had Martin in here, De Kemp in here, and you had two inside forwards, and it just looked so narrow. It was no wonder why nobody was being able to get on the ball and create anything. At least this, I think, is a little bit more spread out.
Yeah,
you got two wide forwards,
these two wingers do play as wingers.
Yeah,
really.
when you look at it, I always think when you look at it like this in possession, if you're going into this final bit and you can see a formation that looks the other way, it's good. Because if you look for a two striker formation the opposite way, so here you got 4-4-2. It's kind of set up to be that way really, but going forward, that's kind of what you're looking for. You want those wide forwards, but then you want the wing backs to overlap them. The two midfields just outside, centre backs sitting.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll see how that one plays out for you. My first season in the Premier League, I had to buy a few players, and I had to sell a couple as well. Alistair McIntosh has gone, £25 million, and I didn't sell them until late either. Two Saudi clubs have come in. No other clubs just really make any offers. But the 1st of August and the 13th of July, it wasn't until I started making any money for the players. If you're looking before that, nothing, absolutely nothing. So that's when I started actually selling players, and I got £38 million in terms of transfers, but only about £22 million of what they gave me, because at one point I was only down to 60 million. I had like a mini takeover throughout the summer as well, but it wasn't like anything of note, to be honest. So I didn't really mention it. But let's have a look at free transfers. We've got Tobias Appel, a good centre defence midfielder, and I had a strategy for this of finding youngsters who have good potential that was cheap. And my hope is that because they are young and I can give them lower wages, means I can buy more, and hopefully 2 or 3 out of them do well. And Tobias Appel, I think, is going to be one of them that does quite well. He's got a great potential, does look quite good mental attributes already. Some of his technicals need work, and hopefully he does work on them throughout the season. Kostov's just a really good deal. 28 years of age, a good attacking midfielder, looks a quality player. It's been playing in the English leagues already with Sheffield United, so I was happy with that one. And Nathan Zeze, again, a very experienced left-sided centre-back. And I have gone away from, of course, having fullbacks, despite the fullbacks being so good for me last year, but I could not find anyone that was wanting to join that would be an upgrade or help just as good as the two fullbacks I had. I also didn't have a goalkeeper at one point. We only went down to one goalkeeper, so Leonardo joins. For 250k, I think that's a cracking goalkeeper.
Yeah, not bad.
Barely spent any money. It was before I actually sold Alistair McIntosh, so I didn't really have a lot of money left at that point. So Leonardo came in with a bit of a lifesaver, really, with just 250k. Nicholas Bork, though, if you remember correctly, Dad had him on loan a few seasons ago, as you can see down here. You had him on loan twice.
Yeah.
I've brought him in for 700k. He hasn't really played that many games. Don't think he'll play much for us. He's more of a backup option, to be honest. He can play across the back three that we've got. Not a bad player either. Then we've got another player that I'm looking at in terms of a youngster that was cheap with a better potential. So he's all right, not bad. 22 years of age. Won't get into the first team, but he's there or thereabouts. Reggie Walsh will get into the first team, though. He's a better centre defensive midfielder that we picked up from Lincoln. Again, quite cheap, only £1.9 million. Then we got the 3 expensive players, and I say expensive, 4 million, 5 million, and then one for 12. And I really was like 12 million as I gave it to Sheffield United. But we've got Thabo Mithayen from Benfica. Centre back, you can also play centre mid. I was hoping he would be a defensive midfielder. He's probably a better defensive midfielder, but I don't want to lock him in there. I might do that next year, depending on how well we do. But it looks quite a good player, good ball playing defender for now. And then we got James Abando from Seattle, another good striker. He's quite fast, good first touch, dribbling and finishing ability, cracking off the ball. Not a bad visionary pass either, as you can see. So Cameroonian international who hasn't scored a single goal for him, even though he's a striker, which is slightly alarming. He's got 2 goals in the Carabao Cup for us, but none in the league. And then finally, Regan Piper, which was my best signing, I think, personally anyway. And he comes... I think there's another signing, actually, that hasn't shown up. Because there's a weird glitch at the minute that doesn't show all of the transfers. I think that's been the case here because there's another player I need to... In fact, there's 2 or 3 that I need to show you. Football Manager, fix your game. Regan Piper, right side of midfield. Spent £12 million on him. I got him because he's homegrown as well. He's Scottish. Unbelievable composure, finishing first touch. Can cut in, good flair. Great physical attributes. That's why I bought him. In terms of the current ability, they don't rate him as high as maybe the other players I brought in. But if we know what Football Manager's like, that inside forward type of player or wide forward type of player cutting in who has decent finishing but is an amazing dribbler just seems to do really well this year. Haven't really seen him much because he's been injured at the start of the season, so we haven't been able to showcase him as much just yet. But let's see if I can find those other players. Now, we are set up in this wild 3-2-3-2 formation, and I'm locking in Zeze and Leonardo. Now, I know one player that I haven't seen here is Kevin Pye. So here he is, one of the ones that they did not show, and that's the reason why I knew that we hadn't seen one, because he's probably my best player. And we got him on a free transfer. 6 million, sorry. We got him for 6 million from Nice. I knew he was cheap. He was transfer listed. Kevin Pye. So he got last season in League 2, or the second team for Nice, 17 goals and 10 assists for 14 player of the matches. I know that's for the second team.
It's still good, though.
But it is still good.
Yeah.
And I think, he's a cracking player. It's the reason why I recognised that there were some players missing, because... I knew that he wasn't in there. Now, out of possession, we actually go into like a strikerless sort of situation. So the 2 fullbacks drop back and the 2 midfielders go out wide. I'm interested to see how this one plays out. And I've only just changed it to that. Like Dad, we had a terrible start and I had to start switching things around. Because I've had a very hard start in terms of the teams I've had to play against. Chelsea, Arsenal, Everton. Then I've got Liverpool and Man City, Liverpool. That's mental, isn't it?
It's hard, it is. It's an hard stuff. I mean, every game in the Premier League is going to be an hard, but that's extra hard.
Yeah. So, I'm excited. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, there's definitely... And we kept out of the strikers. There was definitely a couple of transfers that I know has not shown up. Like Busari is on there as well. I know I picked him up. Sigurdsson, another centre-back, is another player that did not show up on that page. I know that there's a few other players here that has not shown up that might be sort of first teamers. So forgive me, it's not my fault. It's Sports Interactive, and they need to fix their fucking game. I'm sorry. We are nearly a month into the game being out now, and there's problems like this, and it absolutely drives me insane. Declan Bartholomew is the other one that I was looking for. He's another left winger. I knew there was 2 left wingers that I brought in. He was the free transfer. There we go, free transfer that we've brought in from the Australian League. He did quite well in the Australian League. But there we go. All right, enough moaning and complaining, because I can't moan and complain in the Premier League if we get our asses beat. So it's on now. I'm in the Premier League as well. The race to the Prem is really on now.
Yeah.
Season number 12. Let's see what happens.
Life in the Premier League for my Morecambe side was rather surprising, considering we decided to take away fullbacks and go incredibly brave with our tactical system. And although in September we did lose a few, and by some big margins too, we picked up our form and even beat West Ham 9-2. But we didn't cross paths with Dan until Boxing Day, and on a snowy afternoon in Morecambe, the rivalry was back. A perfect Boxing Day fixture, you might say, as we went back and forth at each other like we always do. Dad Southend pulling it back level on multiple occasions, and even then took the lead to make it 3-2 in the second half. A game for the neutral that finished 3 each after 90 minutes after a beautiful counter-attacking goal by my Morecambe side. Somehow at the turn of the new year we were both doing rather well. Dad was chilling in 12th place and I was knocking on the door of European football, just 3 points behind United in 3rd. Dad Southend never really caused any upsets, but he did a real good job of making sure he beat teams below him in the league to stay out of danger this season. And to an extent, that's exactly what I did as well. I just managed to beat mid-table clubs too, while taking some hammerings off the bigger sides. But I guess that's to be expected with a system that chucks a lot of players forward. However, we could not get the better of Dad this season despite going 1-0 up in the fixture at Roots Hall, as his Southend side on the half-hour mark began dominating the game and not only scored, but then went on to dominate the fixture, scoring 4 times in total and winning comfortably 4-1. And that did bring the two of our sides closer together in the table, and with just 4 games remaining. But the important thing is, we were both safe. And so this season as a whole was a success, and we need to build upon that going into the summer with some smart signings, but who knows whether any of them will be fullbacks.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dad, we've done all right.
Oh, I'm well happy with that. Really happy with that. I mean,
as am I.
You've done well, ninth, but yeah, me finishing 13th after just surviving last season.
And the starts that we had.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I think the tactical tweaks has definitely paid off. 9th and 13th place. A few points between us, 58 down to 46 for 12 points between us. I mean, the 2 games against each other, you did beat me and we drew in the other, I think.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
So you had the bragging rights across the season. Yeah, 3-3 draw and a 4-1 win towards the end of the season. You had the bragging rights in terms of the wins. I had the bragging rights in terms of where you finished in the league. But yeah, I mean, I can't complain with that. We just had our budgets through as well, so we know it's the perfect time. £50 million for yourself, which isn't too bad at all. And I'm pretty sure on the budgets that I got, it was, there we go, £43 million. So we roughly got the same amount of budgets as well. So, I mean, I'm kind of really happy with how that's played out. I really thought we'd struggle this season, especially when I'm trying to be as ballsy as this, because what I didn't actually showcase that much, to be honest, is the instructions, because in possession it kind of looks normal, but out of possession I'm not even pressing. I'm in a mid-block standard, trigger press more often, but I'm regrouping. I'm not even pushing the goalkeeper. I'm letting them come on us. It's very much haram ball, as people call it, but you probably don't have a clue what that is, do you?
Nope.
I didn't think you would. But yeah, that's kind of how we're set up, and it's done wonders for me. I think with some better players, we couldn't even start challenging for European positions here. So I'm excited. And in terms of the players I've actually got, I mean, 19 goals for both Kostov and Bouchard there. Bouchard even, which isn't too bad at all. 11 assists from him too. Abanda got 16 goals, which is great. Kevin Pye, 9 and 9. So yeah, I'm happy. Intamon is probably feeling a little bit hard done by, and he is also wanted for £20 million. I think we can say goodbye to Ruffin. I think he's gone.
I think it's the case now. Of any player that's wanted, you let them go, don't you?
Oh yeah, and I'm only seeing it's wanted by like Saudi clubs as well. Al Ali, Sheffield United, he's going out of contract.
Yeah.
Al Ali.
So anyone who's willing to pay.
Al Hilal.
They're the only ones that are paying the money, aren't they?
Al Hilal. Just no English clubs want the players. Makes no sense.
Still not right, is it?
No.
Still not right.
So, I don't know. Let me know what your thoughts are down in the comments about selling players. Are you having more fun with it? I've dabbled kind of in the transfers out, transfer rooms out. Sometimes I think, and then I'll press it, and then a no offer ever comes in. So it's like, oh well.
Every time I've had a go at that, I've had no offers for any players whatsoever.
Yeah. Do you know what I miss? I really miss the director of football being able to sell it on your behalf.
Yes.
There used to be an option here. We'd be like set to unwanted list for an asking price. I would say 50% of the time he'd find a club.
Yeah.
Now you can't do that. And a development list as well. That's gone. And I think, what were we thinking here? But yeah, there we go. We won't go too much into the problems of the game again. But yeah, I'm happy with how this season's played out. Dad, let's look at your squad, because I think you are a little less happy in terms of goals, because 14 come from Kevin McKinnon, who of course was that wide outlet.
Yeah, he was, yeah. So
14 from him.
My strikers didn't do that good neither, did they?
No, the new strikers especially. If we're looking at what it was your starting 11, Dale Taylor 5, your new guy only 8.
Not too good at all, is it?
No.
Really. I mean, he's wanted as well, so I might just sort of cash in.
Who buy?
Oh.
They want to buy everybody, don't they? Dale Taylor? Coventry.
Oh, he's probably... Is he on a
out of contract?
Out of contract, yeah, that's why, though, isn't it?
Prisco? Al Hilal. Al Ali. Come on. What is going on here?
Yeah.
Right. Fair enough. But yeah, I'm guessing that's something that you're going to be addressing this summer.
I might just sort of like... I might just sell one of those players that sort of and sort of like double the fee and then go big on one striker.
Yeah.
And see how that get on with that. because obviously the cheap sort of strikers on getting in are not working for me at the moment. So maybe I'm gonna spend a little bit more.
Yeah.
But I just don't know really at the moment. It's an hard league to do anything in it really. The young keeper, how did he do? So what's he looking like now? Because that was my young goalkeeper.
Yeah, he's done all right.
Yeah,
Bit of progression there.
Because I bought him in, and I was in and out whether to let him go out on loan. But he went straight into my first team.
Yeah, that's another transfer that didn't show at the start of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. So I'm glad that he's done well, really, because I was going to let him go right out on loan.
Yeah.
That was the idea I had there, but he's had a good season.
Yeah.
Kept me in the league, so well done.
I'll be honest with you now, guys. This game, as much as I'm enjoying playing it, is one of the hardest games. It is the hardest game I've ever had to make content for. It takes twice as long. Things just go missing. Things are broke. It is so difficult to create content around FM26 right now because of things like that.
Yeah.
Just doesn't exist. When you're trying to get a replay of a goal to show you sort of like that mid-season, at the minute it's stuck on 1 speed, which means it's so slow. But you go back on your fixture list and press to watch a goal and watch how many times it goes up and down the pitch. It takes nearly a minute sometimes before the goal actually goes in. And if you think we show like sort of like 10 to 15 goals per sort of like season.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's incredibly difficult to create content around this game. It's taken us twice as long.
I never knew you swore so much until I started watching things like this.
Oh my God, it's infuriating. But there we go. I'm trying to be as positive as I possibly can for everybody who's still enjoying the series and still enjoying the content. But thank you very much. Make sure you stick around, you're subscribed, and you turn the notification bell on because the next episode of Race to the Prem might be us trying to get into those European spots. Or we go south and try and stop ourselves from being relegated, because that tends to happen. We normally do really well and then drop right off again.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And it's been a 12-year journey, but Dad Southend reached the promised land first, but we finally caught up and are in the Premier League too. With my first season in there, finishing above Dad as well and far away from safety. But we are starting off on the back foot as our star striker has been snapped up on a release clause by Al Hilal. And I'm already looking at some wacky systems to fit in the players that I already have at the club and the new ones who are going to be joining. Just like this 19-year-old South Korean player that I signed from Ulsan for just £2.5 million. On the other hand, Dad drops into a 4-2-3-1 system at the start of the year in hopes to crack into the top half of the table. And with some new signings joining the club to help him do so, he was feeling optimistic as he prepares to face my Morecambe side next at the end of August. And after a boring 0-0 in Morecambe for 95 minutes, there was a very late goal that was snatched and scored by Cho Young-hwan.
Well, Dad, Cho Young-hwan, new player, comes in, 95th minute winner. That's a way of winning over the crowd, isn't it?
I usually like a light goal, but not this time.
95th minute. What a player he is as well. I'm buzzing with that one.
He does look good, yeah.
Yeah, quite cheap too. One of my transfers that we brought in, only 19. Picked him up from Ulsan in South Korea for 2.5 million. So I think he's already paid himself off. Well done to that young man. But not a bad start to the season, Dad. Got a couple of draws, but games that I think you would hope you would win. Especially when you beat Fulham the game after 5-1.
Yeah, in the cup I beat them 5-1 at home.
And drawn against them.
The game before I drew with them in the league, and I'd rather win the league game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Much further than
you got knocked out by Leicester.
Oh, there you go. So, yeah.
Didn't exactly go very far at all.
No.
But yeah, I mean, my start season was a little bit better. But let's have a look at your recruitment for this summer. Now, we had a bit of a blunder here because you brought in a player into Tiberio Keita, but all of the ESCs were already taken. He's only a free transfer anyway, because he was released from Benfica, but he didn't have a work permit. So you've done the smart thing, loaned him out to get that work permit because he's playing first team football in the Serie A.
And he's a good winger as well, yeah. So I really wanted him in the side. So yeah, hopefully he'll do well this season, and I'll have him next season. It's like a new signing next season, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's got on cheap wages as well, but his value's high. So yeah, I think he's done the smart move there, bringing him in still, but you know, getting him in a work permit next year will probably be better. So the players that you did bring in, if we're looking at it, was quite a lot as well. We got Dylan Henao from Deportivo Cali. Looks like a really good attacking midfielder. Only 26 years of age.
He knows how to finish as well, doesn't he? So
yeah. So he looks quite good. Please stick it so it just stays on that page. Let's imagine what's going on here. George Pires from Independiente. Can play on the right, can play centre midfield.
Yeah, so that covers that wing position that I was hoping to fill with the other player. So this guy can play there as well. But if I really need him, he can play in midfield as well.
Yeah, he looks quite good too. Injured at the start though. What's he done? 4 weeks out of ankle ligaments. Only just happened against Morecambe.
I'm inheriting your problem, aren't I?
Yeah, new signings get themselves injured. The August curse. Then we've got Jan Kalachev, so another player from Benfica. 19 million, so the same price for a defensive midfielder. 23 years of age from Belarus, is that? I think that's Belarus. It is Belarus. Yeah, 23 years of age from Belarus.
Good solid midfielder, I feel. Who can play in both positions if I really need him, but I will be using him in the defensive midfield position, I feel.
Yeah, because he lacks a bit of composure on the ball.
Yeah.
But he has a couple of weaknesses.
His decision making is quite good, though, so it's sort of like...
he makes decisions. He's like, as he does it. Because he's not very composed. But he took one of the ESC places that you've got there because he also couldn't get a work permit. But of course, you only get a certain amount there. Adam Polman from, I must admit, is that? Yeah, Wolfsberger. I don't know whether that's like their full name. Let us know from the Austrian league. Oh my God, the clicks, so annoying. £8 million for this guy. He is fantastic for the price.
Oh, for the price, he's really good. I mean, he just needs... I mean, he's only 22 as well, so you got to give him a little bit more time. He's 4.5-star potential, so I'm quite pleased with this signing, really. I mean, finishing already at 17. His composure at 14, and he's quick as well, so he's got all the makings.
It's got 12 for pace.
Well, 13 acceleration. For a striker, the acceleration is the most thing. Pace is just like, that's over the distance.
13's not high. You're in the Premier League.
Oh, and you try keeping with him, I bet you wouldn't.
Well, no, but I'm not playing Premier League football.
And he's 6'1" as well, so I'm going to take that. He's not that bad. He's a good sort of addition to the squad. I'm going to put him there, really. He's
good finisher, good heading, got great strength. So he's not a bad player. He's got 5 goals for Austria in 11 caps, so he does score goals. He's got a tendency of scoring goals. And then you got George Alcaron, which is the second to last transfer that we've got here coming in, left winger this time round. Again, I think you've basically done you haven't picked out a star signing.
No.
You just filled the squad with these 3 to 3.5 stars.
Yeah, I just felt that sort of the squad needed strength from really. I was losing players, and I had players in the team who are like average for this league, really. And I needed a strength because I was losing players who were running out of contract who were just not good enough for this league. So strengthen the squad more than anything. That's why I haven't sort of sold anybody as well.
Yeah. And then the final signing that we've got is Robert Jan van der Avert, which is a guy who just never has enough names. He has to just continuously add an extra name every year he plays. But Robert here, who plays right centre-back or right wing-back.
Yeah, so that's quite good as well. The only thing I would sort of say, really, if I was going to play him right back, he's not very good at crossing, and I'll let my right backs to go down and bomb it down the wing and banging the ball across. But he's not that bad apart from that, really. His passing and his tackling and all that are quite good, and his marking. So he's a definite good centre back, I feel.
He's left-footed, which is weird, but he's very strong with his right foot. So that's a bit bizarre. But there we go. Those are the signings that you made. Tactically, you're sort of sticking with this 4-2-3-1 in possession, dropping but keeping Alcaron as a wide outlet winger, which I do like, because a wide forward turning into wide outlet winger is a combination I do actually really like on this, because it just sort of gives them, especially if you've got a really good player on your team and just who's attacking wise but maybe not work rates. That's solid, and he doesn't have the work rate to come back, so letting him just he's got 17 flair, very good dribbling ability with good pace and acceleration and agility. That's the type of player you want to pick the ball up on the counter-attack.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
So there we go.
And my striker's quite good as well, so...
Yeah.
If he does get the ball in a quick break, at least my striker will be up there waiting for it to sort of smack the ball across and put it in the back of the net, hopefully.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm hoping.
Let's have a look then at my Morecambe transfers. I think I've had a better transfer window than you, personally. But there we go. But I did get to spend quite a lot of money because I sold a few players too. Kostov went for £13 million. He was my top scorer last season, but he was 29. And I seen a player that I really wanted to bring in, and I knew Kostov wasn't going to get into the team because of the guy who scored against Dad, the South Korean coming in that I wanted to give game time to. So I thought I need to get rid of Kostov. His price was about 40 million. I ended up only selling him for 13. But that's absolutely fine because of that, I then brought in this man, Daniel Dernugel, who I tried to get last year, but he went on loan to West Ham. And they had a loan to buy as well. And I thought, well, they're going to cash in on that because the loan to buy was like 12 million.
Yeah.
They didn't pick him up. So I couldn't believe it. So I've picked him up now, and I think he's fantastic. As a centre defensive midfield, he is absolutely solid. He's not the only defensive midfielder.
There's a lot of yellows in there, isn't it? So
yeah,
that's good, really,
yeah.
isn't it?
He's not the only defensive midfielder, though, because I'm being really ballsy this year. And we'll wait till we get to it. But Carlos Antonio from Corinthians, £25 million for a very good centre-back there. Fickle personality worries me slightly, but he's 27 now, so we've passed that.
Yeah.
In terms of growth, he's got there. The only thing he can't really do is pass. But just as a solid centre-back, it's the best that my team Morecambe could bring in. I'm happy with Carlos Antonio. I think he looks solid. Stefano Manzo from Inter Milan, free transfer. Not a bad free transfer either. Left-hand side, still fairly young. Just going to be a backup, to be honest, right now. Mueka from Blackburn, 29 years of age. He could be a great striker. He reminds me of early days Lukaku.
Yeah.
Because he's fast, not very agile.
And strong.
Yeah. Can finish, etc. Not exactly a pressing player. Good off the ball. We'll see how he plays out this season because for a free transfer, not bad at all. He scored 16 goals last season in the Championship. Looks like a Championship player, but I got him on a free transfer. He's worth quite a lot. So even if we only have him for a couple of seasons and I send him off to the Saudi League because it's the only league that will buy any of our players, we'll just have to do with that. A couple of other players who left actually before we go to the other ones. Jordan Mace finally left. Remember, I got him on a free transfer. He's left on a free transfer, as did Lamine Diouf, as did Czech Kanji. Gutted about this one because he was a very good left back for me in the Championship, and then I scrapped fullbacks.
Yeah.
So he was solid for me. I'm a bit sad that he's gone, to be honest, but there we go. Had to be done. Other players coming in. There was 4 or 5 other ones who did come in, but there was a big one who went out in Bushret Saba, who went to Al Hilal. Again, Saudi players buying our players. He was the guy I bought in who was a bit of a gamble, to be honest. And I think that gamble paid off. For 300k, selling for 42 million.
It's a hell of a profit, isn't it?
And every season he was scoring goals. So, yeah.
Your eyes lit up when that offer came in, didn't you?
Couldn't believe it. We have sold our 2 best strikers, or 2 best goal scorers from last season. So that might be a problem, but we'll see. The replacement of Julian Simon, though, is one I was hopefully optimistic with, although he did get himself injured. He's out for the next 3 weeks. But he is really good physically, with good composure, not bad off the ball. Finishing at 14, but his dribbling's good and he can cross. So if he drops off to the right, we're happy. So channel forward is definitely the role for him if he does sort of go into those channels. I'll leave this one for last. Cianek, right back option who can also play, or right wing back option who can play centre defensive midfield. The Slovakian's not bad little player either, not bad price. Then of course we mentioned already Cho Young Hwang, even, sorry, £2.5 million, that's a steal. Matt Farley, another one from Hearts, centre attacking midfield backup option, 2.5 million.
He knows how to finish as well for a midfielder, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Whoa.
20 flair as well. It's exciting. It's a Joe Cole type of player.
Yeah, definitely.
That one.
And he's quick as well. Cool.
Yeah.
Mighty.
Tyler Silsby I finally sold as well for £4.9 million. But the main man for this summer is Malik Yildirim, because I seen him at 18 years of age and I thought, God, that's a good centre defensive midfield. He's a striker. I don't know why, because off the ball of 8, finishing of 11, and apparently he's a striker.
Yeah.
Who told this guy he could play up front with 16 tackling, 15 marking? He can't even pass that well.
And dribble.
No, so I don't know what they were thinking, but he is only 18 with a good potential. So I'm taking a risk. I'm going to stick him in here. And we are going ballsy with this tactic, as you can see. So we're dropping into a strikerless sort of 3-4-3. But when the setup looking like this, yeah, this is very ballsy, but we'll see how it plays out. Usually it would be Cianek, so imagine putting in Yildirim into that position there, and that's kind of how we are setting up for this season. So Pai and Piper, Mueka and Abanda going up front there. with Cho Young Kwang in behind. And as we've seen, it hasn't done too bad at the start of the season either. Just a loss to Manchester United at the start of the season, but only 3-2 away from home. I'll take that. I was actually 2-0 up, so it's kind of gutting, actually.
Yeah.
But I beat Ipswich 4-3, beating Huddersfield and Wrexham in the Carabao Cup, and of course, that win over Southend. So right now, we are on good form. We'll see if that continues at the end of season number 13.
This season was a strange one because although it started so well for my Morecambe side, as soon as the weather got colder, so did our form. Dreadfully as well. Because we went from beating Villa 5-4 to then failing to win a single point from late September through to December. And to be fair, Dad wasn't in much of a better situation with Southend either. Because as the new year came around and at the halfway point, we were both lingering around the bottom half of the table and close to danger. We then had to play each other again on New Year's Day, and it seemed like things were getting worse for me, as within half an hour we were down thanks to a penalty and never got ourselves back into the match, as Dad's Southend side continued to the misery for Morecambe and scored again, beating us 2-0. February came, and for both of us we turned things around and picked up some valuable points, and confidence was rising. Dad was even flirting with the top half of the league table as well. But as the season's end drew closer, we both accumulated enough points to stay away from danger, while Dad even crept ahead by 9 points.
Right, well, considering how the season started, I think you'll definitely take that, Dad.
100%.
I'm a little disappointed with mine. Honest a bit.
Mate,
Dropped down
I
15th.
think anytime you survive in the Premier League, you got to take it as a bonus, and I'm taking it as a big bonus, really, to finish in 11th as well.
Yeah.
It's going the right way, so I'm really pleased with that finish for me.
Yeah, I think you should be. You had the most yellow cards. We don't have anything
I don't
else
mind
in
that.
there, I don't think,
Yeah.
in terms of players either. But yeah, you had the most yellow cards. It's interesting now, at this point, now that we're like 13 seasons in, to see who is still around and who is obviously not. Because Michel Rossi, look how good he is. He was the top scorer, but he can't finish as well as others. 13 for finishing. He's the best striker in the league. He's only 22 years of age. Arsenal, who I think went on to win the league as well. They scored the most goals anyway. Nwaneri's still there. Ibrahimov, who of course is at Manchester United's Youth Academy. He looks phenomenal. He is currently at Fulham as a star player. So these are the types of players, obviously, that we would love to pick up.
Yeah.
Fulham survive? That's a shame. I'd have tried to go for him. Yeah, they're down in 5th place. They've done all right this year. So, I mean, all we can really do is just keep plugging away, because we're at the stage now where we just need to build the team.
Yeah, definitely.
Build the team, start challenging to get into those European positions. Pullman managed to get the most goals for you at 19, with Henao only getting 12. So, yeah, is that what you expected? Pullman obviously was a new player coming in, the Austrian.
I only
19
I only
goals.
play the one up front as well, don't I?
Yeah.
So, and so I'm pleased with him sort of getting. He's nearly got 20, isn't he? So I'm looking at that and thinking, that's a team that's finished mid-table.
Yeah.
So I can't expect no more from it, really. There's quite a few of the players have scored goals, so I've got to look at it like that. Really looking at my midfield now, thinking what I should do with a couple of midfielders playing, getting into the double figures as well, really, now. So I think it's got to the stage now where I think I've got a squad to stay in the Premier League. Mm-hmm. And like you said last season for me, maybe I've got to think about start buying 1 or 2 players now that sort of shine in this team.
That's the trouble.
Yeah.
I think that's your biggest weakness in terms of
it is. I do
playing
like
Foot Manager.
I think I'll get like 30 million, and I'm thinking rather than just buy 1 player for 25, I think I'll buy 3 for 10.
Yeah. It's always been said about you, I must admit. And you've got 35 million.
Yeah.
So, yeah, time to put your money where your mouth is at this point.
Yeah.
We'll see when he brings in 8 different players this summer. Let's have a look then at my squad, because we had, in terms of a better start, but a lot worse in terms of a finish. Only 15 goals there. Really disappointed in that. And Cho Young Kwang hasn't exactly developed either. He's got the 5-star potential, fairly determined personality, which is a little bit worrying, because that might mean his professionalism isn't as high. So, but his attributes to begin with look quite good. So it's one of them where it's like, as a starting player, for me, he looks quite good already. Maybe not in terms of the star rating, but yeah, he looks all right. Julian Simon, though, only 24 games he started. Should be getting more goals than that. It does look like he's picked up a bit of a bad injury there. So yeah, some disappointing things there. I mean, Daniel coming in as my centre defensive midfielder. He's easily the best player on my team now. He's kind of my leader. in terms of that. We need to really look and see if we can build a team around him. Malik Yildirim, did he get any better? I mean, he can now play centre defence midfield naturally, which is great. Still can't pass. Only 9 for passing, but yeah, well, maybe we'll have to work on that. But he does look like quite a good defensive midfield.
He
for
knows how to put a tackle in, though, doesn't he? That's the thing with it now.
Yeah, and when he's next to somebody like Daniel, who is a very good passer of the ball with good vision, it's not the worst thing that's happening, is it? He's a good deep line playmaker, defensive midfielder. But I've been given 63 million.
Big difference.
So yeah, a little bit of a difference there. We didn't get very far in the cups either. 4th round for me, in both cups. Which, we're not. The aim is not to win the cup. It's just an advantage. You got the 3rd round and 4th round as well. So we didn't do very well in the cups, but we are really just trying to survive in the league at the minute and sort of cement ourselves as Premier League clubs. So yeah, what's this summer going to bring? Let's find out. This summer, I think I had a transformative window, which included a new goalkeeper for less than £10 million. And after last season's disaster, a switch around in systems, bringing wing-backs back into the team with a 3-striker formation that out of possession drops into a strikerless with wide outlets. Dad's transfer strategy was to mainly focus on free transfers while his system changed to a 2-striker formation. And although we both had better starts to the season, we faced each other again in August, and this time Dad took a first half lead. It was another half hour before we managed to pull things back level, and that's what gave us the momentum with the home fans behind us to find a winner scored by new left wing back Onizuka. Alright, transfer window for me this summer did include some departures, Sigurdsson being one, Appel being another, Reggie Walsh also going out, but I think the players coming in has definitely stepped up my team. So Steve Wilson on a free transfer, right back who can also play left back, and right wing back who can also play left wing back. Not going to lock him in. I'm actually going to lock another player in and hope that Steve just fills in the gap with the other 2 sides, because I'm bringing fullbacks back, baby. Yes. Matthias Veron from River Plate, £26 million from a player from River Plate. You expect him to be good.
Yeah.
He is. He is very good as a centre-back. 16 caps for Argentina. Another centre-back who can't pass or take a first touch, if I'm honest.
It's dodgy, isn't it?
But defensively, he is solid. Great determination, leadership, positioning, fantastic physical attributes. He's 6'5", he's a monster. A friendly giant. Yeah. He's only got 9 aggression.
He puts his arm around you when he knocks you to the floor and he just picks you up. Come on, boy.
So great concentration and bravery, though. So he'll stick his head in. He's just not very smart when he does have the ball. We've also got Teddy Lervendahl from Benfica. A guy that I'm trying to train right wing back, because I think he looks very good as that advanced wing back role, and that is the key here. Advanced wing backs, that's the role I really want to use this season. Danish international, 4 caps for them. Great physical attributes again, great going forward, only 7 for tackling. Another reason why we are possibly looking at going a little bit more attacking when we have the ball for our fullbacks anyway. Needed a better goalkeeper. This guy's the better goalkeeper. Right now he's only 24, so he can still grow as well, and I think straight away he's a better goalkeeper than what I already had. Positioning wise, he's not bad with the ball either. I'm happy with him. He's very good, especially for the price that we pay. We didn't pay that much for him at all, from Basel for just £9 million.
Yeah, it's good buy.
I'd knocked off Arsenal for this guy. So Tomoya Onizuka, so another Asian player coming in. He's a Japanese international. He's got 1 cap for Japan. Left back. I'm training to play left wing back. So not as good as the right-sided player that we've brought in, but Arsenal was sniffing around him, which tells me he got to be quite good.
Yeah.
And if Arsenal got rejected for him, then this guy's smart. Only a balanced personality. Again, that worries me.
You can understand why he's gone. It's like Arsenal, Morecambe. Arsenal, it's got to be Morecambe, isn't it?
Exactly. Even if you were given that decision right now with Morecambe where they are in the world, you'd make that decision. So there we go. But yeah, so that's another sign that we've brought in. But the final one, Raul Carrasco from Almeria, £23 million. A cracking right winger. My only trouble is we've kind of ditched the wingers in possession. Reason for it, I love the idea of going for this 3 up front, dropping into a 3 across the centre attacking midfield. Pye, I'm going to lock in, Kevin Pye. Carrasco, I am not, because Carrasco can fill in loads of different positions, and that's what I'm hoping with anyway. Pye, Onizuka, Lervendahl in those advanced wing backs. We got 2 defensive midfielders. We got 2 ball-playing centre-backs who cannot play with the ball. But we're asking them to just play really short, so it shouldn't be a problem. The trouble is when you I should really maybe just go centre-back. But when you have like 2 centre-backs where they got no full-backs and then you're asking them not to do anything with the ball, just having a simple pass is better than just telling them to hoof it. Tracking winger, but then on the other side we've got an outlet winger as well in Pi, who when he drops in, because I still think he's one of my better players, so he'll be really good in that role. And at the start of the season, it's done all right, to be honest.
To be honest, I'm looking forward to this formation, really, just to see, because this is my formation, 3 up front, isn't it? This is what I like playing, and I haven't tried it yet. The game's getting to me at the moment with the tactics coming back and all that, so I'll be interested to see how it goes.
Well, yeah, it started off all right. We did lose to Ipswich 3-2, and we also lost to Everton, but we did beat you 2-1.
There's nothing new there.
And my young Asian player that I've just signed has scored the winner again, 2 seasons in a row.
Yeah.
Last season was Young Kwang, and this time it's Onizuka with a 67th minute winner. So really good. Also beat Sunderland 2-0, and we're also through to the Carabao Cup. We've got through to the 4th round.
Win,
yeah, 5-0. Dad, let's have a look then at your recruitment this summer, because you had a lot of players coming into the club there. With a few going out, we've got £4.5 million there for Watara.
Yeah, nothing big
1.1
really going out, is it?
No.
But, I mean, my offers
is an old one who only gone for £1 million, but of course you bought him in on a free.
Yeah.
So, yeah, some players going out there.
I've had a lot of players on the freebie again, so a lot of my money went on the wages more than anything, really.
Yeah. So, let's have a look at them. Restes coming in, legendary goalkeeper.
Yeah, I mean, I think my other goalkeeper either resigned or retired or just didn't want to sign a new contract, so I had to get another keeper in. Now, I've got a young keeper in at the moment who's good.
Yeah.
So I've just wanted to bring this keeper in who's a good reserve keeper, I feel, and he was quite happy to play as a reserve keeper.
It's weird, like star player.
Well, he said, and I'm all right, boss, with that. You've got a young guy there, I'll teach him. So
says things without looking, does my
I
dad.
did, yeah.
Star player.
Yeah. You don't get him on my side, though.
Ben Foster, have you signed another goalkeeper?
Yeah, I have, yeah. That's good old Ben Foster. He's a good keeper. Yeah.
Oh, no. It's a right winger who can play across the back 3.
Yeah, weird, eh?
26
I
years
love
of
a
age.
good squad player.
Yeah, great determination and flair, good off the ball, decent physical attributes as well.
Yeah.
Right winger there.
And I've also got the other right winger coming back from Roma. So,
yeah. Mikel Navrati, though, for a free transfer. New striker.
Yes. 25 years of age as well, so I wanted to...
quick striker.
Yeah, this is really quick, isn't he? This is like lightning, this play is. So I'm changing my formation just a little bit to put this guy in.
Okay. Right, perfectionist personality, that's obviously very good. 25 years of age.
I mean, for a freebie as well, that's just a bargain, I feel.
Yeah. Mateo Kaka was another backup, because, of course, you've got 2 up front now.
2 up front, yeah, so I need a couple more backups, yeah, and he's a good one as well.
Yeah. Then we got Boran Yildiz, £3.6 million. Not a bad little squad player for a centre-back option there from Turkey. And then finally, Soroka. This one I think is your best signing.
Yeah, and this is the one I spent the money on, really. So a good sort of, I feel like a defensive midfielder, really, come centre midfielder, really. He can do both. So, yeah. 5-star potential eventually, yeah.
Yeah, and he's only 20
years of age, and I'm looking at that thinking, if he's 20 and he's that good already, he can only get better. So
only just turned 20 too. Resolute personality.
He's 2-footed as well, which helps as well. So
4-2-2 going into a 4-2-3-1.
Yeah. All I've done is moved the attacking midfielder into being one of the strikers, really. So everything else stayed the same. I had a good season in the Prem. Didn't want to twink it too much, but I wanted to get that second striker in there. So I'm going for a little bit more attacking, where you've gone like 3 up front, so I'll be interested to see how you get on, because I've got the strikers to do that if I want to do it next season. Yeah.
Fulham 3-1 to kick things off.
Pleased with that
then
result.
A draw to Liverpool.
Really pleased with that result. I mean, it was home, but I'll take that. But then I draw against Liverpool, then go and lose against Morecambe. I mean, what's that about?
Beat Newcastle 3-0 though.
Yeah,
so all in all, you've had a good start to the season.
Yeah, I'm pleased with that. Yeah, but disappointed losing against you, but I'll take the rest of it.
All right, well, season number 14 now as we race towards the Premier League. Are we going to be knocking on the door of European football? Let's see.
There was something about my new system that my players at Morecambe really got behind, and we began putting on an amazing run. For Dad though, he was still stuck in the form from last season, constantly finding himself ahead only to drop points the next game, or having terrible inconsistent form. He would score in every game, but his defence would most of the time let him down. And with the next fixture between us approaching, Dad was sat in 15th place, while I was an outsider in a title race. The teams below me, however, were all close on points too, so every game mattered if I wanted some of that European competition money next season. So again, on New Year's Day, we travelled to Southend, and this time we had a much more successful outing, winning 3-0. We also found ourselves travelling to Wembley as we somehow reached the Carabao Cup final, and in a cagey affair with Fulham when with only 10 men, we defeated them to lift the cup 1-0. It also wasn't the last we seen of Dad this season, as we have also been drawn against each other in the quarter-final of the FA Cup. But just before the match, our minds have been elsewhere as of late, as Dad looks to stay safe in the Premier League, while I'm hoping to hold on to a Champions League spot. The FA Cup tie was back and forth and could have gone either way. However, both defences were really on it in this occasion, and only one goal was scored by my Morecambe side. Really exciting until we then lost the semi-final of the FA Cup 4-1 to Derby County of the Championship, which was a massive upset. Despite us having a bit of a rough April, we are still on for a top 4 finish with 3 games to go, while Dad was all but safe and 6 points clear of the last relegation spot. Dad even secured his safety in style too, defeating Luton, who was in that position, 5-0 in the next game, one of 2 wins that Southend secured in their last 3 games. I didn't have as good a time in my fixtures, with losses to both Manchester United and Liverpool, meaning qualification for the Champions League came down to the final day of the season, where a big victory was needed against Spurs, and thankfully that's exactly what we got, landing ourselves what we hope is a Champions League spot for next season in 5th place of the Premier League.
Hey, I tell you what, I was flirting with it.
You were.
With a title race.
Yeah, you were at one stage.
I'll take a 5th. Europa League, or
Yeah,
maybe
well done.
that's probably Champions League football.
I mean, it's 13 points off the top of the league, but you were, 6 points close to
Yeah,
you
the
were
end
in
of
3rd at
March.
one stage, weren't you?
Yeah,
so you were
3rd
doing
place.
really well, really. So
Had
yeah,
a bad end of the season.
Yeah.
The fixtures there, I mean, Arsenal losing to Man United and Liverpool in a row, beat
Yeah.
Spurs in the end there, but yeah, didn't do too bad at all, really. In the Cups, Carabao Cup winner. First trophy of the year, defeating Fulham in that final, of course, who had Ibrahimoff, whatever he was called again. Defeated him. And then only got to the semi-final in the FA Cup.
Oh,
I had
done well.
cracking
Yeah,
season.
really good season for you there.
Not bad for yourself, though,
No,
Dad.
I went backwards, didn't I?
Yeah, quarter-final, I knocked you out of the FA Cup. Lovely stuff. Second round, of course, by Crystal Palace. But, I mean, you're down in 15th, but 42 points. You're nowhere
Yeah.
near the drop, 11
No,
points.
I wasn't sort of like getting too sweaty about it, but yeah, I'm disappointed. I've gone backwards from 11th.
Again, I think you're your own worst enemy with your signings.
Yeah.
The signings that you are making aren't exactly like really. That guy was good, 14 goals, but he didn't score more than what your top scorer was.
No.
And I think the formation didn't necessarily suit the players that you maybe have brought in. I'm also at fault with that because as a player that didn't play for me at all last season, that I spent £23 million on, and I know I need to get him into the team next year.
Yeah.
But yeah, Soroka has played quite well and developed quite nicely. I think
he's
that was
looking
a good
now.
signing
So
for you.
I've definitely got a good midfielder in. Definitely got 2 good sort of strikers, really. I could possibly do with selling a couple of the fringe players to get 1 really good striker in, I think.
Yeah.
Or look at sort of defence again.
Because you got good money, 43.
Yeah, they've
With a
really
good wage
supported me
too.
this time. So I think this season could be the season where I've really seriously got to be thinking about buying 2 players at the most.
Yeah, I agree. Let's have a look then and see how my players played this season after quite a good year. Kevin Pye was my top scorer, 23 and 10. Julian Simon did get 17. But it's after that I'm a little bit concerned with, especially with Cho Young Hwang, who 21 years of age now, still not really developed. Do we cash in?
I'm going to say he's one of those players. Really, what did you get him? 3B, and he's worth
About
20.
2.5.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
worth 20 odd million, 30 million. Even if he gets 17, it's a hell of a deal, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Happy with the advanced wing backs. I think if I find an amazing advanced wing back, it's game over because that role in a good formation just gets you so many opportunities. 7 goals, 6 goals, 11 and 10.
Yeah.
For two players that, I mean, he's not that good going forward.
No.
But he's performed.
Yeah.
Teddy's a little bit better going forward, just not very good defensively, and both of them have such a high rating. I really do feel like that's probably one of the best roles in the game. Raul Carrasco, I've let him down. He only played 9 games in total. He actually filled in a little bit at left wing back by the looks of it. But that right wing, I was hoping because of the out of possession, he might get some games. Didn't. Just doesn't work like that. So I might have to lock him in into a striker role because striker-wise, he's fantastic.
Yeah.
He could be amazing for me. 6'1" as well, and he's fast. So I don't think I need to find a striker next season. I just need to use Raul Carrasco next year. And potentially we could be on for a winner there. I don't know where I'm going to find, well, what I'm going to do with the rest of the money because I have been given £53 million. Potentially an advanced wing-back if they're better than the two I have. That might be a good option as well. But yeah, we'll see. Make sure you stick around for the next episode of the Race to the Prem because I've got Champions League football next year. Knocking on the door now of winning the title.
And in season 14, the gap between our two sides was a big one as Dad sat in 15th place and I'm riding high in 5th. My tactical tweak last season seemed to have paid off though, and I'm not going to mess around with it for this season. My main priority is of course recruitment and finding players like this guy who I think will make a good wing back in my system. Whereas Dad had found a fantastic striker who instantly improves his strike force for a very good price. Although it's the tactics screen that he needs to focus on as he hopes to build a new system for season 15. However, it seems the first impressions of Dad's new side seem to be struggling with adapting to it right now with a difficult start to the season. In Morecambe, on the other hand, an unbeaten start may look good, but we have already dropped 4 points.
Dad, your transfer window this summer. Pablo
Yes.
Riso left for £30 million. So you've got a left-sided centre-back leaving the club there for £30 million. Bringing players in, because there was another player who did leave. We got Prisco here, who also left the club as well.
Yeah, I didn't want to lose him there.
No.
There's 2 players I didn't really want to lose, and they were left-sided players as well.
Yeah. So you have brought in quite a few players. So Edgar Lopez being one of them. He's a left wing back.
Yeah.
We've also got Mehic, who is a centre midfielder that we've got there. Hamza Mehic, who looks quite good to be fair. Like, very good attributes.
Really good, yeah.
Slightly less on passing, but yeah, he's still very good everywhere else. Then we got Agbo from Rennes. So this guy, right-sided centre-back, I would say really some of his mentals are slight weaknesses, like a centre-back with only 10, bravery, composure's not that high, positions only 12, but physical's very good. And he can dribble too.
He's a strong lad, but he's scared.
Yeah. So
Weird, really.
Yeah, so yeah, he's joined the club from Rennes, the Rats of Rennes, for £30 million. So big money coming in there. And then you've got the final signings here. 1 loanee, 1 free transfer, 1 £12 million, which I personally think is your best signing.
Yeah, these are...
And he's a standout. So Maurizio Preciado, right wing back.
Yeah. Good,
So
really good signing, I feel, this guy for me, so...
yeah. Alejandro Garcia, story with this guy.
Yeah, I kept on trying to sign this guy, but he wouldn't come to me, so I managed to loan him, though.
Yeah.
And he said he'll come to me.
He didn't try. He kept trying to sign him.
Oh, he went to PSG.
He went to PSG instead. He decided to go to PSG instead. But what a find he was! £1.3 million.
Yeah.
When I seen you go for him, I was like, "Oh, you jammy bugger!"
Yeah,
But-
he changed his mind and went to PSG, but lucky enough they let him come out on loan. So
Yeah.
I've got him anyway.
Cracking player. There's your left-sided centre mid. Anyway,
Yeah.
but then the final signing, I definitely think is your best
Yeah,
for
definitely,
£12 million as
And
well.
and he started really well as well.
5 goals in 4 games.
Yeah.
Kai Norman Straudiek from Wolfsburg plays up front, can also play off the left. Amazing physical attributes, great mental attributes going forward as well. The composure, the anticipation, great off the ball, the flair as well. Can head the ball,
Well,
great dribbling,
I was just about to say,
technique.
he looks like he's really good in the air. He can head the ball, but he can't jump.
That's true, yeah, only 5. You just have to, little crosses, he'll get down and nod
Yeah,
it in.
that's right, yeah.
But yeah, he started the season very well. And I think that's a really good signing. That's the type of signing that you should have been doing.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's hard to find players like that all the time, especially for that price.
Well,
but
the thing is some of the players won't come to you. I mean, the obvious one, there's one that went
those
to
two,
PSG.
yeah.
So, but yeah, lucky enough I got him on loan. But yeah,
Talk to us about this then, because I had a little bit of success with advanced wing backs, and all of a sudden they've cropped up in your team.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't getting anywhere really, so I thought I'm going to just try. And I bought the right-sided one. He is a wing back, so I thought I'll just try it and see how it goes. Really, Garcia, I've moved up into that sort of
because he doesn't play naturally.
Yeah,
so
I wanted to make the most of him, and I've got him in on loan, and I'm paying a lot of money for him, so I'm going to try and make the most of him. And my striker's gone up to the top and playing well up there. So I'm having a go at it. It's something I haven't tried before, the wing back, so
yeah.
I'm going to have a go and see how I get on with it.
Oh, what I do like is this. So the Straudiek is the secondary striker, but out of position, he drops to the left.
Yeah.
I quite like that. I like that because the wide outlet winger is something that I've seen quite a lot of people get success with. Usually it is with sort of like the inside forward going into a wide outlet, but when you've got that guy dropping in and that guy dropping left, I could see why that would work.
Yeah.
Cause some confusion, might do well for you. However, the start of the season hasn't necessarily been the best.
No.
So if we're looking at the fixtures for you, a draw at the start against Sunderland 3-3, not a bad result there. They didn't score too late, but they obviously pulled it back from you being in the lead multiple occasions as well. You were 2-0 up. But
chuck that one away.
Lost to Arsenal.
I'm going to accept the Arsenal one, but the Wolves one, definitely not.
Wolves is a bad one.
That's bad news, yeah.
Yeah. Beating Fulham 4-3 away from home is a better sign.
I thought it was good, up and going again then, after beating Cardiff in the Cup only on penalties, but the momentum's going then, isn't it? And you get a good result against Fulham as well, and then I'll go and lose against Nottingham Forest. I think looking at it there, I'm conceding too many goals, I feel.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm scoring goals, but conceding too many.
Speaking of momentum, obviously the good season that I had last year, it was time to capitalise on that. And I had a good budget as well. And I definitely think I brought in a good amount of players for the price that we managed to sell other players for. Mithiane there, we got rid of for £7 million. But a few other players did leave the club too. We've got a few loan signings going out. I think the players that we have brought in, really good value for money here. So we've got Thiago Gutierrez on a free transfer from River Plate. That happened throughout the season last year, as you can see. So he joined in January. He was out of contract at River Plate, capitalised on that. So really the two players that I brought in this summer was Juninho being one of them, £15 million, cracking signing. Only downside, he's a fickle personality, but he's already at 25 years of age. The fickleness has already would have played its part. He's still managed to get this good, which I'm pleased with. Great passer of the ball, very good on the ball type of player. Then this, Ndonga from Club Brugge for £30 million. Quite expensive for a player from the Belgian league, but I think he could be worth it. Another centre midfielder that we've brought in, only 24. Again, he is rapid fast. Only downside, I think, as a centre midfielder, I'd like them to have more aggression, especially because the style of play that we are doing, that sort of gegenpress style. But I think his on-the-ball sort of attributes weigh that out for me in a balance that I quite enjoy. And he started the season well too, although he is playing, that was non-competitive, 2 goals and 2 assists. In the league, he hasn't necessarily done amazingly well. But we are locking in a few players this season. Of course, Carrasco didn't really play much last year. I want him to play this year. I made a mistake last year not locking him in, thinking that the out of possession would give him enough to play on the right. It didn't. So we need to lock him in. He started the season not bad in that position, 2 goals in 3 games. So we'll see how he develops in that role. But Pai is out on the left-hand side there. And Ndonga, who I just signed, of course, we are training to play left wing back. Reason for it. He is amazing at crossing.
Yep.
Can pass the ball. Not bad at tackling. And we're in advanced wing backs where he is lightning quick with good stamina. He can get up and down the field. Decent work rates. Decent teamwork. And the left wing backs that I had in the past, I don't think is anywhere near as good attribute-wise or will develop attribute-wise. Onizuka, of course, he was there previously. If we're having a look at him, he's the guy that we played there last year. Technically, doesn't come close to how good the other guy is. And I think the secondary position in there, Steve Wilson, was more of a rotational option that was playing right and left-hand side. So to me, I needed to find a left wing-back, and I couldn't find one who was a natural left wing-back. The best thing for me was putting in the player that we have locked in there that we had just signed. So I think it's definitely a risk, because playing somebody there who doesn't necessarily know how to play wing back is definitely... But he's left-footed too.
Yeah.
So a left-footed defensive midfielder or a midfielder who's good on the ball in an advanced wing-back player role could be good going forward. It's just defensively we might struggle, but we are set up to defend very well. And so far at the start of the season, I would say it is definitely paying off. We've had a great start. Yes, the draw against Ipswich away was a tricky one, but we drew against Liverpool after beating Southampton. We stuffed Newcastle 5-1. I think we've started really well.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Also, I was looking for a replacement because Cho Young Hwang, I was a little bit like, oh, is he ever going to get any good? And he just didn't look like he was ever going to... He still gets his position. He's still in there. 21. He's still got a chance to obviously progress. So, we're up to season number 15 now, and I'm knocking on the door of a Premier League title challenge. You need to really catch me up. Can you do it this season?
Our Champions League campaign was off to a flyer as we actually defeated Barcelona in one of our first games. 3 games later, and we host Dad's Southend side in the Premier League on an evening in Morecambe, and thanks to 2 set pieces, we wheel away with 2-0 win. After that game, Dad went on a run of 4 wins before heading into a tricky December where he lost 4 and beat Liverpool. Both of us were very pleased, however, for the positions we were in by the new year, with Dad knocking on European football's door. Overall in the Champions League, despite us beating the top dogs Barcelona, we were still scraping through the knockout playoffs in 21st position. In the knockout playoffs, we actually come up against Eintracht Frankfurt, and after a good win in the first leg, we went to Germany and got ourselves a 1-1 draw in the second to progress on aggregate, which we then come up against Leicester City in the round of 16, and the same applied here, a win in the first leg 4-0 and a draw in the second. Quite an amazing run that we were on as we continued that in the league, while Dad's Southend side started to slide back down the table. We somehow then defeated Juventus in the quarter-final of the Champions League across 2 legs, and now find ourselves in the semi-finals versus Barcelona. But we would have a big task on our hands to come back from 2-0 down in the second leg. At this point, Dad was hitting a real bad run of games, and the league table was changing quite a lot. And with only 2 games to go, we were sat in second place with Dad still to play behind the champions Liverpool. Of course, we were focused on the Champions League semi-final though, and unfortunately we could only manage 1 goal against Barcelona, losing the tie on aggregate 2-1. Against Dad, we were continuing our good form though, whilst he was still continuing to struggle, and we eventually won the match 3-0. However, a final day loss to Spurs did see us drop down the table into 3rd place in the league. But what a season it was for Morecambe.
Well, I tell you, Dad, I don't think it'll be long before I'll be up there with Liverpool.
Yes.
Champions League semi-finalists as well, and only knocked off from second in that final day.
10 points beyond, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Well done.
My final day of the season was against Spurs, which is the reason, obviously, that they jumped ahead of us there. Which, yeah, disappointing, but never mind. You don't get anything in compared to second or third. Neither of you win a trophy for that. I am a little bit disappointed that we didn't make the final. That would have been an interesting final against PSG.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially because we were only 2-0 down. A 9-6 aggregate score for Copenhagen, who got to the Champions League semi-final. Fair play. That's absolutely unbelievable. You can see, look at the types of players that they've got. I mean, this guy's still a real player. Mikel, bro, Hansen, really good. He looks like somebody that maybe in another game you'd pick up.
Yeah.
In another save you pick up. He looks fantastic. But yeah, how they reached a semi-final, don't know. Still an amazing achievement for them either way. Okay, so other competitions. Carabao Cup, won that one.
It's Arsenal, well done.
Yeah, so big result in that one. Dad, your season, no.
I've done my normal finish really, really poorly again. Though.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot
5
of
losses in a
there.
row.
There's 15 points I just dropped.
Very bad.
One of them was against you, so I'm going to take 12 points. Where could I have been with 12 points extra? I mean, yeah, it's not a good finish to the season, but...
3rd round in the Cups as well.
Yeah,
nowhere near, really.
So what did I finish? 14th.
14th.
So 59 if I took the 15 points. I mean, I'm disappointed I've dropped down to 14th. I could have easily finished in and around the 11th or something like that. But that bad result at the end sort of done me, really.
Yeah.
I'm conceding too many goals.
Yep, I think you are too. Let's have a look then. You've got £35 million to spend, so they're still backing you for now. You're not in financial trouble or anything. Your new guy came in and scored 21 goals.
Yeah.
Navratil has also got 14, so he's still putting in the goals as well. Your two strikers, who really are your best players, to be honest.
Yeah.
They are absolutely phenomenal, really. But yeah, I agree with you. I think you're struggling. It's your system, I think.
Tactically and the quality of defender I've got, I think.
Yeah.
I've got to be looking at that, really.
Yeah, I don't think your centre-backs are amazing.
No.
I think that might be a problem that's causing you a few issues at the back there. Let's have a look then. I mean, they've given me £53 million after that decent finish. I thought I'd get a little bit more after semi-final of the Champions League. I was maybe open for about 70. Top scorer, Raul Carrasco. Look what happens when you lock him into the right position. He is your top scorer, 28 in 61 games, though. So every third game he does score. Kind of low. Still, Cho Young-Kwan got 22 goals, and they still rate him as only 2-star.
Unbelievable.
It's crazy, isn't it? I mean,
he looks more than a 2-star.
He does look more than a 2-star. I don't know what they rate him as a 2-star from. I mean, I guess it's off the ball. Maybe some of these mental attributes aren't quite as good.
His positioning probably lets him down a little bit.
Yeah, but position is defensive. You always forget this wrong. Position is a defensive position. Is off the ball that we need to worry about going attacking, and he's an attacking midfielder. So I don't really know, to be honest. The left wing-back decision was a great one. Although he didn't get good numbers, 4 goals, 6 assists, development is there, and he's now a natural left wing-back and an advanced wing-back, a 4-star in my side. So really happy with that. That little risk paid off. Juninho was a good sign-in too. He played a good amount of games, did quite well, development's there. Kevin Pye was unfortunate, and I think this could be the last season where I lock him in or use him as a proper player. He did not do very well at all for me this season and struggled for sure. So, yeah, might have to look elsewhere. I think we're maybe a striker short because even Julian Simon only got 18 goals and he played quite a lot of games up there. Mueka might even look to get rid of him. His physicals have gone down the toilet, to be honest. I think striker-wise is what I'm going to be aiming for this summer because the rest of the side looks quite good. Ted Lovendal at right wing-backs definitely had a good year too. So I think that might be where I'm looking.
Yeah.
But yeah, that £53 million to do that. Maybe I can make some more money by selling other players. Let's see if I can do that. This summer, I sold Thiago Gutierrez to Saudi after picking him up on a free transfer for £40 million, helping us bringing in some top quality young talent that I've got good plans for. That, of course, switched things around in his system once again as he tried to find the secret formula. And it was all going so well until the start of the season, because after winning all of his friendlies, he then lost the first game 4-0 against Manchester City. I had a 0-0 against Spurs on my first day, but I didn't manage to pick up a win until the third game at home to Brentford. Alright, Dad, transfer window time. A few players have left the club. You've got Yildiz, who's gone out there. I think he only just came in. The goalkeeper surprised me because he was quite a good goalkeeper. You got him on a free transfer. He's left to go to Marseille.
I think they just came in and he wanted to go, so I didn't have much choice really. I couldn't persuade him to stay.
You did sign a new goalkeeper though, so there is an option there to replace him. But there was a lot of signings that actually come in. Now, defender-wise, you did mention you needed defenders.
Yep.
I know you're struggling to bring defenders in, but these defenders suck. I'll be honest. Bruno Pinto is one of them.
I was really struggling to get the quality of to come to me. Some players just didn't want to come to me, as I found out last season when he went to PSG. Same. I got the same problem with defenders as well. Yeah. So I'm just picking up. I mean, I don't think this guy will get brought into the team. But
he won't even play because he didn't even get a work permit. So yeah, I think you're struggling with transfers here. Raganov or Roganov from Krasnodar, £7 million. Another centre back. This one's slightly better, but he's only got 6 jumping reach and off the ball's a little bit better.
He's got lead boots.
6 jumping reach, yeah, with 10 bravery. Can finish though.
Yeah.
15 for finishing. Crazy. So he's a little bit better, not amazing, I would say. Salomon Goblet from Paris FC, £22 million, a lot on a right wing back there. I mean, mentally he's okay, physically he's okay, technically not great. Paying him a lot of money too.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And you never know, he might be alright. I've got him in.
Alright.
Hopefully he'll make my team better.
Don't sound too... this guy, you're definitely signing because you know how to pronounce his name.
Yeah.
Mohamed Kodaya Orlov, which those two names just don't feel like they go together. Who's from Uzbekistan. centre midfielder. He's a good signing.
He's going to take over from the guy that I had on loan last season.
Yeah.
So I knew I had to sort of replace him. So this guy's the guy that's replacing that guy.
All right, so there's 3 more signings that we've got. We've got Mandic for a free transfer, who's quite a good free transfer. Another one who plays in that centre midfield.
Position, yeah.
From Serbia, 27 years of age.
Midfield players, I feel, really.
Zapata's the new goalkeeper.
Yeah, started bringing a new keeper in, so hopefully I think he's right at the same sort of level as the keeper with our lots, really.
And then the final signing, Michal Vogel from Sparta Prague, left winger. He isn't bad. 21 years of age, good potential.
Quick and he can cross the ball, so yeah, I'm going to take that.
All right, okay. Well, tactically, changed it ever so slightly.
Yeah, just a little bit. Sort of having that player out on the left, the midfielder out on the left, I've just brought him across and brought him into the middle more. Sort of even it up a little bit better, I think. Okay. I'm sticking with the advanced win backs. I'm going to go for another season.
Oh, okay. Well, start of the season, not amazing, but you've only played 2 Premier League games. One against Bournemouth, which you should be getting a result in. Lost 1-0. Yeah. Then got battered away from home. First game against Man City.
I'm going to take the City result, but at home against Bournemouth, a bit disappointed with that one. But I'm going the right way now. I'm in the Carabao Cup still, so nice home win against Oxford. So.
Oh yeah, well done for beating League One Oxford.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm pleased with that. It gets the momentum going, doesn't it? You've got to get into winning ways. I always find out if I lose a game, I nearly always lose 2 or 3 games in a row after that. So it's getting back into that winning way. But then I've got Chelsea right after that. So then I've got Hartlepool in the car so I can get a win again. Then I've got Liverpool. It's like, oh no, oh yeah, oh no. Give me a break. Come on, give me like 4 or 5 results.
You've been in the Premier League longer than me.
Yeah,
in comparison to where we are in the league and how we've started here. My transfer history, let's have a look, because I had the problem of strikers. Now, I did sell a couple of players. A few of them were strikers too. So we've got James Abanda, who's gone. He, of course, was 30 years of age. I thought I'd cash in on him now because I didn't really play him that much last year. And Thiago Gutierrez, who I only signed very recently on a free transfer. Got him on a free transfer. He only played 21 games last year. Sold him for 40 million. Great turnaround, that is. Yeah. Really happy with that, because that allowed me to spend more this transfer window. Now, starting things off, I spent £17 million on this guy here, Yuri Kovaliov, who is a right winger. However, I looked at him and thought he could be a better centre attacking midfielder. So, seeing as last year I transformed a defensive midfielder or a centre midfielder to a left wing back, this time we're transforming Yuri into a centre attacking midfielder. You can see he's already starting to do quite well there. I like the fact he's got good physicals. His flair is obviously quite high, and 15 for finishing. Good technique, good free kick taking ability. Work rates are decent as well. But we spent big on Danny Rees from Newcastle. Transfer listed at Newcastle. There's another striker. So lacks a bit of composure. But outside of that, not bad. I mean, he started off the season, I think he played quite well last year. I hate the fact that that only goes to that, so we had to go to here to then click there. Last season, he has not been playing that many games. Got 2 goals in 6 appearances last year. It's £40 million, probably quite a lot. He is only 22, so if I lock him in, he's got good potential on this game. We might be able to get a bit of a player out of him. I think I went for him because of the pace and the off the ball being quite high. He can also head and finish. Not that he's tall enough, but Danny Rees is a bit of a gamble. We'll see if it pays off. Now, the next signing, Bernini. He has got 5 goals in 6 games. However, that's not for me. It's because I loaned him back to Standard Liège, and he's only 18 years of age. Maybe I should have kept him here. Mentally, he's fantastic. Can finish a ball. Not bad pace. That's what I'm hoping. The bit of experience will obviously increase the pace there. Very strong, though. So he's only 18 years of age. That's one for the future for me.
Yeah, he's good for 80, isn't he?
That's not bad at all. The final one was Tosin from Konyaspor. So £7.5 million. Just another option at centre-back there. I didn't have a lot of money left. He's only 19, so just give me options there at centre-back. So let's have a look then. Only locking in Kovaliov. If we're doing the best 11 pick, it kind of looks like this. So striker wise, we don't necessarily, I think Rees is better. Obviously Entamon has been loaned out, so Rees I think should be playing there. Carrasco in the middle, Simon on the left. That's basically what I would set up as my best side, I think, personally, going forward. I do like my defenders in Carlos Antonio and Veron, and putting them back to just centre backs I think has been a better option for me. Maybe my goalkeeper's not amazing in terms of reflexes, but I think the communication side of his game it makes up for it. But fixtures, you can't deny, I've also had a bad start to the season as well. Compared to where I finishing in third place, the 0-0 draw to Spurs, who of course we finished in second, isn't too bad. But then losing away to Fulham, difficult result. Beating Brentford, bringing us back. Hopefully we can kick on from there, because the start of the season has not been good enough. And Premier League wise, of course, I want to be up there challenging. And when you want to be up there challenging with the likes of Liverpool, who've been winning it the last few seasons, you need to be winning those early fixtures. They still don't rank us anywhere near. 11th place for me, 17th place for you. Don't think we have any players in here either. So, yeah, the backs against the walls for season number 16. But let's see how it plays out.
With both of us having rough starts, the game against each other in September was an interesting one, as it turned out to be another classic against each other, and goals were flying in at both ends. A crazy game in Morecambe for the neutral, where my Morecambe side eventually stepped ahead and stayed there, winning the game 7-4. For Dad, he was just really struggling with being consistent, because on their day, they were excellent, like when they battered last season's runners-up Spurs 9-1. This led to him being sat in mid-table, while I was sat in second place but 10 points behind Arsenal in first. We were smashing it in the Champions League as well, top of the league and unbeaten, which is a good sign. When we played each other in February, it was once again a tight clash where both teams got on the score sheet within 20 minutes, but the match was turned on its head on the 70th. Because Keita was chasing Pi down the left already on a yellow card and hacked him down, putting Southend down to 10 men. Despite being a man down and 2-1 down, Southend brought it back to 2-2 in the 90th minute, however, and Dad thought he'd snatched a point. That was until Morecambe scored straight from kickoff to seal the win, and 3 points by Onizuka. With an important Champions League match ahead though, we still trail Arsenal by 6 points, and they have a game in hand. After knocking out Atletico Madrid, I then went to the quarter-finals of the Champions League with an aggregate win over Borussia Dortmund, and it's Galatasaray in the semi-final. But our form in the Premier League also continued, and we were breathing down Arsenal's neck at the top. And Arsenal was also the final team we had to face in the Premier League season. At this point, Dad could only sit back and hope that Arsenal's too much for me to overcome and go again next year. We started off May by beating Galatasaray at home in the first leg 2-0, followed by defeating Swansea in the lead to pick up 3 points, and Arsenal were in trouble because they faced Chelsea in the Premier League and lost 3-1, while also featuring in the other Champions League semi-final too. And after we won our second leg of the semi-final, it turns out Arsenal is who we will face in the Champions League final. So after they failed to take advantage of their game in hand against Chelsea in the Premier League, we then put the pressure on Arsenal by beating Everton as well by 3-0. But again, Arsenal lost to Bournemouth at home, which means we now overtake them at the top of the league with 2 games to go, meaning they have to match our second to last result against Leicester at the very least and then beat us on the final day, and we won our game 3-0. Arsenal, however, had to go to the Etihad and needed to win to stop me from winning the title, and after 10 minutes they found the lead, for which they then doubled on the half-hour mark with a screamer of a second goal. But that's when they crumbled, and Manchester City eventually pulled one back in the second half to make it 2-1, and from an Arsenal attack, City then countered them on the 89th minute to score the best goal of the season. Because this first time volley with the ball falling from the sky, flying into the top corner, cemented a brand new Premier League champion and ends the race to the Premier League challenge, even allowing us to rest our guys against Arsenal before playing them again in the Champions League final.
Well, Dad, the race to the Prem is over.
Yeah, well done, mate. I wasn't anywhere near it, was I?
No.
I think you deserved that.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, champions beat by Arsenal on the final day, who of course we've got in the Champions League final coming up.
Oh, come on.
So stay tuned, don't leave, because the race to the Prem's over. Let's see if one of us can also win the Champions League as well. But Manchester United just got relegated to 39 points.
See that, yeah.
With Phil Neville as their manager.
Oh, there you go. They deserve to be sick.
Yeah. That is dreadful. But okay, where do you think it went wrong for you in terms of
I think
the race to the Prem? Because you got to the Premier League before me.
I think I tried the wrong tactic. Going back to the wing backs, I don't think my defence was good enough to have wing backs, especially my centre backs. I don't think I should have went to that tactic.
Yeah.
So maybe the tactic was wrong for my team. because I was struggling to get players in. I think going forward, I had strikers that could do it, and I had a couple of good midfields there.
Yeah.
So I think, from midfield upwards, I was all right. I needed a stronger defence.
Yeah, I think your identifying defenders needs improving.
Yeah.
Because you were good at finding the players going forward. I think all the way through, you always had a good striker for the level that we were at. But you really struggled finding defenders all the way through. Whereas, I mean, the defenders that I've got, they're not pretty. They don't do, anything fancy in terms of on-the-ball stuff. But they have just been stellar. Carlos Antonio and Mateus Veron, 2 players I picked up from South America. Just really good at defending.
Yeah.
And that's kind of all I could find and went for. The wing-backs did well for me too, though. 12 goals, 13 assists. So it's not been bad. And Donga, 11 and 11, better than last year. Goals is where I was struggling towards the end, but Julian Simon, who is out for the final. 26 goals, my top scorer, out for the final. Kevin Pye, who I didn't think would play quite a lot this season, has 20 goals. So, yeah, Yuri's been playing quite well in that attacking midfield, but I think we might struggle. Danny Reese has only got 11 goals as well. That was a gamble that didn't necessarily pay off, unless, of course, he comes up trumps in the Champions League final. But we've won the Premier League. It's all down to the final game of Race to the Prem to see whether, of course, we can also lift the Champions League. All right, Dad, Champions League final. The race to the Prem is over, but can we go on to lift the Champions League as well?
Don't you let me down on this one, will you?
And make this an amazing season. We just had a little peek at the Arsenal side. They've got Jude Bellingham, so that makes it quite an interesting one. But yeah,
orange ball,
big game, big occasion for Morecambe. From the brink of extinction, of course, to the Champions League final. In 16 seasons. That's how long it took us.
Yeah. It's good, though. Well done.
Oh, it's been a cagey game to begin with.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Only 15 minutes in. Not a lot of attacks either. There's Jude Bellingham on the board. Plays it out. So far, defensively, in that little strikerless.
You're doing well. You're
doing all right.
Yeah.
Don't give him too much. Nwaneri. Oh, he's passed it to him. That was a bit of a let-off.
Got away with that one, yeah.
That'd have been an assist from my right back. Now, alarmingly, we haven't even had a shot yet. 22 minutes gone. Nwaneri picks up the ball. Rossi, who's been quite a good goal scorer for Arsenal this season. Can we just make an opportunity? Here goes Veron. There we go.
Win the ball. You'll knock a ball around quite well, I reckon.
There's Reese. Plays it out. Lovely. Here comes the advanced wing-backs. Lovendal. Oh, penalty! Could be. The only chance we're going to have of having a shot.
I reckon he was inside the box there.
Even if he's on the line, remember, it counts as a penalty. Yeah. He is really milking that Tola. He's gone to the other foot. No penalty.
Hey. I reckon that's outside the box then.
Didn't even get the highlight for the free kick either. I did notice he grabbed the other foot when he rolled over and the physio came on the pitch. Did notice that one. That's a little bit sneaky. All right, we're coming up to half-time. No other highlights yet. 4 shots each. They've had 3 on target, though. It's been quite a bland Champions League final.
Yeah, I mean, they got a little bit more possession than you, but it seems to be a lot of it's been played around the halfway line, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Not a lot is happening in terms of highlights. Is this going to be a kick-off highlight, or are we just going to see this fold into going out? There we go. There's a throw-in, and it'll probably go, and we'll just be watching the commentary. Straight into another highlight. This could be bad, though, because Arsenal do have the ball with Lewis Skelly, who's one of the best left wing-backs on the game. Even 16 years in, he's still playing, as well as Jude Bellingham too. We think it's Jude. I don't think it's Job. There we go. Kevin Pye, who I didn't think had a hit. Oh, God.
Players committed himself forward, didn't they?
Yeah.
They went for it, didn't they?
Lovendal's been skinned off the post, and Rossi puts in the rebound. That's his 6th goal of the last 14 matches.
That one pass cost you, didn't it, really?
Oh, checking it for VAR. I can't see why this would be awarded. I can't see why it would be disallowed. We're not even going to see it because FM26, hour gone. Still no shot on target. Still no second half highlight for us. Things might have to change. We might have to make some changes here. Nwaneri's just been red carded though. I think that was a red card. It hasn't come up for anywhere else. Yellow there. Is that another Football Manager bug? Is Nwaneri still on the pitch?
He's been taken off. I can't even tell. It definitely come up saying red card down there. I have no idea. I'm going to make changes without knowing whether that's actually the case or not and just make changes. I think that's just the best way of attacking this. And we'll go and we'll put a striker on. Ntamon, he's had an okay loan spell, so I'm going to bring him on for Reese. And then I might have to take off. Let's put on Cho. The 2-star Cho.
Yeah.
Hasn't really developed, hasn't really grown. Let's see if we can create anything within the next couple of minutes. As I might have to change some instructions as well. I still don't know whether we're against 10 men or not. Here's Cho on the free kick though. Plays it out, Lervendal. Kevin Pye. Oh, what a beauty that is. I mean, he gave away the ball for the first goal.
First shot on target.
First shot on target, and it's a stunner in off the bar. So Cho already playing a big part in this. Lervendal, the right wing back, lays it off. Kevin Pye, one touch. Bang, in off the crossbar. Don't save those, keeper.
Good goal.
Great way to get back into the game.
All the Arsenal defence, they're all over the place now.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Now, I still think Nwaneri wasn't shown the red card. So the fact that that came up down there, again, might not be actually true to what it says. Now, 80 minutes in, another set piece. Cho over it again. Here we go. Oh, it's a terrible corner. Pye's on it again, though. Nothing silly, please.
Oh, we're playing around with it. Playing around. Your left winger.
Get it out.
Free.
Get it
left
out.
winger's free.
There we go. Ndonga. Good ball to
good
Pye.
ball. Is he gonna put? Oh, he's turned inside.
Oh, get in! Carrasco scores. Yes. It might go to VAR. I did see they were talking about Ntamon being offside.
Oh.
It's gonna go to VAR. It was awarded.
Yes. Get in.
2-1 up. With 10 minutes roughly to go. We're actually going to see the highlight for this one too. The replay of it. Yeah, he's not offside. Never offside in the way of the keeper. Lovely stuff. Carrasco puts in the rebound just like their first goal. We've had 2 shots on target. We've scored 2 goals.
Yep.
Look at that.
That's the way. 100% record.
So, might have to just make a couple of subtle changes just to hold on to this now.
I don't know how to change that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about possibly going a little bit of time wasting and stuff. So let's just do that, because at the minute we're time wasting less often. We want to time waste all the time now. Drop down to a standard tempo. We don't want to push the ball too quickly and lose it. Keep the ball in play or play for set pieces. We want to play for those set pieces now, especially with Cho on the pitch, because he seems to be very good at set pieces. And I think players coming on, I don't know whether maybe Steve Wilson, one of our right wing backs. Lervendal seems to be struck, but they both are, to be honest. Let's put him at left wing back because he's probably better there. I don't think I want to change the midfield. No, they're both. Yildirim is kind of my only option there. He is a good tackler. Right. Dernagel is coming off. Yildirim's going on. Bit of time wasting, please. If they score now, I don't think we have very good options for the extra time.
Yeah.
So we're just going to be relying on the 2 minutes left.
Oh, no.
Reyes.
Oh, he's cut in.
He really should have shot there.
Yeah, he should have done, yeah. What?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, what's he doing?
The bravery on us. But if this leads to us scoring, that's unbelievable.
He's through.
Wilson. Get it across.
He's
Wilson.
In.
Oh, what a save by the keeper for the deflection. Oh, I tell you what, Lervendal has got me. I'll be giving him a bit of a punch in the arm when he comes in after that one. Why you pass back to the keeper, chipping it over their attacker? That's absolutely crazy behaviour. Final minute of the game. Cho over the corner. It's a better one. Carlos Antonio.
Unlucky. That's got to be it, ref. Come on.
Come on, blow up. There we go. And the deal is done.
The double. The big double, eh?
From almost extinction, Morecambe, all the way to Premier League winners and beyond, as we also lift the Champions League. Race to the Prem has been an absolute blast. Thank you very much for watching. If you got this far, really do appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't done so already, because Morecambe are Champions League winners and you don't know what challenge is coming next. But on screen, of course, if you're still looking for something to watch, here is how I tried to win the Champions League like this, starting unemployed in 10 seasons.